This program is rated MA. It contains adult themes, coarse language, sexual references, and violence.
All right, what's up, everybody? It's Friday. It's Open Comms. We made it. We did it.
Another week in the books.
Everything's
Another one down.
Cheated him out of another one.
everything's
Not
working.
today, Death.
Mbop is playing at Wegmans tonight, so
Bop.
doop dap fine Mbop. Do ya?
You mean Hanson?
Yeah. Hell yeah!
That's
Classic
the
for the ages.
that's the one song that everybody likes, but nobody will admit it.
07 Val.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey Val.
Or also their beer hops,
Yeah, yeah,
which is a real thing.
yeah.
They have a craft beer.
The oldest of the brothers, I think it's the oldest of the brothers. Yeah, he made a beer company. It's called Hops.
Do you think the other two are like, man, just let it go?
Nah, if I would say if Eminem can open a restaurant called Mom's Spaghetti,
Yeah, he did.
Oh, that's so
Then-
good.
Yeah, it's like a
Then,
little. It's not even a restaurant. It's just like one of those like little shacks that you just go up to and order food. Like
it's just just a shack.
it's like a little
food
food
truck?
shack.
They've got a little they've got one gas powered stove in there.
Yeah, it's like a food truck, but it's not on a truck. It's like on an actual. It's like think of like an espresso shack, but for
Yeah,
spaghetti.
yeah. Like in the summer, you'll see the shaved ice shacks.
Yeah.
Do they serve it on like a piece of like
It's
hoodie?
so it's like you get like a little
They
cup.
serve it in a hoodie.
Yeah, it's like you get like a little styrofoam cup, I think, or maybe it's not styrofoam, but some kind of like little cup of spaghetti. You can get like meatballs in it if you want, and then there's like a bread.
A bread
It's
sandwich.
like a spaghetti sandwich, so it's like bread with spaghetti in the middle.
Have you seen I think it's like a $2 grilled cheese truck. Have you seen that one?
No.
Whoa,
It's
hold
just
on.
a
I've
yellow
seen
truck?
gourmet one.
It's a yellow truck. It says like $2 grilled cheese on the side, and it's got the rules.
How
Like,
good is
no,
this grilled
I don't have
cheese?
change. I don't have toppings. It's just American cheese and bread. Like that's it. If you show up with $10, you're getting 5 grilled cheeses, or you're getting no change. That's it.
Oh, that's
All he has,
great.
There's
I
no
love it.
drinks. There's no menu. It's just $2 grilled cheese. That's it.
That's awesome.
I love it.
Yeah, there's a
It's like
grilled
In-N-Out
cheese place.
burger for food truck.
There's a grilled cheese place
No-
not
Take
it
around
a
here,
little
but it's fucking expensive.
nonsense.
But they do like crazy grilled cheeses.
You do the gourmet grilled
yeah,
cheese
it's
with
like it's called Melts. It might be a chain. I don't know.
five different kinds of cheese. They've got like grilled
Yeah.
onions
They have
and
some
bacon.
good stuff,
and,
but there's one where it's like mac and cheese. Not mac and cheese. It's like a grilled cheese, but it's got some pasta with like barbecue sauce and like pulled pork and shit in there. I'm like, what the fuck is okay?
at that point, just get a burger.
Yeah, it's good, but it's weird.
No, yeah, no, I like a
It's
good.
also like $12 for a
fancy
fucking
grilled
grilled cheese
cheese.
sandwich.
But if it's just bread and American cheese,
The classic.
the classic, when you're 5 years old, I don't know
pictures
if
of it.
I don't even know if I would pay $2 for that. That still seems
I think-
too expensive.
It's
I think if you
$1.
post up-
It's $1 grilled cheese.
Oh, well, that's a
Still,
hell yeah. That's worth
I still
it.
th-
If you
I
post
still
up
think
outside a
that's
bar.
too expensive. How much is a loaf of bread at the supermarket? Like $3?
Oh, it's a great margin.
If that, I mean, if you're getting the generic bread, it's like $1.50.
Yeah, and then you get a pack of craft singles for another $2 or
It's like
$3.
$3 for like 12 of them or something.
You can make yourself like 50 grilled cheeses
Well, you gotta make
for
profit.
for less than
Dude's
10
gotta
bucks.
drive around in a truck.
I'm saying-
you
I'm
sure
saying-
price of gas these
I
days.
put the
I'm saying
I put the tweet in fucking in chat there.
I'm
I mean,
saying
that's like buying a
$1
street hot dog. Though.
I'm saying $1 for a grilled cheese sandwich is too much.
I would
Even
pay
a
for it.
dollar?
I mean,
I think if you put it outside a bar, it's for sure gonna
it's
make
like
money.
the
But yeah, no, listen, okay, I get it.
you're paying
Things
for
are
the guy
worth
to cook it for you. It's
things
his
are worth
time.
what people are paying, and yeah, you're paying for the labor.
Yeah, I mean that's what most of it is. You're paying for the labor of him cooking it. I mean, yeah.
Wow, it's a little
You're-
aggressive with its
you're-
warning.
You're paying for the privilege of not having to make it yourself.
Yeah, don't ask for a goddamn tomato slice, or I swear to God, I will reach through the window, pull you inside, hold your head against the griddle, which will be embarrassing for you. Cash only. I don't have
That'll be
Venmo
so
because I'm not some
embarrassing for
teenage
you.
asshole who vapes. Menu: grilled cheese, $1. That's enough. If you need
I
a
will-
drink, go to a place that sells drinks.
I will irreparably scar your face, and that will be very
Oh, it would
embarrassing
make me
for
a little
you.
sad because grilled cheese could be a little salty.
I'm wondering if this is real or not, but it has a sign in the window that says "Get your wallets out, but don't get your hopes up."
I love it.
Dude,
I love this. I love this no nonsense approach.
Yeah, he's like,
He's like on par with the soup Nazi in Seinfeld.
The soup.
yeah.
You walk to the
Nationalist.
counter, you
Right.
say exactly
Nationalist.
what you want, you step to the side, and you pay, and you get the fuck out.
Opening shots though.
Opening shots.
Midwest meetups going on down in Des Moines, Iowa.
Desmond
So,
is.
Shots
Uh,
to
Dom's
Dom.
down there, Rain's down there, Delana's down there.
Delana,
There's a handful
bunch
of
of
other
people.
people down there. So shots
Those-
everyone.
those- those three people are the only ones we know. So
I think I know a few
That's
other
it.
people that might be going, but yeah, shots to you guys. Hope you guys have fun over the weekend. So
ooh, guys, if you got a little extra coin to spend, go for Johnny Walker Double Black. Johnny Walker Black is good, but Double Black it's the place to be. Wow.
You and I are at like the complete opposite spectrum of the financial drinking environment right now.
I mean, it's like an extra $10
Yeah, fair enough. I'll take your
if you-
vouch.
if you want to get a little fancy.
that said, let's dive in.
Let's dive into
Let's
Eve
dive.
stuff.
We got Eve talk tonight.
There's
you
so
imagine?
much that
Can you
happened.
imagine this show
week.
talking about Eve?
On Tuesday, as is tradition, they dropped a patch with some patch notes and a blog. The blog is called Road to FanFest Live Now. Let me get you a link.
Nobody here is
And we're
going to
just gonna-
FanFest, right?
I'm
No.
not going. No,
I didn't think so.
I have a real job with responsibilities.
That's
I'll
right.
just take off to Iceland for a
You
week.
can't just take a
Yeah.
vacation every once in a while to see your friends.
I mean,
What is this?
Yeah.
Fairyland?
That's a pretty far vacation for most
Is
people.
this
I
is
feel
this the Wizard of Oz, the Twilight Zone? You guys take vacations? Come on now.
like. Very
I
rarely.
mean, I get vacations. I just can't go.
You choose not to come to Iceland.
Well, when I get to Iceland,
Or
the FanFest
Vegas.
will be over by about 3 months, so I'll have missed it.
Okay, Road to FanFest.
Road to FanFest live now, and it talks about all the things that are in the patch notes. So the first thing they talk about is the new player experience update, which is the mining mystery tour. Has anyone done the new player experience mining portion?
I haven't done a new
I-
player experience in years.
I watched Rain do it either last night or the night before.
Same.
It looks very pretty and really interesting. Like some of the mining graphics in there I've literally never seen before. They're very
Yeah.
unique. They're like this neon blue and green. Like as your mining laser is hitting the rocks, it's like sparking off these blue and green colors. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I watched the same Rain thing, and she spent about an hour, or maybe an hour and a half, because she was kind of interacting with the chat and stuff. But she went. I think it was just the new player experience, not necessarily any mining emphasis. Which maybe is that like the current event that's going on, or does that tie in with it?
So it ties
kind
in.
of.
There's a new like story driven mining section of the new player experience to specifically teach mining. And now but they also, outside of the NPE, there's also an event going on where you can, it's like all the other events, you can turn in points and get skins
Right.
and
That's what I'd seen.
boosters
Yeah.
and whatever. So it's both.
Yeah, we'll get to that Fleabach a little bit later, but
And then the other part, the next part, after they talk about this new player experience thing, unless you want to stop and talk about this for a bit, I don't have any firsthand knowledge, but like, it's just an add-on to the Air new player experience, right? Storyline driven,
Yeah.
more cinematic,
the,
more fucking interactive.
it's very
It's less,
cinematic.
yeah.
Yeah, the animation on the characters, I was saying this as we were talking during the pre-show. The animation on the characters is like it's really cool. It's cool to see uh animated avatars and like voice acted avatars in Eve outside of just Aura. And I know that this is something that they've been working on for like years, but I was telling Rain the other night when she was doing the tutorial, I got to thinking like it wouldn't surprise me if CCP is maybe doing some research and development with some of these AI programs that can not only we've had text to speech for a while, so you give the program your text file and it spits out, you know, we have AI that can replicate human voices really well. But there's also AI programs that can animate 3D models with a transcript. So it'll pull the visemes and phonemes out of the transcript and animate a character's face as if it's talking. So you pair that with the AI voice. This could be something that CCP could use to animate and voice act all missions in Eve. I'm not saying this is happening. This is like just something that came to me the other
Yeah.
night.
And
I don't
A lot
know
of
if this
people
is
don't
being
know
worked
this,
on,
but
but
Manic is actually an AI. He's not a real
Yeah.
person. He's actually
I'm
just-
not real.
Yeah,
You
this
wouldn't
is,
know
we
uh,
it.
feed him. We feed him a script every week, and the AI reads it out. We just have to
Yeah,
keep up with
this
it.
is
Very
we rent this program. This is
from
like all of our sub money goes to supporting
To
the
renting this
Manic
fucking
to
program.
renting Manic
We're
Velocity.
renting Manic Velocity. Yeah,
Paying Adobe subscription fees
Manic don't
to
come
bring
cheap
Manic
either.
to this.
yeah. This is
I am quite
this
expensive.
is, we
I will
opened
say.
up Doot.gay to supplement his costs and fees. So also, yeah, he was bringing up the thing that I was like, this might actually be a thing that we always joke about Darwin does everything, but that might actually be a thing that Darwin could answer on, or maybe he's not allowed to answer on. But if they are doing something like that, that would probably be his team that's doing
Yeah.
something like that, because he worked on the new Aura animation and face and everything, so
Yeah.
that would be right up his alley.
Could be. It could be him. And then the next thing on the Road to Fan Fest live is the enter the orbital war zone, which is the Poco change they were talking about. Would reduce the gantry shield EHP from 10 million, which is absurd, to 500,000.
I remember
much more
that.
manageable.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's a
Much
little
more
bit of
manageable.
reduction.
Just a bit.
I think
Now you don't need like supers and dreads and siege to get rid of a fucking Poco. You can just
also
That's cool.
That's
That's
like
great.
what,
the downside to this
Yeah.
is this is just regarding the gantry as far as I know. It's not an already online and assembled Poco. So I think it's for when you're putting one
Oh.
down. So it can be counterplayed and
But
shot.
once the
So
Poco's
that's
up,
still-
it's like regular. Nah.
Okay.
Oh, I
I
misunderstood.
might be wrong, but that's how it seemed like people are interpreting it when I was reading about it. Sorry, go ahead.
Right. And
I
the
mean,
other
that would
thing they
make sense
changed
if
with
they
it
actually
is
specifically say gantry, but
right. I wish they would. Maybe we should figure that out.
where's Darwin?
Figure
We need
it out.
answers.
CCP
Where's
Darwin.
our CCP
help
assigned
us.
dev?
Yeah, where's our
Get in here.
Yeah.
You're late.
Did Swift take his nap?
No, I did not.
That was.
Good
I hope he
times.
was going hard on Twitter.
We'll
today.
get there. We'll get there.
I was having a bit of a Twitter day. It's all right.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Sometimes you do, whatever. So in addition to them reducing the shield HP on the gantry, which may or may not be an actual Poco, they change it so that if you warp to it or shoot it, it's only a suspect flag and not a criminal timer. So you won't get concorded if you shoot one. You'll just go suspect. So
Okay.
that's fun. And the other thing that they chunked in here with the Poco changes was the Epithal now has a command center bay in it.
Oh yeah.
Which means you can haul 6 command centers, which is the max planets that one character can run, inside your Epithal, instead of having to also buy a Nereus to go next to your Epithal
Yeah.
just to drop command centers.
That's great.
That's a nice quality of life change.
Yeah. So those are what 1,003?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're heavy.
They're fat.
They're big.
There's
Command
that.
centers.
Anybody want to talk about that at all?
I
More?
hate PI. I don't.
Um,
I don't do
Yeah,
it.
I-
we were talking about this before.
Yeah,
the
we were
show.
talking about
PI
the
is
PI.
devil.
I mean,
this
we could just
I
rehash
would
a
have
little bit.
I
of it.
would so I remember when I did PI, I flew the Epithal a lot. So this would have been nice a few years ago. I'm glad it's there now. But
Sure, sure.
yeah,
Right.
this is a long time coming.
I think I said that on Twitter as well. I think Greg had mentioned something about it, and I was like, "Well, it's nice for future generations, but I will always be the one being like,
Yeah.
back in my day,
Back in my
you had to have an Interon 5, and you
We're
took it
getting
out
so
and you butchered
old, you
command
guys.
centers
It's
Yeah.
down.
sad. It's
the
so
fact that
sad.
we remember
You kids, you'll never know the
85s.
pain I went through.
Well, I was saying, yeah, I mean, my biggest thing with PI is boring. No one likes doing it. No one's sitting there going like, "Yay, PI!"
Yeah. Is it
They
Friday?
have
PI
done.
day.
I mean,
Yes.
they have done some changes to make it a little less grindy. With they've done some QOL changes with like being able to just multiply place the same structure, don't have to go like click, click, click. Like they've done some stuff, but still,
Yeah.
Val likes PI.
Val likes PI.
But my thing is like I hate you spend all this time setting up your PI, and a lot of times PI is not even that profit. It's profitable in quantity, but like it's not like you take one character and you're gonna make any money on PI. And
Just a little bit of passive.
I hate the. I get the dynamic. They want to make it like change it up and encourage people putting in more effort and stuff for extractions, but I hate that the extraction heads, they'll use up a hot spot and then they'll shift, and now you have to redo your whole freaking setup, move all your shit. It's like, holy fuck, it's boring enough. Just put it on a planet, let me extract my stuff, passive income. That's kind of what it is anyway. Just let it be passive, simple income.
Like the Ronco rotisserie. Remember
Like the
Ronco
old
rotisserie?
pauses. You just fucking
Set it
extract and get
and
this much
forget
and
it.
just run
And
your
forget
shit.
it.
Which you can
Set it
do.
and
It's just
forget it,
your numbers just drop to the floor over time because everything moves around, like you said.
Yeah. I set mine for a week.
Yeah,
I come
Yeah.
back every
that sounds-
Friday.
Yeah, that's the
redo
thing.
my PI. Usually while someone's ranting. So
Yeah, like Wolf
I have
was
one
saying,
character
like,
left to do.
I mean, like when he was saying PI and 20 max characters was fun. That's obviously sarcasm.
That's gotta be. Oh my
I mean,
God.
like when you start having that
all
many
water.
characters doing it, yeah, it becomes an actual decent profit margin. But holy fuck, like is it worth it? I mean, yeah, you have like PI day that maybe you just, but then you're spending probably 5 or 6 hours doing all your PI that day.
Just you're it's something you're
Gross.
babysitting. Like you're not really engaging with anything. You're just kind of babysitting it.
Yeah, it's
Right. I would venture to say the worth aspect of it has probably changed some just because since the industry changes, they've added PI to so many more things now that either there's still just as few people doing it and the people who are making more money, or there's, a lot more people
Yeah.
stepping up because of the demand.
My thing is just take away some of the grind. Stop. Just let people extract it passively like the old Moons used to do, or make it more of an involved process that could actually be fun. And then you'll have people that are like, I like doing this. It's actually enjoyable. Like, this is gameplay that I like doing, so this is how I'm going to make my money. Like, one of the two. And the latter of that would take a lot more effort and work, I think. So, I don't know.
I
I'm
think
not a
they
game
should
designer.
put-
CCP's
so
not
that might be a bad
interested
idea.
in CCP's not interested in putting in too much work.
I think
I mean,
they
they do
should
on some stuff,
add
but
a copy paste function to it.
Yeah.
So that you can
Let you
set
save
up
a-
your
You can just paste your
configuration,
setups.
paste your
Yeah.
setup in, and if you have to drag one thing here and there, that's not a big deal. But like,
Yeah,
just
well-
place your extractor, and then your storage facility, and then your launch facility, and then this 3 labs on one side, and then 3 labs on the other side, and then connect them all with a little link, and then hit submit, and then you go back, and then you got to upgrade the
You
link
gotta
between the
upgrade the
extractor
route,
head and the
yeah.
fucking storage facility. Otherwise, it won't fucking work. And then go back, and now you hit submit, and then you go back and you place your fucking 10 extractor heads, and you set them for a week, and oh shit, now they're overlapping. So move them around, and then you fucking start that, and then you route that, and then you fucking set. That's why.
How
Copy,
exciting.
paste, go. That's
yeah,
it. Fuck off.
Well, Flea Block is saying, like, do you mean like a parry? I don't know. Like, and I don't even know if you do like a mini game, like the hacking thing, but something a little more interactive. But the thing is, like, if you made it more interactive and require more time investment, you would then have to make it more lucrative because people are like, why would I want to spend more time? Like, I don't want to spend more time and effort on this than I have to if it's going to make me, peanuts, essentially. So if you're going to make it more involved, it needs to be more profitable. So, and again, like I said, I'm not a game dev. I don't know how you fix it. I'm just saying, in its current
These
form,
these
it's
are not
really
our
boring.
problems to solve.
It's really boring and grindy, and I wish it was a little less grindy, because then maybe more people would do it. But no, I haven't played Surviving Mars. I think I saw things of it, but
So there's that. The Enter the Orbital War Zone, check. Talked about it. Then the next part here, they had a graphical update. Reflecting space is what they called it. So
More reflections on ships.
Yeah, reflections in client now include structures, effects, and other significant objects in space around you, adding to the immersion of New Eden. Undock now in your shiniest ship and revel in its reflective radiance. I undocked in my Paladin, and the billboards on the station that I undocked in were reflecting off the side, and it looked
That's really fucking cool.
Yeah. Want to
There's
buy
a
more
setting.
gold
There's a
ship.
setting in graphics so you have to get to turn it up. I think by default
Oh.
it starts off on low. Yeah, and
Can you
gotta
turn it
set
off?
all the way up to you can set it to disabled.
Okay, good.
And then highest is obviously highest, right? I have mine the highest.
Highest
So I
would
wanna see
be
all
the
shiny
highest.
bits. Yes. Yeah, so there's that shiny ships that reflect all of the lights. Fun, good stuff.
Never a bad thing.
Nope.
Rarely a bad thing. Let's go with that.
Eve has never been accused of not being pretty enough.
Sure.
That's right.
art team, best team.
Seriously.
Art team
Yeah,
is the best.
They're
Team.
carrying
They're
this
mostly
game on their fucking
safeguarded.
shoulders.
From all the flat.
I mean, that can be said for a lot of games, though, too. There's just a lot of games where like, oh, man, I don't know. Like, the gameplay's okay, but man, is it beautiful.
Yeah.
I don't know, but like there's plenty of games that aren't necessarily like the highest fidelity, but they have fantastic writing and characters or really good music. Like there's some really good lo-fi games.
Bethesda.
Sure.
You remember the game Papers, Please? You ever played that one?
Yeah.
I've never
have.
played it, but I've watched several playthroughs.
I found it difficult, but I didn't put a lot of time into it.
Lots of indie
It's actually
games.
really
They're this low fidelity, but they have really interesting
Yeah.
mechanics and fun gameplay.
Like an
what was
8-bit
that?
aesthetic to it.
What was
but,
that
like,
one that you had?
really
The
fun.
Happy Sunshine Game or whatever it's called.
Oh, the Good Time Garden.
Good Time Garden.
Yeah.
What an
That thing-
amazing experience.
That thing was like an
was.
that was like an interactive fucking
Fever dream.
yeah,
It was
like
so fucking-
holy shit. That game was so fucking weird, but it
Uh.
was just 2D graphics.
So proud of you, baby dick.
It was unforgettable. It was an absolutely unforgettable experience. I will literally never forget that game.
That's cool. Like, I hope that dev finds that out.
Anyway,
So the next part is something people have been waiting for. Compress to impress is what they said in the blog, and this is a compression thing that they had mentioned in the blog previous to this one, right? Where compression is now a fleet-wide social. So it's a social ability. Industrial command ships Rorqual, Orca, and Porpoise have new modules which allow all nearby fleet mates to instantly compress their own materials. Huzzah!
With
It's
a
pretty
long
good.
range too. You don't have to go up to the Rorqual Forest.
so
Right.
the Rorqual has a module that needs to be active in order for everybody in the fleet to do their instant compression.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you have to be siege to enact, or whatever, to turn on that.
It's
Okay.
kind of
mod.
neat because like
Okay. Yeah.
what is it? It's a 5-minute cycle on the
Siege cycle, yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. There are a few areas that hopefully they refine upon, one of which is that pop-up that I'm sure maybe y'all have read about. It basically pops up kind of like if you ever process something, it gives you, whatever it starts out as on one side and then what it turns into on the other side, and you press OK and it does it. Well, it leaves that window up, and if you're sitting there and mining and compressing all throughout the night, whatever, you end up closing that window 100 times. Like, it's really annoying. It should just close when
See.
you compress, let's say, just something
Right.
simple like
You
that.
click the button that says OK, it does its thing, and then closes.
Yeah. Another thing at the moment, since they did kind of the barge rework not too long ago, the ore holds on hulks, even with compression, they're getting abused real quick. Like, you can't go more than a single cycle, things like that. So that's kind of disappointing, but
But isn't that why they doubled the capacity of a jet can?
I think maybe that is part of it. And that certainly helps. I have used a little bit of jet can transferring recently, and it was better. I mean, it's still better than the fleet hanger on an Orca or a Rorqual, so that's something.
Yeah.
But one thing I noticed, players can no longer compress inside your fleet hangar, which used to be a thing, and that was awesome because I let them worry about it while they're mining, and I'll just make sure and empty it every now and then. And now they can't do that anymore.
So they have to now compress their own shit, and then you have to
or they have to give it to me whole, and I have to compress it. One or the other.
Okay, but if they're out, too far away, they're not going to give it. They're going to be like
correct. They could build up a stash, and
they're going to be jet can compressing, and then you're going to have to suck it in.
Right.
It's pretty good. I think it, like I said, it needs a little bit of polish still, but for the most part, it's a huge benefit and appreciated.
I mean, that could be a thing. Like if you're going to fuck with the nullsec mining fleets, if you can't kill the Rorqual, maybe just fly on grid, just start popping jet cans and
shoot the
off.
cans.
100%.
just full dick mode,
Well,
just drive-bys.
So you can only jet can something like once every 2 minutes or so.
Yeah,
roughly, yeah.
But but if the jet can's out there and you're just constantly accessing it, you could just leave the one jet can out there.
Well, and that's a fun concern too. Is we were kind of playing with it last night, and we didn't run the full numbers. It was kind of like theorizing, but I'm pretty sure you could mine an entire belt fracture into a Rorqual if you're compressing the whole way, which on paper sounds great. Like you sit still and you get all your work done and it's quicker and whatever. But at the same time, if and when you get caught, you're worth an entire moon now. Normally you would have to dump every now and then, so now there's going to be some really bloated losses if people go whaling.
Now, I remember seeing some very angry tweets on Twitter and some various other posts that the blueprints for the compression were not seeded on the markets.
The skill books and the blueprints were not seeded.
So was that just a whoops, we forgot to seed those, or is it you had to go find them?
No, this is like the 5th time that CCP has forgot to seed necessary items on patch day.
It's becoming sort of a tradition.
It's like
I would like to apply for I would like to apply for QA.
At this point, no, they don't. That would imply that they have a QA department. You have to expect it at this point, right?
Well, and the funny thing is, in years past, right, patch day was like a thing. Back in the days of longer downtimes and all this.
Don't log in on patch.
Exactly. Your stuff was going to be fucked up. Set a long skill. Just know that patch day's fucked. And if you try to play, good luck. Maybe now we're looking at like a patch 2 days. Enough for some people to log in.
Yeah.
Figure out what's missing from comparing patch notes.
Somebody's got to log in to figure out what's broken.
And then they crow, whatever, get uproarious about it. And then the next day we see whatever, a hot fix for whatever.
Every patch we have to nominate somebody to log in on patch day just to check what's wrong.
Sacrificial.
Yeah, sacrificial lamb on patch day.
I mean, what if they made this other server where you could test things and see if everything was working right?
Drayden, that's crazy talk. That's
Drayden.
Crazy talk, man.
And
you
can't
just
if there's
spin up another server
off from the way it's supposed to be intended, then you could change it before you release it on the main server.
This is a problem that's not fixable, guys. I'm sorry. There's always going to be things broken, and things will always go missing. We can't solve this problem.
I don't think a test server would fix this particular one because it's an implementation of whatever, essentially checking the boxes to let it know to push.
Well, no, it would, because if they put it on the test server and allowed people to test it, then they would see, wait a minute, we don't have the skill books or the blueprints. We can't test the content without
I don't know, because
I'm pretty sure that stuff was on test.
And then CCP would say, oh, we forgot to seed those
It's a little different with seeding, though, because everything is seeded on the test servers.
Yeah, I don't think this is an issue that would be fixed.
The problem is getting it from the test server to the real server, and that's probably where they lost the blueprints and the skill books.
Right, because the thing is, everything's seeded on the test server. You can go buy a fucking Titan from a station.
You can't actually.
When you are
from the
what's
you
up,
can't
Delana?
buy supers or Titans. Those still have to be built or merged from a copy ship, if I recall.
Shows how much I go to Sissy.
If a large portion of your patch is dedicated to things that will require skill books and blueprints, part of your due diligence
should be check those boxes.
Checking to make sure that the blueprints and skill books will be seeded.
Sure.
I like to have a checklist when I do things.
Like I have a checklist
Underwear.
at work.
Check.
Like there's certain things that I have to do. I push code
Skill books.
occasionally in
Check.
my job.
Blueprint.
Occasionally I will deploy code from a staging environment to a production environment, and there's a certain number of things that I have to do before I push the deploy button, just to make sure that nothing's broken. Like this is not.
How does this
this-
even happen? Like, I mean, I have
This
to do that.
is
Like,
a solvable problem.
audio settings, check. Update coming or
Part of the problem.
starting soon screen turned off during the intro, check. You know, I do these
But
things
even
all
then,
the time.
Sometimes we start the stream and we're muted.
Yeah, that's. I mean, you know, it shit happens.
We're
Also,
humans.
hi Delana and hi Rain. Hi everyone at
Hello, everybody at
Midwest Meetup.
Midwest. Cheers,
Desmonez.
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 I think part of the problem is CC at any given time isn't just the game with whatever the newest thing is on it to where you could just basically push it to become the full product. I think
Hi,
they
Retros.
add whatever the changes are, to play within the the test sandbox, but it's not something so easily that they're like, okay, and now we push this full thing live in such a way. Like they're not just copying over the test server.
Like, get
Where's
good.
this breeze coming from?
Your vents.
Hold on. I'm freaking out. There's a weird breeze.
Why is
Somebody
there
stole
breeze?
the drywall.
Manix boxes were showing. Malka,
I think it's fine.
thanks for the sub. Is Malketh in Iowa? I can't remember if he was going or not.
I don't know.
I thought I remember him saying he wanted
Malchus
to go, but
cannot legally disclose his location.
Hmm.
Malketh,
pretty sure-
Malketh is a secret agent. We all know this.
I'm pretty sure Redline turned it down, right? He wasn't going.
You should say
Yeah,
secret.
Redline.
He's not Asian.
Okay, so
Anyway.
that's compression, right? What's it? Porpoises can now compress gas and asteroid ore. The Orca and Rorqual can compress all resources: gas, ice, asteroid ore, and moon ore.
And Mercoxit.
And
Like
Mercoxit,
Morphite, I
which
guess.
is neat. Passive
Neat.
jet cans has been doubled. We talked about that. Cool. And then the next part is everyone's favorite, the battleship buffs. Remember they talked about the battleship buffs?
The boofs.
Well, those are live now.
The boofs.
boofs.
So now every battleship, which is like T1 battleships, faction battleships,
Everything but the
Tech 2
Praxis.
battleships, everything but the Praxis, because fuck the Praxis, gets a roll bonus of a 50% bonus to armor plates, 100% bonus to shield extenders, and a 5% bonus to hull hit points from
Womp
reinforced
womp.
bulkheads. So, well, hull
I
tanks
mean,
are too strong.
whole
Nobody
tanks
likes
can
whole
be really
tanks.
strong. I mean,
Calente love whole
I think it's because
I
the
guess.
whole modules don't give a set increase of this many hit points. They give a percentage increase of the hit points already on your ship, and therefore you could, depending on the size of the ship you're putting those on, it could really fucking buff them the hell up.
I'm sure there's some sort of balanced thought process behind it.
I'm sure there's a QA team making sure that everything is
I
fine.
mean, it's only on battleships, but I mean, like Damis and like Galente ships have pretty decent hulls, so that's
Yeah, for sure.
So I mean, like if they buffed it
All
up like
tank
25%, then it's like, why would you fly any other tank? Then it would just be
Yeah.
like 3 whole like bulkheads on a Dami or a Megathron, and those would be what you do.
Some people do.
I like it. I like a good hull tank Brutix every now and then. That's good. Good times.
I think we will see a little bit
Rubik's
more
is so much fun.
battleships coming back around into the meta, but it's not going to be a new day, I think, outright.
Right. We've talked about this before, right? Like they still don't apply
Ooh.
to cruiser size ships.
Our assigned
which
dev
means-
has showed up. Darwin, we
They're
have questions.
sluggish.
Hello.
Darwin.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh,
buddy.
fucking
Hey,
late.
Darwin. Come
Darwin, we
on
have questions,
in.
and not
Come
about
on,
not about what you
hey.
think we're gonna ask you, Darwin.
So good to see you, Dart. No, you're fine.
No, we actually have a legitimate question that might be
Yeah,
involved
no,
with
we-
your
we
department.
actually do.
So
So we were talking about the NPE, Darwin, and I understand you're probably under NDA. You probably can't give a definitive answer one way or another, but I just wanted to I have a theory. I'll posit my theory to you. So there's AI programs, there's algorithms out there that do text to speech really well. You feed it a transcript and it spits out something that sounds very, very, very close to a human voice. There's also programs that can use similar technologies to animate 3D models, where you feed it a transcript and it animates the mouth and the face as if it were speaking. I have a hunch. It just wouldn't surprise me. I'm basing this on nothing, just a hunch. that CCP might be doing some research and development on these technologies to fully voice, quote unquote, voice and animate all of the missions in Eve without having to actually do most of the legwork, right? You feed the transcript of the mission text and you let the AIs do the rest.
No mocap required.
No
Just throw it
mocap
into AI.
required. It's just all done algorithmically and
It's kinda,
programmatically.
I think Bethesda
Can you
has something
confirm
like that.
yes or no tonight here on Open Comms if this will be a reality within the next year or so?
Yeah, because I think Bethesda has a similar thing like that. Like a lot of their character models will like, because they don't individually animate all their characters.
Yeah, they don't
because they
go
have
in
so
and
many
hand
thousands,
animate.
like
Right.
tens of thousands of lines of. That's cool, Jalen. But thousands of lines of
Jalen, why you
code,
got to be such a downer, man?
that
Eve missions are
What are
awesome.
there?
Everybody does them.
Tons of people do missions.
What's your fucking problem, dude? Sorry, that was maybe a little over the top.
It would definitely be cool
Aha!
to see.
Confirmed.
I fucking called it. I fucking called it.
It would be cool to see them eventually, like, because we have to assume at some point maybe they'll give missions a facelift and kind of bring them to the current era. But to
Or
update the
facelift.
to update the agents that, maybe they'll just orate what they're telling you to go off and do or something, but that would be interesting.
Well, there you go. CCP confirms it.
Biggity pang. You heard it here first on
Mission
Open
upgrades next year.
Comms.
Here it comes.
Mission
Darwin says.
upgrades next year. Fully voiced and animated characters in all Eve missions. Confirmed by CCP Darwin.
Got it.
Clip it.
Clip it.
Clip it. Snip it. Slap it in a tweet. Let's
For
go.
legal reasons, this is a joke. Nobody's allowed to take me seriously. I claim jester's privilege.
God damn it.
I mean, you guys aren't partners. You could probably like slander and
Yeah,
shit
fucking
like that.
do what we want.
Yeah, we're not Eve partners. We can say whatever we want on here.
Never be partners. I'm not even gonna ask.
Yeah.
That obelisk skin though. Oof.
Oh yeah. I don't even fly an obelisk. What the fuck am I gonna do with that besides give it away on stream?
Which one's the obelisk?
I need to
It's the
fly him
really
sometime.
gross Galente freighter.
Oh, you shut your
Big
mouth.
giant fucking freighter.
Yeah, it's like it's.
There's a
just
partner skin for the
like,
obelisk skin right now.
Take a Dominix and just turn it into a fucking
Freighter.
50 times the size freighter.
Oh, it's the big
Take an
fat one.
IKEA
Big
Okay.
Take an
fat,
IKEA
like,
bookshelf.
Yeah.
Put a spaceship in the middle. Fly that to Jita. That's an obelisk.
What?
It looks like a bookshelf. Like it looks like a piece of the
Yeah.
library. and
I
you put
see
engines
how
on
you
it,
can.
and
I
then
see
off
how
it
you
goes.
can get there. I would never
All
have
the other freighters
gotten
are
there
fine
on my
looking.
own.
Like there's the Fenrir. What's the tech one? God, I can't remember.
Oh shit! A remote dom's dropping in.
Yeah, the Fenrir is the jump freighter of the.
Fenrir's the Mimitar is the
That's
same color.
I know that's the jump freighter. What's the tech one though?
No, that's Fenrir's the Tech 1.
Oh,
You're thinking about a Nomad, perhaps.
no,
The jump-
Nomad's the jump freighter. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Arc is the best one by far. Arc is.
Arc
the
looks
best.
pretty cool. It's like a
Arc is
space
sexy.
beetle.
Yeah, I went with the Arc just because it looks cool.
Kind of looks like the spaceships or the
I mean,
transports
I think you
are
get a
away.
little more. I think the obelisk and the Anshar, I think is the jump freighter one. I think those have the most storage space.
Nope.
Or is it the Rhea?
Arc.
The Rhea and the Charon have the most.
Yeah, Rhea,
It's also
okay,
like
so they have the most cargo
it's like
space.
one of the slowest, I think. As a
I
result, like
think
that's
okay. So I think the obelisk and the Anshar are the tankiest then, because they all have like
Nope.
their own strengths. What the fuck?
It's just
I
ugly.
can't
That's all it's got
believe
going
we're-
for it.
can't
It's
I
just
do a
fucking
lot of stuff with
You know
freighters
what?
and jump
I'm
freighters.
trying to
if you're
remember. I just fly the Arc because it
Boy,
looks
oh
cool,
boy.
and I don't care.
The Arc has the
Alright.
best tank, if I recall. The Galente is kind of like a hybrid between a few of them. It's got decent tank, decent hold. The Fenrir is the agility one, or the Nomad Fenrir. They align quicker.
Everyone, I think everyone just says Charon, but I think it's actually Charon. I think it's
Sharon.
I think it's
Sharon.
technically how you
I like
pronounce
Sharon.
because I mean it's the
Sharon, get in here.
boatman, it's the ferryman for the river Styx is in Greek mythology. That's who Charon was.
Yeah, but what about Gilus?
It's Karen.
I think it's Charon, but
Stop.
everyone says
just
Charon.
stop.
Karen. Sharon, Stone,
Can we call it Karen? I like to make fun of Caldari anyway.
Karen.
Yeah, I mean it's.
I believe it's pronounced Sharon.
Sharon. If you're
Yeah,
that's
It's
that's
en français.
only if
Yeah.
you're French. That's if you're Galente.
Yeah, I was saying like whoever's Greek will know how to pronounce it because that's what it's from. Charon.
Like a Pokemon.
I'm pretty sure it's not
Charizard.
Charon.
With the
Charizard.
battleship
Yeah.
buff,
Oh, there we go.
with the battleship buff, there was a part there that's not on the blog. But CCP Aurora posted it on originally. It got posted on the Bombers Bar Discord, and it was a buff to bombs. So bombs.
Is that where we break news now?
Well, I don't know, man. She was on there and they were talking about
Yeah.
fucking never kill the battleship now, and then she was like, "Got you, bombs buffed.
Yeah.
There, enjoy."
And she put out some
Sprinkle
Twitter
some
posts
fucking
and stuff.
Parmesan on that, and off you go. So the bombs do more damage now, and they have more EHP, which means you can
Instead of
fling
launching
more
6, you can
in
launch
one wave.
7
You can
without them
launch
blowing
7,
each
yeah.
other up.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Which I think
that's even
can
more
be
damage,
even more
which means
still.
they're gonna whack all these giant battleships that are supposed to be showing up. So use your fleet warp mechanics so you're not showing up in a ball, right? You can do the wall thing, or
Yeah.
the flat thing, or the whatever the fuck else it does.
Oh,
The fleet formation.
formation.
chevron. There's like a chevron shape.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the smiley face one. I think that's
The
just gonna
smiley
be awesome
face.
to show
Yeah,
up. as
because
a
you
we
can
fleet
make
gonna-
your
smiley
own,
face.
right? Somebody
Can't-
made
I
a
was
GIF
gonna
there.
say,
Yeah,
can't
I'm
we
just
make our
hoping they-
own?
I just hope that it happens.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
You do the snapshot formation,
Yeah.
and then you
That's
warp
what
in
it
that
is.
formation.
So
I
is
think
sorry.
the initiative made their own, like it's their alliance symbol. They made that in a fleet formation.
The
So like
shield eagle.
when it comes warping in, it's the fucking triangle with the eye and fucking.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
cool.
But like you have to.
That's pretty
It requires a lot
fucking
of coordination because
cool.
you have to get everyone to get in that formation and then snapshot it. Then you can start warping
Yeah.
them in that. So,
So, but
Yeah,
once you do that, oh, that's so fucking
Yeah.
cool, man.
although I don't think you can. Can you save formation? I don't think you can save formation like that. That would be something cool in the future if you could like get a custom formation done and then actually like save it, almost like bookmarks, to where like
Oh, it's only like per fleet.
yeah, because I
that's
understand why.
dumb.
Because the thing is like if there's these ships in this formation, it has to take a snapshot of that. But then if you get another fleet and there's like half as many ships and they're in different types of ships, it's like I don't know what to do with
Yeah.
all this. So
No, you're totally right. Yeah.
it's a little bit harder to program.
So
that
wait,
to, like,
if
be
you
adaptive.
have a fleet of say 50 people and you create a specific formation, but then 5 more people join your fleet,
it messes
those-
it all up probably.
does it
probably
mess it
breaks
all up? You
I
have
don't
to
know. I'm
retake-
not an
Oh.
FC. I've never done the formation
Okay.
warps, but I would assume it would probably break it.
I think most people use the default one.
Yeah, I don't think many people use the snapshot warps unless they're just going for janky stuff like when they're coming in with the logo. It's
Yeah.
because
Or unless you have like a small group and you want to like meme it up.
yeah, like aside from I think the only time you'd use it like spur of the moment, like I like I like the Logi wing off onto that side and our fleet here, and we do a warp. So I'm just gonna do a quick snapshot, boom, warp off here because then we can land on grid and have
Yeah.
the Logi wing already off 50 kilometers or
Yeah,
whatever.
that one works, right?
I would
'Cause you
say
can-
that's
you can
probably the
set it
only
up
time you
prior,
really
like
use it.
DPS here, Logi 50k behind us, like snapshot it. Yeah, like you were saying. Good. Yes, indeed. All right, so that's the battleship buffs. That's pretty much covered, right? Yeah. There's a skin sale on for it too from the 8 to 6.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes. Hello. Greetings.
All right, so I got the cam going. I'm going to get everybody over by the pool table. We'll all wave hi to you. You won't be able to hear us, but you'll be able to see us all from the meetup.
Okay, cool. We'll do shots together.
All right, so give me a few minutes. Just watch the video. I'll get everybody over there eventually. It's kind of like herding cats.
This looks
And-
like
and
you
I've
tapped
been-
in.
Imagine.
What?
I was just gonna say this looks like you tapped into like the CCTV for a bar.
That's
Yeah.
exactly what I've done.
Goodness.
Have all these people given their consent to have their video taken and be streamed on this bullshit show?
Depends on if it's a 2-party consent law in
Do
Des
these
Manez.
people know that they're going to be on open comms? How embarrassing.
Just cite some Texas law.
What's
Well,
Des Manez law?
It's been a
You're
good
holding
ride.
fine.
This is the last
I'll be
Open
there in a
Con
bit.
show
For the week.
forever.
We'll
This is
see
the
if-
last show.
Next week will be it'll be comms open. We'll have to change the name.
Every show is our last show.
Yeah.
That way we always go out with a bang.
Great. Oh, we'll wait. We'll save that. I was going to say something else. All right, there's a little video. Cool. Let's keep talking about this. Yes, there's a skin sale. Whatever. Enjoy your skins. Then the next part is crab while it's hot. If you do the crab beacons, the Concord Rogue Analysis beacon, there are improved rewards for the crab beacons.
I just have to
And
say,
what?
so this didn't show up on stream. Or no, it did. Okay, because Drayden had the cam up. As soon as you started talking about like crabbing and like, there was a guy on Dom's cam who was doing this little like backwards walk dance. And it was almost like he was doing like a crab walk as you were saying it. It was so fucking surreal.
That's funny.
Okay, sorry.
Hello, Dom. Hello, Rain. Looking helpless in the middle of this bar where they can't get anybody to stand still.
Oh god. Oh god, there they are.
Is that like a what's up with the pool table? Is there a pattern on that?
It's
or is
chroma.
That like...
It's the chroma key. You've got the chroma key on it.
Oh.
It also could be pretty worn out
actually,
in the middle.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I was like, why is there such a like digital pattern on that? There's lights on the pool table.
Oh wow, I didn't see it on stream. That's cool. This looks like an air hockey table now on stream.
Yeah, it looks shiny because
I would leave it, but I don't want anyone to like be invisible. I guess if they
There
try
we
to come
go.
on.
Yeah, I would turn it off. Just it does look weird. Yeah, because we've got the Caldari station interior shining through the pool
Yeah.
table.
It's still showing through. Didn't I turn it off?
Just disable the filter.
Yeah, I thought I turned it off, and I apparently didn't.
There it is.
There we go.
It's so bright now.
And frozen.
And
apparently.
they're getting about 2 frames an hour. So
Cool. We're on 1992 internet
yeah.
in Des Moines.
It's a bar.
That sounds
in
about
Des
right
Moines.
for a flyover state.
It's a bar in the middle of the Midwest, so yeah, they're still on like 28.8 BPS.
Yeah. Oh man, I used to have a 28.8K modem.
Like when somebody calls for a cab, it's gonna knock them off.
Yeah, everyone was like, oh,
Yeah.
Nobody
pick up
everyone
the-
had 56K modems. I was like, I got 28.8.
Oh, don't answer that.
Nobody pick up the phone. We're live streaming.
So Alphapan.
Oh look, they're getting them all framed.
Alphapan. That's what, not Alphapan. Alphapan.
Oh,
it's the Midwest meetup. It's an Eve meetup
Thank
down in
you,
Iowa.
Ross.
So that's everyone that came out to Iowa to meet up for. They're doing the bar thing tonight, and they got a bunch of other stuff scheduled for tomorrow and Sunday. So
It occurs to me that not only can they probably not hear us, they probably can't see us. So they're all doing this, being like, "Are they done yet? Are we in the frame? Like what?"
yeah, what are they doing? They're trying to get them all together for a photo shoot, even though they're on camera, like a video
Just a
camera.
wave to us.
Oh, I think
That's
they're
all
doing
the
shot-
population
Oh
of Des
shit,
Moines.
they're doing shots with us. We gotta.
Oh, okay.
Ready?
Shots.
I guess-
to Des Moines.
guess we'll do a shot.
Cheers. Okay, then
Hey,
cheers. Hey, Mike. Mike's here.
What's up, Mike?
Mike's here.
Mike Azaria.
Delicious.
I'm trying to see if
Pour
I
one
know
out
anyone
for the
else there.
homie.
I don't think I
Yeah,
do.
that guy.
Like, I know Dom, Rain, and Delana.
I know.
think that's
Yeah, I know
about it.
Dom, Rain, and Delana. That's all I've
I think there was a
recognized
few
so
other
far.
names
Hey,
that
isn't that-
I think there were some other names in the.
Who's the guy in the trench coat and the fedora?
I don't know. I saw some other
That's
names
not
in
a
the
good look
Iowa
for you
chat
players.
that I recognized.
That's Delana?
but I don't think I've
That's-
ever met
Is that
them in person,
Delana?
so-
She's like eating pizza.
I
Oh,
think
yeah,
that is
yeah.
Delana right there.
No, that's
in
her, that's
the
her
center.
phone. I thought it was pizza too. No, it's yeah. That's
Oh,
Delana.
she's clicking on her phone. I thought she had like
She
a
got
pizza
on her
slice.
head.
of
I
pizza
thought it
in
was
her
a pizza
hand.
slice at first too. I was like, she could just eat pizza into the camera.
There's Rain beside her. What she got on her head? Oh, it's a toque. Okay.
It's like a beanie.
A toque. Yeah.
Like, is that a fucking hockey sock? What is that?
Jimmy
Is
hat?
it pronounced toque?
That's what they call it in Canada.
I've always
They
pronounced
call
it
it
toque.
They call it a toque.
Okay.
It's different. That's something
We're
else.
doing a toque?
It's
Oh,
not.
that's-
Wait, is that how they spell it up there? LB, the
No,
way Mike said
it's
it.
T-O-Q.
T-O-U-K.
Yeah, so the C is optional.
Oh, I thought it was T-O-U-K. But
No. That's like a shawarma, I think. You can get that in a Lebanese restaurant.
I got him. I got him. I got him. You fuckers. I got you.
I
don't know why I'm so excited about it.
I don't know, you won't be able to hear us. We're having a great time. I've drank a lot.
Good.
But I love you guys, and
that digital drink.
digital drink.
Oh, I'm just saying, like,
I'll save some swag for each of you guys, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Delana, we love your hat. Chill out. Fuck.
It's easy with the all caps there.
She's
Spicy.
awesome.
Yeah,
Calm
take
down.
the caps
All right.
down a bit
I'll
there.
come back and
Whoa.
check with you guys later, okay?
She's raising her
All
voice in
right.
this bar.
All right, Dom. Have fun, bro.
Love y'all.
Love
Be
you.
safe, buddy. So did he just set his phone up? On,
Oh
like,
shit! No, she was talking about her hat, not her phone. I was like, we thought it was a slice of pizza at first. She's thinking about her hat.
Just the way she was holding
Yeah,
her phone,
the
it kind of
phone-
looked like she was holding a slice of pizza.
Yeah, no, I agree. For some reason, I thought she was talking about her phone. She's like, y'all making fun of my hat, and I was like, we thought it was a slice of pizza.
Delana, stop listening to us and go mingle
Go
at the
drink.
party. For fuck's
There's-
sake, what are you
There's
doing?
actual people in the room. Go see them.
Don't waste your
Hold on, I
time
have
with
to check
us.
in with my
Jesus
digital
Christ.
friends.
Yeah.
You're at an Eve meet and you're gonna watch open comms on your phone?
Fucking nerd.
I'm,
All right, bolstered bulkheads is the next part, and this is the
What is this?
all right.
it's the half rollback of surgical strikes. Remember surgical strike? You guys remember that?
Little bit.
I know of it.
That's when everybody stopped using their supers and titans.
Yeah,
they,
they rolled
nerfed
all
the,
the-
a lot of
they nerfed the tank on a lot
yeah.
of things.
All the resistance modules. They rolled them back 20%. So
Whoops.
if you had whatever,
Oh
they rolled
shit!
them back 20%. This one they rolled them back, so back towards the front. So they rolled them back. Now we're gonna go forward halfway. So now they're at 90% of what they used to be. That makes sense. Does that make sense?
So did we take 2 steps forward and 1 step back?
And we took
I don't
2
think so.
steps back,
One step,
one
forward,
step
And
forward.
1 step forward. Okay.
and then you do the.
So that's where we
you have to
are
shake.
with that. They didn't touch the Tech 2 close range ammo,
We
which
do
is
the
good
hokey
because
pokey.
I really like the void
turn
buff and
yourself around.
stuff. But
what it's all
yeah,
about.
now things will be a little bit more tanky as long as you're using resist modules. So this bolstered bulkheads combined with the battleship buffs means that battleships should be like
Better than AHAX? Or just
fucking
hacks, I mean?
super chunky. Well, they're going to be like
Just different.
pretty
Just
chunky,
different.
but they still
Yeah,
don't
they're way
apply
more
and they still
tanky
don't
than the
move.
hacks, but the thing is, it's
They're big and slow.
the damage application, I think, that apply. It's like, are they going to be able to apply damage to hacks well enough to kill them?
Well, I was thinking,
Mobility is
like,
a big part of it.
Yeah, the
if you
mobility
take
is not
bolstered
great.
bulkheads into account with the battleship buffs, you can change the fitting on your battleship to get it to apply to smaller stuff.
Right.
In theory,
That's true.
right? You can put tracking computers on it or paints or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, like, armor.
Get the thing to shoot hacks better.
The problem with armor battleships are too slow. Shield battleships
yeah.
are much more maneuverable, but very susceptible to bomb runs. So, kind of.
I mean, all battleships I think are very susceptible to bombs.
Yeah, but armored
true.
battleships can tank bombs a lot better. Like, you need a lot of fucking bombs to blow up an armored battleship fleet as opposed to a
Like
shield
how many?
battleship
Like
fleet.
7 maybe?
Well, maybe, no, because I remember, like, I mean, if they're like brick tanked armored battleships, you could probably survive a bomb run even if it lands point blank. Because you're gonna be using afterburners too. You get a shield battleship fleet, you have max sig radius, so you're taking max damage from the bombs. And if people have their MWDs on, they're like, you're pretty much taking max damage from bombs. So
Right. So that's pretty much the end of that Road to FanFest live blog. Right at the end, they say it's a long and binding road. The road to FanFest is long and filled with excitement. So there's even more to look forward to on the horizon, including a blog that will discuss revisions to structure combat power and more. Be sure to check out the patch notes for full details.
What was that? What?
That's my
I heard
fucking
some-
phone. My wife
Oh.
is calling me. You
Turn
know,
your
she's
put your
upstairs.
phone on silent. We have a show to
Look,
do.
man, I'm an important individual.
Hey,
I
you have
need
to
be able
answer it
take
on
phone calls.
camera now. True professional didn't turn his phone off while we're streaming.
Lives depend on me. Okay, I can't just turn my phone off.
Oh yeah, sure.
Man, if you're an 18-year-old kid on a basic training course and you get arrested by the cops, who you calling?
I'm
calling
calling
Jeremy
LB.
LeBlanc.
I'm calling LB. Okay.
What
else?
What's the problem, honey?
What else is going on?
Oh, there's a cat on her shoulder. Hold on, look.
Oh,
Oh, that's adorable. Get out of here.
very cute.
Is she watching the show?
Okay. All right. Yep. She
Hello,
hung up.
Mrs. LB.
She hates me. It's fine.
Your wife or the cat?
Both of them. They all-
Okay.
That's fair.
All right. So that's the end of the fucking Road to FanFest.
Well, no, continue reading because you were.
Okay, well, they're talking about structures at the end. The structure, combat power, and more. And more. Trademark. Be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on the above updates. And then the next thing I have here is the patch notes, which I'll give you a link to.
But it says the gate has never been greener. What does that mean?
Well, if you had been on a fleet before, you would know.
I know what gate being green means. I'm just saying, what are they alluding to?
It means
They're
you can
more
jump through the gate.
jumpable.
Means you can go.
Please go
Never mind.
through the gate.
Yeah,
The gate has never been greener.
It's always greener. So like, if the FC says it's red, it's kind of more like yellow.
The gate is
And so
always
you can
greener.
kind of
on
jump
the
at
other
your own
side.
discretion, or if you feel like. That's how I'm taking it. You know, like,
Exercise
Oh,
your best discretion
How do you
when
how do you
encountering
play
jump.
Eve and you not know what gate is green means?
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking what they're meaning by it.
What do
I
you
feel
think?
like
What do
that's
you
were
think
asking.
they mean? It's pretty obvious, Akaroth. Come on now.
Maybe it just seems obscure to me. I'm sorry.
Maybe undock once in a while.
I do undock quite.
I really wish.
I know
you
more.
undock
How do
to
you-
mines,
how do you
and then
not
you
know
dock
more-
back up
how do
and
you not
ship
get
it
the
off the
meaning?
top.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anyone would ever take it that literal, but I really wish I was on a fleet and just the FC be like, the gate is red, everybody, and someone just be like, I see it as yellow. Is that okay? Like on like an Amar gate or something. I just, like it just them just whoosh right over.
Or like a
Fucking
metallic,
with the
it's like a
FC.
metallic blue. I'm jumping through.
Like, is something wrong?
yeah.
What do you,
Yeah.
what do you
No,
mean
Something
it's
wrong with my
red?
game?
No, there's a green light coming
Is
through it. I
supposed to
see
be
it.
green? What? Yeah. Oh,
I know
man.
what green looks like, asshole. I would
I
love.
need to make an
I would.
alt,
I want to
train
be
it
on
up,
comms.
join
when
an
it
alliance,
happens.
and then do
Drayden,
that
do it.
specifically for that.
Please do it.
purpose.
Drayden,
And then
you can
everyone
do
be like,
that in the alliance.
"No, you
that you're in
idiot!
right
It means
now.
don't jump," and then just like log off and never log on again, and just think they scared me away forever. They're like, "Man, you guys are assholes. He quit the game now." Ugh. That would
All
be
right, so
worth
there's
the
that.
whole new account
Patch notes.
and months of training.
There's not a lot that in the patch notes that we haven't talked about here. There's some things that they fixed, like they fixed an issue with the new compression skills not being available, so that's fixed. They fixed an issue that could result in the compression window becoming deadlocked if materials were added while the window was updating. Oh, that's good. Pressing the enter key now correctly completes a purchase or buy order. Man, that was
Nice.
broken the other night. And I was trying to buy shit, and I was like,
How
"What the
does
fuck
that
is wrong
break?
with this
Oh,
keyboard?" No, it's the game.
oh,
Spaghetti
no.
code, dude.
All right.
That's why we can never get rid of
weird.
bosses.
It's
That-
so funny.
That one, it's like it's such a small minor thing, but that would actually be the most annoying. Fucking
Super
shit.
frustrating.
It's one of those things. Like, how the fuck did that break? What caused
Yeah.
that?
Pause code.
That's
They
so
removed
funny.
spaghetti.
That's
I,
why
like
we can
can't
never get
even-
rid of pauses because if we ever do, all the ships will fly.
yeah,
upside.
I
There's
like,
no
I
telling
can't-
how big the tsunami would be afterwards.
I
The only
can't
thing
blame
that tells Eve
CCP
Online
for that
which
one.
way is up and which way is down is the pauses. If
That's
the
right.
sticks ever disappear, it'll be
But if
fucking
it
chaos.
flipped the game upside down, and then what if they just like then inverted the y-axis for the ship's reference or the camera reference? So then the ships
Then
still
it's
actually look
fixed.
like they're flying right side up, but then all the structures would be upside down. But what if that's just how they are?
What
then-
now?
if?
but
what
then
if
the-
it was like
the
real
nebula-
space and there was no up or down and everybody was just at a weird janky angle?
It would
Wouldn't that be fun?
if they just suddenly flipped the y-axis, the whole game would look so different because you're used to
would.
seeing the planets in specific positions. You're used to seeing the nebulas a very specific way. So if that's suddenly all upside down, even if
But also
perceptually
the-
your
the
ship is
structures,
right
I mean,
side
like-
up, yeah, but like everything is gonna look so weird.
Like just imagine Jita from the bottom up. That's how it is.
Oh
Right
man.
side up.
All the stations would look
I
very
think everyone
strange.
would quit.
You think?
I mean,
This
I don't
game's
know, man.
unplayable now.
I don't know. I don't know.
There's a lot of reasons to quit.
I think
being upside
no.
down doesn't
Here's
sound like a
here's what
valid
would
one.
happen. Here's what
I
would
tolerate
happen.
a lot of things, but don't fuck with my y-axis.
So CCP, they would patch the bug and put everything right side up again. And there would be a not insignificant portion of the community who would be screaming to have it turned back upside down. They would insist that the game was somehow better with the y-axis inverted.
And we would ask
they
for
would
it to be a
shit on
toggle.
they would shit on CCP for fixing it, and yeah, they would ask for a toggle in the menu.
At least let me keep it.
Give us the choice.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. What if that's like an April 1st thing that you just flip the y-axis?
It's
So
like
does
when
anybody else
that would
have
be
a,
the skin bug.
That would be hilarious if they just did it for a day and just fucked with the whole game in such a
Oh,
way.
Or what if they really
man.
fucked if they turned all
Like you could
X
adapt
values
it,
to
wouldn't
y values
greatly
and
change the
vice
game,
versa?
but it would.
Oh my god.
That
You
would
know,
actually fuck
there would
with
be
so much shit.
there would be 3 types of people. There would be the type of people A that enjoy it. There would be the type of people that B would be like, how much dev time did you waste on this? You could have fixed faction warfare. You could have fixed fucking. You flipped the game. Fucking how much man hours what did the art team do during this? This is bullshit. And then fucking there'd be another group that wouldn't even notice and just move along with their daily fucking chores. Like,
Like mission runners
They
are just
would-
still doing the cues, so they're not
Yeah.
paying attention to the
Yeah, they just look
orientation.
and they
Like,
see like things up there.
traders have no
That's
idea.
weird.
They're just
They would
staying
just be
back.
like, "Oh, it looks different this time. Okay, whatever," and they just keep playing.
The triangles are little pyramids now.
I really like the salty impersonation there.
well, just
That was a
there's
good-
always that fucking group where they're like,
That was a good
look
version.
at this fun cheeky thing we threw in. Oh my god, were you fucking wasting dev time in this? Do you fucking understand like what the fuck is wrong? Why didn't you fix the corporation interface layout? Like why didn't you fix the fucking alliance management? Like you could have fucking
I just like the
I love when
gagging,
it's
the
art
intermittent
changes, too.
gagging is it's just
When
part
people
of
are
how
like,
they
you
talk.
realize the art team doesn't touch any of those things. This is an art change.
Like, they literally do the art. They
Yeah.
make the ships
Why weren't
shiny.
they working on the faction warfare? Like you said, it'd be like, because they don't know how. That's not their thing.
They don't do that. Anyways,
Hell yeah.
we can move on to something completely different if you'd like.
What sort of different?
And now for something completely different.
Ooh, I
Yeah.
like that.
So
Different.
if you're tracking the war in Ukraine, you should be because you're
Yeah.
adults. There's a war in Ukraine, and they put out a blog post called "We Stand Together," where they basically announced a Plex for Good campaign. So once again, if you're familiar with the Plex for Goods campaigns, bad things happen. The EVE community comes together, donates Plex to a character called CCP Plex for Good, and then they take those
Yeah, let me
Plex,
spell
they
it
convert them
specifically.
into real world dollars, and donate them to charities that help with those various bad things. The last one we did, which is the last one we did? The bushfires in Australia?
Australia, I think.
No, it was for COVID.
Yeah,
It's for
COVID,
COVID
it's
relief.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody got
Before that was the Australian wildfires.
There was also
So-
like various tsunamis, earthquakes, all kinds of relief efforts done. So
Yeah, we're going to hell in a handbasket. And the only thing that's keeping this earth together is your Plex donations. So remember
Right.
that.
yeah, so I put I typed it in chat. That specific character, type that in. Also double check because I'm sure. I hope to see. Usually CCP is very on the ball, getting rid of scammers that are making alt accounts. I mean, like anyone that makes an alt account like that, they're gonna see it, trace where the Plex goes, and get rid of it. But anyway,
Yeah.
make sure it's not a scam account. Make sure they are part of the actual CCP alliance. This character has, I think it's like over 12 years old, so make sure it's that established character and not some newer character. Kind of just double check it, look at it when you're making your contract for Plex to make
And-
sure that you're sending it to the right spot.
Yeah, and Mike Azariah says scamming using Plex for Good to scam
Right.
other players is a huge
Instant
no.
permanent ban, and they will
Instant
find where
permaban,
every single bit
yeah.
of ISK or Plex or anything that you got went, and
And
they will
that goes like
probably take it all back and ban every single account that ever touched that Plex
Right.
from that point on.
And-
So,
I've never
Well,
heard of anyone doing it, but
no,
I'm sure.
I don't think anybody would
I don't
be.
think anyone bothers because
would
like,
be
even
that
scammers like
stupid.
it's not worth it. Everything will get caught, and it'll just
But,
there's
I
no
mean,
way for me to get it to any
if
account
you
that can
if
use
you
it, so-
come across anybody who is scamming in the name of
Report
Plex
it.
for Good, report the fuck out of them.
In this particular
At
campaign, they
Swift.
will send you directly to Ukraine to drive tractors. So
Yeah. Okay. So yeah,
That's a great way to make money, though, right now.
Yeah,
if
Bjorn's
you get
saying.
some-
I mean,
Bjorn just checked.
some
There's
retired
one
vehicles.
character with that name, so that should be the right character. But yeah, so CCP Plex for Good. that's where you send the Plex to, and they're going to match it. So any amount of Plex you send, basically the amount of money that Plex is worth, they're going to donate that, and then CCP is also going to match that donation amount as well. So
Up to $250,000, which means potentially CCP is going to throw $500,000 at this
right.
charitable cause, which is cool.
Yeah. So
So the second
us
link I posted
collectively
is the actual Plex for Good Ukraine campaign, which starts the 8th of March, which was 3 days
you can
ago.
come on, Mike, if you want.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
Always nice to see
Mike,
someone.
I fixed the link. So the Discord link right below the stream, where it says about OpenComm show, that little thing right below the stream thing, there should, to the right, there should be a Discord button that will give you an invite to the Discord. And I'll just jump into one of the voice channels down there and we'll drag you in. You can come on if you want to add to it. What were you saying, Noel?
I think we're in Mike's prime time zone too. He's from
He's in
Vancouver,
he's in Vancouver. Or no, well, he's in Victoria. Not
same
shit.
thing.
Did we just dox him? I apologize.
No, I think he's
I think
He's
he's
tweeted about
mentioned
that
it
stuff.
himself
Canada's a
before.
big place.
I think he's mentioned it himself before, but yeah, he's in
It's
BC.
fucking huge up
He's
there.
in BC. We'll say that.
Yeah.
Although
Mike
I
should
just
be
said
like
where he's
our
from, so-
resident CSM, and whenever we need a CSM,
Let's
we should
bring
be
him
able to
on
just
in
bring
here.
Mike, and he'll be
Hey,
on.
Mike.
He'll be coming
Your
in.
Hey, Mike.
your microphone is off, buddy.
So if you're not familiar with Mike Azariah on people's streams, he always brings technical gremlins with him. So
Yeah. Looks like he might have got it fixed. He also
maybe?
he also does the magic school bus. So he basically runs around HiSec
Yeah.
with a bow. Is it a bowhead he uses? I assume a bowhead. But he essentially runs around with ships that he just runs around and just finds newer players and just gives them free ships to like go and do shit with. And so it's calls it the magic school bus. It's he's the local charity man.
He's helping new bros. He's giving them ships and fittings and
Also, just info. I think anytime,
Yeah,
Just say likely a little
always
bit of
willing to
info.
answer
Introducing them to
questions.
the
So if like newer
game.
players are like, how do I do this? He's like, let me tell you. So
Yeah, he's a fixture in the rookie chat help channel as well.
right,
We'll find you and we'll give you a shit.
yeah. There's
A lot of new players accuse him of scamming.
yeah. There's
He's like,
well,
"Here,
which
have a new
is
ship."
the thing.
He's
Is
like,
like,
they're
it's
like,
because
this
scamming is so
scam, I've
prevalent. He's
heard
like,
of
here's
it.
a free ship. They're like, wait, I'm getting scammed somehow. He's like,
Yeah.
no. Here's just a free ship. Take it.
Somebody's
And they're
giving
like-
me a free ship in EVE
They're like,
Online.
I don't know. Somehow I'm gonna lose money on this. He's like, it's a free ship.
It's a free
Just
ship.
take it.
Like, just
I'm
look
just
at the
gonna eject it from the bowhead. You just
it's
get in it.
it's
and go
not a
away.
bad thing. That's the thing. Is like newer players that are that cautious. It's good because just
Yeah.
blindly accepting contracts that they think is giving something free
That's
to
the
them.
kind of critical thinking we want in
right,
EVE.
right. Although I don't know if he does. We'll have to ask him when he gets his mic fixed. But like I don't know if he does contracts or if he goes into a station and just right click trades with them. Because when you're in a trade window, you can see it's like, oh, they're giving me a ship and I'm giving them nothing.
Right. But
There's
but
no way
even
you can get scammed that way.
if you're brand new to EVE and you know nothing else about the game, all you know about EVE is that it's cutthroat and there's a lot of scams that go on. If one of your first interactions in the game is somebody trying to give you something for free and all you know about EVE is that you get scammed a lot,
right.
no such thing as a free lunch. That's
Right.
If it sounds
Too-
too good
too
to be true,
right.
yeah.
That's the only way I ever got scammed was a
So
Gita thing that was
I
too good to
don't.
be true.
I think it's kind of like the unfortunate reality of what Mike does, and it's kind of funny. I think it's kind of a funny aspect of EVE, but Mike is the one of the best dudes in this game.
Braden, how much? Sorry.
I was saying, if you need to check, Mike, down at the very bottom left Discord to the right of
Oh,
your name.
he's got his cam. He's turning his cam
He
on.
turned his cam off, but like there should be the little like settings cogwheel. Go there, go to voice and video, and just make sure that it's set to your. There's a drop down menu at the top of that menu option for your microphone. Just make sure you have it set to whatever mic you're trying to use. And then we also do force push to talk, so you might want to check to make sure you have a push to talk button set. Yeah, I tried to FC one time, and well, I didn't FC.
I tried to do it once. Never again. It's not for me. It's
I'll
too
do it.
stressful.
I was fine doing FC because all I
Best
did was
one,
like move
too.
people. Oh, we
Hey,
got
we
Mike.
can
What's
hear
up,
you.
man?
Oh, seriously? You can hear me?
Yes.
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. As somebody said, yeah, gremlins and I go hand in hand together. I'm fairly sure they've adopted me as one of their own.
Are you like at least the top gremlin?
Have you moved up the ranks?
He's the Pied Piper of gremlins.
Are you social engineering this group of gremlins yet?
So, and yes, I get accused of being a scam all the time when I'm driving the bus because, hey, I often say that I'm very hard to believe in.
Well, it's also people giving away free stuff to random people for no reason other than just to give them free stuff just sounds like a scam and Eve for the most part. So, I mean, there's not many people that do that. So
yeah, it's part of it's hard to prove to new players. Like they say, how can I tell you're not a scam? And I ask them, what could I say that a scammer couldn't say? I mean, seriously, dude, I can link to you videos of CCP devs talking about what I do, if that will help.
I mean, my
It's probably the
I
best
figured that would
way.
be
the
like
best
an
way to
open
do it
and
is
shut
just here's a
case.
ship
Yeah.
and like
No.
check.
Those
check
are paid actors.
yeah.
This is fucking this is scam.
fake
Hey.
news.
You got
Iceland
somebody from
doesn't
Fiverr to
pay
do that.
devs enough. They have to do little Fiverr gigs on the side.
Yeah, I like the scammer thing where it's like check my bio and there's like 5 random people's quotes. It's like obviously
Testimonials.
I mean, like you make your own bio, so you can just make up quotes all you want. But it's like this person said this. It's like cool. That doesn't prove shit. But I mean, like if you're giving someone a ship, it's like just look like I'm taking nothing and giving you this. Like how could that be a scam?
By the way, Manic, I have heard people actually do there ain't no such thing as the free lunch quote to me.
I
So,
was gonna say, like, you must get it a lot.
yeah, usually when they say that, when I say, I read Moon as a Harsh Mistress too. I like that book. I like Heinlein's work. And they never get what I'm talking about. I'm too old and too sci-fi for them.
You elderly man playing a video game.
Although I don't know, like here's my proposal. I mean, we have a monument for Katya Say. We have a monument for Kriba. Why is there not a Mike Azariah monument for the school bus?
There should be.
Like
because I'm not dead yet, and there's no way in hell
Well,
I
neither
have
of
an
those two
ego.
people are
Katya
dead.
Say's not
They're
dead.
not dead.
Kriba's
Or
not
I
dead.
don't have an ego big enough to ask for something like that. I won't
Well, don't ask
even
for it.
ask
We'll
for a
ask for you.
specific skin.
Nah, yeah, we're gonna push for
Let's
we're
start-
gonna push
let's start
for
a-
it.
let's start
We're
a,
starting
CCP Darwin. CCP Darwin's
CCP
our
Darwin's
dev.
in his chat. He's
take
lurking.
this message to
Let's
to
get the art team on a fucking
Need a Mike
monument for Mike
Azariah. Give him a
Azariah.
big golden bowhead.
Go
That'd be
talk
cool.
with the cabal.
A giant bowhead statue.
Anyways, the reason I want to step in was just to have one quick word about the Ukraine thing. Although
yeah.
I'll field any other questions you have before I get the hell out and before you guys get infected with gremlins.
It's not possible. But yeah, go ahead.
There was a don't challenge the gremlins. There was a bit of debate with asking for there to be a Plex for Good on this one because it is the first Plex for Good where we're responding to something that is not a natural disaster. And there was some hesitation in asking for and them agreeing to it because war is very different than COVID or a tsunami or any of the other, or the wildfires in Australia or any of the other things that we've
Those are
ever
natural
donated
disasters.
Plex. Those are natural disasters. And unless you want to call Russia a natural disaster as opposed to a national disaster, then it was us stepping into a new ground. And then you get a whole bunch of what about idiots going, what about Syria? What about Afghanistan? Why didn't you donate to this war, that war, that war? And the real cardboard chewers and crayon eaters are out there saying it's because they're white, isn't it? And so I think it was brave of CCP to step into a political minefield and actually start to take a side. They weren't quite as brave as I was hoping they were. There's been some stuff out there. If you don't call it a war, if you say the conflict in the Ukraine, it makes it sound like both sides were involved in starting it.
Yeah,
If you
it
say
kind of diminishes what's going on if you call it a conflict.
Right. If you instead say the invasion of the Ukraine by Russia, then you're calling a spade a spade. And so CCP had to walk a tightrope because, like they said, we've got lots of Russian players and Ukrainian players. CCP has Russian devs and they have Ukrainian devs. And I've dealt with both of them over the years. And I doubt that any of them are really ecstatic about what's going on right now.
Right.
Sure.
So that was just the little political aside and the kind of a backdrop to things that have to be considered. Seems dog obvious if we need a Plex for good for this, but it actually was a step in a new direction for CCP because it wasn't the same as any of the previous ones in that regard.
Yeah. And one thing I'll put in as well, like, I don't know the exact charities as they go into, but like this is not a charity that's like supplying weapons or stuff like that to Ukraine. This is a charity that's supplying financial and humanitarian aid to refugees and people, like civilians that are displaced from homes and all that kind of stuff. This is going to the general populace and refugees of Ukraine, and the money's not going to the war effort in Ukraine at all. So
yeah, the money from the campaign is going to the United Nations High Commission on Refugees, which is the UN refugee agency.
Yeah, so this is helping people that are affected by war.
There's already 2 million refugees that have fled Ukraine into neighboring nations, and the UNHCR is anticipating up to 4 million refugees fleeing the area. So that's why the UNHCR is the charity of choice to donate to in this case.
Now, I don't know what the rules are. I was going to offer one thing. Speaking of Magic School Bus and trust issues, they have requested for the Plex for Good to have a minimum of 200 Plex for it actually to keep CCP from going crazy with, one being nickeled and dimed, if you understand what I mean.
What was the minimum again you said?
200 Plex.
200, okay.
But if somebody wants to donate 1 Plex or 2 Plex or 3 Plex and want to use me as a throughput, I am going to be making a large donation, and I can tag yours onto the donation from what I'm doing. So if you trust me to send Plex my way, it will go to them. And if you think I'm not trustworthy, well then hell, don't donate. But I think I've got a fairly decent the old joke. Sorry, I'm gonna veering off track for a second. You guys remember Kigali?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yep.
One of the fan fests that we went to together, met up there, and I was joking with him. I said, I'm fairly sure I'm the third most honest guy in Eve. And he looked at me for a second and he said, who the hell is the second guy?
That's great.
Yeah. Because I mean, like, Kriba's one. I think everyone.
Kriba's number
everyone
one.
agrees Kriba's one.
Mike, you're number 2. Like without question.
I mean, if
who's the second guy?
If you're gonna blindly trust anyone in the game with anything, you could like, I mean, if you want to send a Plex to Mike to send to the donation, it will get there. He's not gonna say he sent it and keep it himself. He won't.
Mike Azariah has our full endorsement on this show.
Absolutely.
But not for the election, because I'm not running in the next one.
What?
Are your term limits up?
No, I just don't want to risk it. I'd rather come up when there's something that I don't want to ever lock myself out of the door and then find out there's something I directly want to be involved in. Like I ran again for the past 2 terms because they've been doing the NPE a lot, and that's something that I really care about and wanted to have a hand in.
Well, because it's the limits. It's 2 in a row, right? So like, if you take a year off, you can then run for 2 more after that, right?
Yep, you can serve as often as you want. You just can't serve too many times in a row. I think I think a whole bunch of guys are going to be coming up against the wall. So
wait.
This is going to be a new election with fewer incumbents.
Oh,
which would be cool to see, honestly. I think.
Right. Because
I thought there was like. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying, like, because you, Mike, you had another one previous, but that was before they came out with the term limit thing, right? So like, you could run one more time if you wanted.
Yeah, I could run one more time, but I'd be locked out the following year.
I think Innominate and Merkelchand can't run again, if I'm correct.
And Fuzzy Steve?
Fuzzy cannot.
Steve Vernuken?
Yeah, I think he's been on CSM for God, I don't even know how many at this point.
Yeah, so like, yeah, Innominate, and that's the thing is like, I mean, those were like the two big Imperium candidates. So like, Innominate and Merkle-chan can't go again. They've been
Well, according to this, I'm looking at the open letter because he lists all the who ran what terms. So yeah, Merck is 13, 14, 15, 16. So
yeah,
he's
been
definitely
there for a
locked
while.
out.
And Innominate's been there for, like, at least 3 in a
Gobbins is
row.
14, 15, 16. So he'll be locked out.
Mm.
Me, I'm 15, 16. So technically I could. Nom is 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. He's going to be
Yeah.
locked out for sure.
Yeah.
Brisk went
could go because
13,
he
skip
skipped a
15,
year. Yeah.
16.
Yeah, Brisk, he skipped a year, so he could go one more, and then he'd have to take a break. But so that might put Brisk as like he might actually be like the number one,
The premier Imperium candidate, yeah.
at that point. Which is like, I mean, like, yeah, that's the thing, like, because CSM talk is coming up in the next month or two. Like, this could be campaign season.
Yeah, and people out there, Val, if you want to run for CSM, do. I'd like to see a really full. I like to see lots of competition when I'm not in the race.
Oh, Hateless with the raid. Welcome to the
Hateless
show,
with the
guys.
raid, bro.
Thanks for the raid, guys. Welcome to the show. We are, we were just. Do we kind of just took a really quick rehash? There's the Plex for Good thing. We were getting into that for Ukraine. So, just a quick thing. If anyone was wanting to donate proceeds to Ukraine,
Hateless throwing fucking shade. Oh, I doubled your viewers right there.
he did actually.
Get the fuck out of here, man.
No, he's
Come
not,
on.
he's not lying.
banning him. I'm
It's not
banning him.
hateless at all.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, just
we're open
ban him.
comms, but we're no
Yeah,
hateless
you know what?
gaming.
Thanks
Whoa,
to the
watch
raid.
out.
Thanks to the raid ban, motherfucker. Plex, or no, what is it? CCP Plex for Good. That's the character. If you want to donate Plex to Ukraine, CCP will match your donation. And
I linked the post
send it
in
there,
chat again.
but then we were talking about CSM. We have Mike here. We were talking about some CSM stuff, and actually just kind of bringing them on for everything. But that's where you guys caught us. That's a little recap of the last 10 minutes, I guess.
Yeah.
Same old, same old. It's always funny. I just got a note from CCP this afternoon, by the way, that they've accepted my application to be a speaker at FanFest.
Nice.
Oh.
Congratulations.
So now I got to figure out what the hell I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, what are you going to talk about?
Talk about how to give away ships for free. Oh, and use that presentation platform to get your monument up. I just thought about it. Like,
Yeah.
they mentioned like a bowhead monument. I think it should be a bowhead monument, but like the front of it, almost like Thomas the Train style, like your face in the front with a big old mustache.
Yes, on the front of the bowhead.
Bowhead with a big old like Mike Azariah mustache right on the front.
Oh my god, I love it.
Hell yeah!
Can
we
we
please
mock
have that
something up
monument
like that
in the
and get
game?
it on a T-shirt on
I
Duke maybe?
could probably mock something up.
Hell yeah!
Actually, what I'm planning on talking about roughly is a sequel to my Winning in Eve talk I gave at Eve Vegas in 2017.
Nice.
Did you say winning in Eve? Are you encouraging people to quit?
Well, that was
No,
the thing. Was
winning
it was
in
part of
Eve.
part of the
Not
joke.
winning Eve.
Part of the joke was I talked about that it's become a meme that winning Eve means you've quit. You know, interesting game. The only way to win is to not play.
Yeah.
And I know Manic got that reference. I don't know how many other watched
I
that
got it.
movie
Oh,
because
yeah,
it's an
yeah,
old
yeah.
movie.
I mean, it's just kind of like everyone has heard that.
Everybody knows
phrase.
war games. Everybody knows war games. Come on now.
Matthew brought it.
Oh, you mean that movie with
I
Harrison
know of it. I've
Ford?
never seen it.
No, that's what is that movie?
That's Star Wars.
No. Well, no, the Ender's Game is the one the remake of Ender's Game.
Ender's Game, War Games, Star Wars, Star Trek.
He's been in too many space shit. Wait, Harrison Ford is in Star Trek?
Harrison Ford is in Star Trek.
What?
He plays a character named Han Solo. Everybody knows this.
God damn it. Fuck.
All right, that's the end of the show, everybody. Good
All
night.
right, we're done.
Han Solo.
Bye. So. Wait, he was in Debbie Does Dallas?
If you listen closely, you can.
That
hear
was
the
early in
sound
his
of
career.
desks flipping everywhere.
Yeah. Just the rage. We haven't
All
even
right.
got to the. Oh, we just lost.
You're a
the-
wizard, Harry, so use the force.
Oh! We got
No
it.
Drayden, did
problem.
you-
Why am
did
I
we-
so big?
Speaking of Plex for Good, did we?
did you do?
Put any Plex in for that on behalf of?
Yeah. So Open Comms put $100 worth of Plex in there. I think
Oh,
it's
nice.
2860. So we put 100 in towards Ukraine.
Look at us.
Look at us.
Look at you. Look at you.
I did my part,
Who'd have thought?
or we did our part.
There we
I guess.
Only problem is I'm labeled as manic, and I'm only
Yeah, I
slightly
had to fix
manic.
it. We had a
Oh.
little.
You guys have
intrusion,
similar facial hair, you'll be fine.
Eve Midwest is
We
or
have
the
similar
Midwest
facial-
meetup. So Eve Desmonez is going on right now, and
I'll be Desmonez and Mike can be me.
I actually like this because it looks like Mannix is just creepily stalking
I'm
behind
I'm
us.
Oh my
slow-
shit.
LB and I
Oh,
are spooning. We're spooning LB.
Hold on. Hold on.
That is
Can't
awesome.
quit you.
I don't know if that makes I
That's
like
so
it, but it's
good.
also uncomfortable.
Where did you go? Come back.
He's like,
Wait, okay, hold on. No, I gotta do it this way.
Oh no!
Just a little
Mwah.
little tongue touch.
I'm leaving that up there.
Clip it.
Screenshots
And
need to
sadly-
be done.
I don't think Miss LB is here to enjoy this. You know,
Fucking
this-
Oh, damn,
clip
that-
it.
Extra
that
action.
Was, that was
Clip it.
excellent. All right, I'll get you down here. I don't think I have a name for you, Mike, so I'm just gonna change this one to.
you could be Desmonez. I'd believe it.
Yeah,
Okay,
Des Moines.
I'm gonna be honest,
Just call me Des.
guys. I'm starting to feel my my whiskey,
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you had a
and
thing. Let's get
I'm
into the-
starting to feel in kind of a ranty mood.
Yeah.
Was
Okay,
it
can we
that
do a
time?
shot
Good.
for the CCP Plex for Good
Oh,
first, and
can-
then
Yes,
we'll
Before
go
it goes
on.
sideways.
Before you go on your rant,
the
can
other
you give me
stuff.
like after we do this shot? Can you give me like 20 seconds? I need to go down and grab a drink refill.
Yeah, sure.
Because I want to hear
Yeah,
the
then I
rant,
can-
but I don't want to.
We got
I can
all
cover the
night.
other two. I can cover the other two parts that come before.
Perfect. Okay, yeah. So you can go on that while I go grab it.
All right, shots. CCP Plex for Good. Throw your Plex at CCP Plex for Good.
Hell yeah.
Goes to the UNHCR. Good cause.
I need a glass.
I mean, you could drink out of a can.
Just
There's nothing wrong
just
with
Just hit
drink
it right from
whatever
the bottle, Mike.
whatever liquid is nearest you. Just there you go.
it. There you go.
Some day old coffee.
I can't tell what that is. It looks nice though.
What do you got there?
Did you guys
Hold it a little
know?
higher. Hold it up a little.
Oh, what is that? Is that some Kraken?
Diplomatico. It looks cool.
Ooh, nice.
Is it rum? Sounds like a rum name.
I like
I don't
that
know.
that frosted bottle.
Yeah,
where it's
right.
like it's not totally clear. I like that. Oh, we can't hear
Oh, he's
you.
not
You,
pushing
you
to
gotta
talk.
you gotta push to talk.
It is Diplomatico.
What is that though?
It is a very nice rum. My wife said if I ever mix it with Coke, she'll kill me.
There you go.
It's like putting ketchup on a nice steak.
Yeah, it's in that category.
Delicious.
But rather than drink it out of a teacup that had tea in it, I will be back in a moment just to get something to drink out of. Give me a second.
Alrighty.
Did you see that guy in our Discord in the food one that was like, that steak's not done enough?
Oh.
Oh man, I saw that. Yeah.
yeah. That
And then he
was-
posted some meme about it that made himself look like a weirdo.
It was I was like, did you mean to post that?
I like my steaks well done. You're gonna have to leave.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
The
the,
whole-
door.
King of the Hill. We ask them nicely.
Yeah, we asked
but
them
firmly. to
Firmly,
leave.
firmly
but
to leave.
politely to leave.
All right. I'm back. Ooh.
All right, so there's a new Abyssal Proving Grounds that goes with the new mining event, which I forget what it's called. Some fucking bullshit thing.
Is this like hole mining?
Prospector's Path is the name of the
Prospector's
event.
Path.
It's a mining event with packs and more. And included with it is an Abyssal Proving Grounds. It is a venture PvP for everyone. So it's a venture Proving Grounds. Let me see how many people go into it. It's 48 hours, free for all combat. Let's see here. Only bring one local repair module, shield or armor with you. All modules are limited to meta 4, so no tech 2. There's a plus 100% turret damage, minus 50% turret capacitor consumption, plus 25% optimal range, plus 100% bonus to the benefits of overheating. So overheat the shit out of all your turrets that have double the damage. Less capacitor usage. Off you go. Good time.
Wait, less capacitor usage?
Yeah, so your capacitor is going to last longer.
Oh, I thought it
Which
was
is
the other
good.
way, where it, like
No.
you're doing more
Minus-
damage, but it cuts your capacitor in half when
No,
you
'cause
use
they
them.
want you to actually be able to fight an adventure and not like just
Okay, I was
Yeah,
gonna
it's
say
adventure.
like really.
That's a
Cut
good one, though,
capacitor
because-
usage by 50%.
Adventures are super accessible to people, so that's a good one in my opinion.
Yeah, you can get them for free in the new player experience, which is the only place you should ever get a ship.
Which is the only
For free?
place you should ever get.
That leads. That's.
And then there's also a new Pulse out. A new Pulse came out today. If you want to go watch that, I'll give you the link. Hold on.
I want to say, and I don't mean to say this to denigrate the work that is put into the Pulse, but I've had this idea for a few weeks now, and I think I'm just finally gonna nut up and do it. I want to do a side-by-side comparison video of the kind of, and you guys know my big thing is optics and marketing. It's important to me how things are perceived. So I would like to do a side-by-side comparison video of all the marketing material, the video stuff that CCP did prior to like 2017, 2018, and then compare it to everything after 2018 and on. Because I've noticed a very stark tonal shift in the kind of videos that CCP produces. The stuff that they make now is very kind of like, I don't want to necessarily say corporate, but it's kind of clean cut and, dare I say, stale. Where the stuff back like prior to 2017, it was a lot of like, it was funny. There was a lot of like high energy, funny, memey videos. And it was partially due to CCP Guard and his whole presence. But yeah, I've noticed all the videos now, I think if you put them all in a lineup, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between either of them. But I don't know. This is just something that's occurred to me over the past few weeks as I've been watching the Pulse. Is like they've all started to blend together. I can't tell the difference from one Pulse video to the next.
So would you say that the older videos?
I think the
are
older
more
videos
edgy,
are
but
better. They're more entertaining to watch.
The ones with
You
content.
I would watch them multiple times
the
because
new
they
ones
were
have a
so
better production
funny.
value.
They have better production value, but
I do like Mirage. I kind of.
it's CCP Mirage standing in front of a green screen and talking for 5 minutes.
Right.
That's what the video is.
I get
Listen,
that.
spoiler alert, if you don't like this show, just watch the Pulse every Friday and then fucking stop, because the Pulse covers everything that we cover, but there's
I'm gonna post an example in the chat.
But the thing is, like,
I have a question for you, Manic.
Okay.
And it's related to that, but an argument that we had way back in CSM 8 or 9 with CCP. So this is like 8 years ago, 9 years ago. And it had to do with the palette of EVE Online, which I think you would be an obvious one to ask about this, is they were always advertising EVE Online as being dark and gritty. And it took a lot for us to convince them to add any primary colors to the game. And it was a fight for a long time that even the skins, if you look at the older skins, they were boring as shit.
Yeah,
because there wasn't a single, who the hell puts camouflage on a spaceship?
Yeah, I
remember bringing
why
this
would you
up,
make a
yeah.
green skin, a skin that has green in it for Galente? That makes no sense to me.
Right. For the longest time, all the Galente ship skins were varying shades of green.
Yeah, it's like, look at this. It's like, oh, so I have a forest green instead of
when
general green.
For anyone who anybody watching doesn't know, Galente ships are basically green by default.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and then all their Tech 2s used to be like that kind of neon green.
And in the chat on the side, Calderi Prime is excellent example of was pushing for the longest time and doing these, we went in extremes occasionally with things like Hello Kitty skins, which would have IP issues out the wazoo.
Yeah,
but
I understand they can't go actually.
But the thing was, some of the skins that Calderi showed could be done and should be done. And just to be able to go with the biggest one, I think, would be as if you could have Alliance skins.
Sure.
Have the giant logo of a bee on a
no-brainer.
ship. And how much would people pay to, you'd catch shit if you entered
money
a
on the
goon
table.
fleet.
It's money on the table.
And I assume that couldn't be too hard to code, because you could just because I mean, the Alliance logos, that's part of a variable, right? That's just that's already in the system. So you just have to apply that variable of whatever alliance you're with to this section of the skin, which is just a wraparound of the model. So it could be done, I would assume.
I
Yeah,
don't think
and-
there's any technical reason why
Without
it
any
can't be
too
done.
much effort.
A
And-
flat surface. That's all you need is one
Yeah.
flat surface for each ship that you can just stamp a bee, stamp the middle management dinosaur, stamp whatever else, a magic school bus on it, to be able to say this is that
And
organization.
I remember having a conversation about this with Rick Javix a couple of years ago, a few years ago. It's been a while. They're in CCP's defense, for possibly a reason, one of the reasons maybe why they don't do this. There's a lot of ships that, and a lot of them are Minmatar. There's a lot of ships that don't have a lot of surface area the way Galente and Amar ships do.
Fair
Galente,
point.
so finding a skin that works well across most ships is probably pretty challenging.
But, well, so what I was saying is, like, you would have a skin that wraps on a specific ship, because, like, if you're getting a Thrasher skin, let's say, that is a skin for the Thrasher, and so it's designed to wrap around the Thrasher model in a certain way. And so you could find the most prominent, best spot to put an Alliance logo and be like, this spot on this skin wrap is where whatever Alliance logo that you're part of, that's where that goes, and will always show up on that spot of
Almost
the
like kill
Thrasher,
marks, yeah.
of the
Yeah,
Thrasher.
you
like kill marks.
you do
And
know
then-
that there's a rule
An
that
anchor point.
anytime a non-code person says this would be easy,
Yeah,
all you
I
have to
wasn't gonna
do
say it.
is an angel dies. So
I know that, but
yeah, Caldera is saying there, this is a lot tougher than you think it is.
I was reading what he was saying, and he said it's a lot harder to wrap. So, but that brings me to another question. I almost want to bring Calorie Prime on to see if, so we could, like, Calorie Prime, you want to come on so you can, like,
Hash it out
with it, because it sounds like you know a little bit more than we do, and I would like to hash it out for voice rather than text if you want. But if you want to, again, down below in the about OpenComms. Oh, you don't have a mic. Okay, well, no worries. But I'm just saying, like, so maybe it's my misunderstanding. I thought that all the skins for each type of ship, each ship had its own skin wrap that they designed separately, and then, or am I wrong in the fact that, like, when they come up with skin designs, they have, like, this dynamic thing that adapts to different ships?
I don't think it adapts to the ship, and Mike, maybe you can speak to this more than any of us here can, given your position. But I don't think it's like a dynamic thing where CCP comes up with a pattern and then they can just throw it on any ship and it'll look good. I don't think it works that way. I think if they have two,
Caldera's right on the side. Skins and patterns have to be done per hull.
It has to be done
Right.
per
So
hull.
that's what I was saying. Like,
thought.
so if it's done per hull, you could probably. Again, I'm not a coder, but I would assume that you could somehow come up with some kind of code where it would take whatever your Alliance logo is in the game and apply that to that section of the skin on the ship, and therefore it would show up in this spot on that hull and be visible. I don't know.
There was a presentation, though, a long time ago. Caldera probably remembers it better than I do. That showed, I think one of the art department did a presentation at either FanFest or at eVegas that showed them dynamically painting a ship.
I remember this. It was Vegas. Yeah.
Well, but everybody, I hope, maybe remembers that little short honeymoon period where the skin thing was broken. It was very early on, and you could apply any skin to any ship, and most of them still looked really good.
Most of them looked good. Some of them were kind of janky.
Police skins everywhere.
The police skin, police and gold. There were a lot of gold, like Dominixes and shit.
As there
flying
should
around.
be.
But I get the appeal of it. I think, yeah, I was having fun with that bug too. But at the same time, again, playing a little bit of devil's advocate when it comes to coding this shit, and when you have a product, a digital product that you need to make sure works 99% of the time. If there's a bug that introduces something cool but really shouldn't be there, you maybe don't want to take that risk of, yeah, let's let the players have this thing, but it could break something that maybe we can't foresee.
On the other hand,
not as good, and
I'd love
also
to
they wanted to
see a
monetize.
simple skin of just the top of the ship is blue and the bottom of the ship is yellow.
Hey,
Oh, that
snap.
could be that's an interesting one.
Maybe the reward for the Plex for Good thing. And I remember on the Wildfire one, they gave out like shirts or something like
Yeah,
in-game,
they gave out
apparel.
shirts. For the COVID one, they gave out the face masks.
Right.
They had a skin for the Bushfires one. It went on all your Logi ships. And
Did
made
they?
the fire
Oh,
engine
yeah.
it was like the fire
pop
truck.
when it came out of warp. I love that. I got that one. It's good.
It was like
Oh, that sounds cool.
orange and white with a yellow like caution stripe.
Caldari Prime already has it done up. There it is.
Oh,
Look at
wow.
that. He literally did that
Johnny
in 30
on the
seconds.
spot.
Wow,
Did that while we were talking.
Jesus Christ. CCP, hire this man.
that yeah, I want that.
That was
pretty
so
cool.
fast.
I assume he had already made it.
Drayden, you
but-
were right. Look how easy it is. It's so easy.
Well, also, and like I'm just now realizing that Caldari Prime is the guy that it was like several shows ago where we were just like browsing through all the skin stuff he's
Yes,
doing
that's
work
him.
on.
Yeah.
And I
I
was like, these
particularly
are
like
all
the
so good.
plushie.
I was like, I would buy all of these, and he's like, I don't think those are very good. I'm like, what? All the ones I just said I'd throw money at this. He's like, that's not my best work. Scroll down farther. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
These skins are great.
Yeah, that
So,
was a couple of weeks ago. I remember that.
yeah.
I like the cat skins ones you did, Caldari.
Okay. So
He
yeah,
put
like
the cat ears on like a Vexor or something.
yeah. So with
I
that,
like
with
the plushy texture.
with that,
ones
with that,
that
in the
look
knowledge,
you
like
could
me
hold.
saying, like, can't you just do this? And he's sitting there going, like, not really. It's not that easy. I'm like, yeah, but can't you just do this? He's like, bruh. I'm like,
Just make the
stop.
top blue and the bottom yellow. How hard can it
Well,
be?
no, that could be done. But be like, oh, you just throw a logo in this spot. It's no problem. He's like, yeah.
No,
All right, you
it's
wanna
a
talk about
common
the,
thing. Why don't they move? And you guys were alluding to it earlier. Whenever you make a change, somebody starts going, "Oh, why didn't they fix faction warfare instead?" Well, because this is the art department. We'll just shift them
Right.
over to faction warfare
Right.
for this job.
Doesn't work that way.
Yeah,
By
don't
the
you guys
way-
just know how to code everything?
Yeah, just
I
get your
work for the
chemistry
government,
teacher.
but you don't want me shifted into the emergency room. I'll tell you that right now.
Just get your chemistry teacher to start teaching, philosophy. Well, like
Perfect.
he's a teacher. Can't he do both?
Just make
Actually,
a quick career pivot.
Manic,
for-
back when I was a teacher at the beginning, I was a substitute, which meant I had to be able to teach
I was going to
everything.
say, were you a chemistry teacher that also taught philosophy?
Yeah. One day I got called into a school and they said, okay, this is a little weird. We're going to have you teach 16 different classes. And I'm going,
In a day?
how long is a day? And they said, no, we'll explain. Teachers need to come out to do interviews with the parents. And so you're stepping into each class on this schedule, and the teacher leaves for 10 minutes, you teach, they come back, and then you go to the next teacher and take over.
For 10 minutes?
And
That sounds like a nightmare.
10 to 15 minute bursts of me being your teacher. And it was funny because I had a couple of kids stop me at the end of the day going, why don't you teach our subject all the time? And I said, because that's not my specialty. And they're going, yeah, but what you did made sense. And the two kids that did it, one was senior geography, and the other one was senior English, grade 10 or 11 English. Because I walked in and they were starting with Romeo and Juliet, and I ripped into them for not listening to what was being said and called all the girls in the class ugly because they're not married yet.
You can't do that now.
Yeah, you can't do
You'll
that
be
now.
hashtag canceled.
Oh yeah, you get thrown
Oh,
in
I
prison.
got
That's child abuse.
you got to understand. I've been like this all along. I got in so much trouble for things I'd say in classrooms, but they
Damn.
said, but
You know
that
who
one
I
they actually said it made sense to them because all of a sudden I said, you don't get it. Look at the age. Romeo, 14
Yeah,
or
they're
15.
14.
Juliet's 14. How old are you guys?
It's funny.
And then I turned to the girls and I said, how many of you are willing to let your dad pick your husband today?
Yeah, today.
And they're going, and
Yeah.
I said, good, now you're getting it. Read. And so we went back in, but the look on their faces when they started to understand what I was talking about. And then the
That's such
teacher
a
comes back and I said, okay, that was my 15 minutes. I'm out of
God
here.
bless you, Mike. God
And
bless you. God, I swear to God, there's not enough teachers like you in the world, man. There's not enough.
It was funny because it was like a few days ago. I put some Romeo and Juliet meme in Manic's channel.
I remember.
And then
Yes.
Ken Avari like comes back. He's like, me and my wife were actually just talking about this the other night. It's fucking crazy. So you have these two 14-year-olds on a summer fling that lasts 2 weeks and 7 people end up dead.
I was just gonna say,
Holy
there's
shit.
a meme. There's a meme that gets put up in like
That's actually
bookstores and
true.
stuff, and it says Romeo and Juliet is not a love story. It's a 3-day relationship between a 13-year-old and a 17-year-old. I don't know if that's the truth.
I think
That
they're
caused
both
6
14s,
deaths. Sincerely, everyone who actually read it.
but- Yeah.
Totally.
the funny thing was, right after that, when I went into a class on Japanese, and one of the kids looks at me and just kind of does a slow pan because he knows mainly I'm math and science, and says, "You speak Japanese?" And I met his eye and said, "Just enough to count to 10 and tell you where I'm going to hit you."
Oh. I just looked at him and be like, Nani?
Konnichiwa.
And the funny thing was, he got the reference that the only place you learn those words is in martial arts. Is, you're doing push-ups, it's each ni san shi, you do it and you yell those numbers out. And when you do the strikes, the anime of Falcon Punch isn't too far off, because in kendo you actually yell what you're cutting when you're doing the cuts, that sort of thing, that you do say what you're doing.
Nice.
But that one kid got the reference of, I know where you learned your Japanese. I don't think I'm going to mess with you in this class. And that was the end of that for 15 minutes.
That's
and off to the
awesome.
next class.
That's awesome. I was gonna say, like, how much can you actually teach in 10 to 15 minutes? Like, you don't have a chance to get to like develop a rapport with the kids, but God, Mike, you did it. Fuck. God.
Here, I was thinking I would waste all that time doing like the introduction and be like, okay, so I'm so and so, and let's
I'm
familiarize and be
upset.
like, okay, we're good.
I'm upset that my teachers weren't more
minutes
like
to write
that.
my
I
name on the
remember
board.
hating school so much,
I'd-
but when I had a really good teacher, I had a science teacher who was awesome, and I looked forward to his class every day because he made it fun and he made it interesting. And God bless you, Mike.
Yeah.
Oh, one last stupid, and this is a brag, this one, but it just cracked me up, was one day I was subbing all the same class for a day. And first class after lunch, I start doing the attendance, and one kid looks over at another and says, "I thought you were homesick." And he says, "I was, but I heard he was here today."
Oh, nice.
And I'm going, "No, you're homesick.
No,
That's
you're a little
awesome.
hard.
I want you guys not to be here. It's easier when there's only like 6 of you."
Children are vectors of disease.
Yeah.
That's right. They're dirty little minions.
And they smell funny too.
Plague bearers.
But yeah, sorry, that was my little sideline going off. I had a EA, an educational assistant, who says, "I've watched you teach for like 5-6 years. And I still don't know how you do it, but every time the kids wind up being on your side, and you do it without even asking them to be on your side. It's just you start talking and they go, oh, this guy sounds weird. We'll listen to him."
The cool teachers, it's the cool teachers and the teachers that like know what they're talking about. They're the fun ones.
Magnetic.
The ones that are just like, you could tell they're just teaching, like their presentation is literally like what the textbooks is saying, almost word for word. They're just like reading off what you could just read yourself, and they're not really into it. You're just like, eh.
Yeah. I also
But
talked to
ones
the
that
kids
have like
about
passion and enthusiasm, like this is what I'm teaching and I actually enjoy it. They're a little bit more entertaining to be around.
I also taught the kids about the hidden lessons that are built into the curriculum that nobody talks about, but they're still there.
What?
Time is money is built into the curriculum all the way through, but nobody says that they were going to teach the kids that time is important. But if you hand in an assignment late, what happens?
Get docked money. Or
You
not
get
docked.
docked.
Docked grades, not money, but
Dock grades. So if I get a B in, say, English, because I handed a paper in that was perfect, but it was 5 days late, is that B saying that I got a B in English or that I got a B in time management?
it should be time management, yeah.
Uh,
Sure.
Doesn't matter according to my parents. A B is a B.
Right?
Yeah, no,
You're still
exactly.
grounded.
That's the thing, is it's not saying what the student earned in that subject matter. It's saying what the student earned in the hidden curriculum.
Oh,
I see what you're saying.
you're blowing my mind already. I already like this. I like this teacher. Can we have him on every week?
Why did you retire?
Can you
The
come,
world needs you,
can you
sir.
come on as a substitute teacher every week for the show?
They had rules in my district. You're not allowed to be a sub for a year or two after you leave. But by that time, most of us go, I like this better. I like being non-stressed.
Yeah.
But for the record, I still have nightmares every August. This is a teacher thing. The
Mm,
teachers usually by mid-August are having nightmares of classroom nightmares, or, oh God, is this kid going to be back again because I failed him last year?
My mom was a teacher for like 25 years, so yeah, I would hear all the stories of the cool and fun things about class, and then also the fucking nightmare children that were in. Like, there's always the nightmare children, and there's no fixing them sometimes.
Oh yeah, and
there's
some
always
of them,
quote unquote. There's always a chance, but like, there's always the kids where it's like, you just try and get through the day.
it's not. The funny thing was, I had one kid, and being professional, I won't name names, but he had an entire drawer in the principal's office dedicated to him and all of his incidents, and was nominated most likely to be doing time by the time he's 25. And
It's not a good award.
he was fetal alcohol syndrome, which means a bad case of it is there's absolutely no self-control when it comes to anger issues. You make him mad, he hits you, or he lashes out, and it's a chemical thing, and it's not the kid's fault. It's just what he is.
yeah. I
But
have a friend who works in education, and she has visible bite marks on her arms from kids who just they're raised in difficult environments, and that's how they respond to things. Sometimes they respond physically, and it's not
by the way,
pretty.
in the schools now, in the schools where I was just when I retired, you're not allowed to say fetal alcohol syndrome anymore because it sounds accusatory, like somebody did something wrong. Well, fuck yeah, they
Well,
did.
Yeah.
The kid did not pick it up as a contagious disease. Mom, you were
Right.
drinking. This is the result. And now we have to deal with this. But I had this kid, and he was in a special class, but they often send me down to the special classes because I'm big enough that if the kids go after me, I might actually survive. And at one point, he just slams his hands on the tables, looking around for somebody to punch. He says, "This is stupid." I come over, he's doing math, and I said, "What's wrong?" "This is stupid." And I said, "No, show me where the problem is, and let's decide what's stupid, you or the book." And he did that slow pivoting that I could practically hear the tank tracks coming around, like he's now decided what the next target is.
Oh man, I
And
love it.
And I just looked at him straight face. Inside, I'm planning on where to kick the chair in between us to slow him down. But outside, I just said, "Show me." And he shows me. I go, "Oh, yeah, that's a common mistake. They explain it like shit, but you were being stupid. This is how you do it." And he's going, "Oh, okay, that." And I said, "Yeah, no problem. Back to work," and turn around, walk away. And it's kind of like the other people watching me are going, "You actually poked the bear and then turned your back on it right after?" I said, "Yeah, because he knew he was being stupid." And that's the one nice thing, is as long as he could find the focus for the anger, even if it's himself, he calms down. It's when it's unfocused that he was the issue.
All right, we got I'm assuming Timbre is
Caldari Prime Pony Club.
Caldari Prime Pony Club.
He's here with us. He has no mic, but he's going to show us something.
Okay, I'm gonna see if this works with it might really mess all the cams up. I'm not sure. Because I think when I look at a stream, because he's streaming his screen, so I think if I look at a stream, it minimizes all the cameras down to the bottom, which I don't have any capture. I don't have any capture set there, so it might not work.
It's fine
as intended.
Their screen's more important.
We'll see.
LB, can we talk about the thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to talk about the thing.
Okay, so
Yeah. Sorry,
Prospector's
Keller,
Path is the newest event.
Sorry, Keller.
Right, it's an industry-based event, right? NP to go along with the NPE mining adventure, which does give you an introduction to
Hold
the
on.
industry side and the market side.
We got an echo. Sorry, there we go. Sorry, I was
An echo?
catching an
Okay,
echo. No, it was from the Tabor stream, I think.
So with this
Hey,
event, the
November.
Mining Blitz has returned. So the Mining Blitz is an event where you mine stuff, you hand it in, and you get points, right? Similar to the daily login rewards and the daily challenges and everything. With that is adventure free for all. But with this also is some new Eve Store packs, and this is where the whole thing turns funky. So there's an Industrial Commander pack which has your standard stuff in it, right? Omega, Plex, skill points, a Cerebral Accelerator, and some skins. Cool. And then there's a Dress to Compress pack which has some fancy air claim surveyor suits for your pilot. Here's where it gets stupid. So new players who like to give their mining careers a turbocharge can also take advantage of the Prospector Pack, containing a fully fitted flight-ready retriever, the necessary skills and modules to pilot it, as well as 30 days of Omega. It's the perfect starter kit for any prospective mining tycoon.
Well, so
Manic, what do you think of this?
Shame. Shame.
oof.
When you find out that she was in Ted Lasso.
Wait, hold on.
You're not
Oh,
going to
Maddox,
buy the pack,
Manic,
Manic?
you're muted.
I'm muted.
No.
No, now
You
now
were.
you're not. Now you were.
Now you're good.
Now you're good.
Okay.
So I want to make sure you start your rant muted.
All right. I've got a little something to say here. I feel very strongly about this, and I felt strongly about this for a few years. So if you would all indulge me and not interrupt me while I'm ranting, I actually wrote this out this afternoon. I don't often write my thoughts down. I'm usually more of a stream of consciousness kind of guy, but I felt I had to write this down. So I'm going to start. I'm mad. Okay, so here we go. Here's Manic's rant number 5,643 on microtransactions in Eve. There we go. Okay, so I called this back in 2019, and a couple of other people called it too, but I'm going to say I called it because this is my rant. When CCP started selling skill points directly for cash, I said it was a slippery slope that would eventually lead to CCP selling ships and fittings directly for cash. And every time I brought it up, I was told by players and by CCP that that line would never be crossed. I was told by CSM members that they have had multiple discussions with CCP about this to ensure that it would never happen. Then CCP started selling starter ships and fittings to new players directly for cash. I said it was a slippery slope that would eventually lead to CCP selling bigger ships and fittings directly for cash. And every time I brought it up, I was told by players and by CCP that that line would never be crossed. I was told by CSM members that they have had multiple discussions with CCP about this to ensure that it would never happen. Then CCP started selling destroyers and fittings directly for cash. I said it was a slippery slope that would eventually lead to CCP selling bigger ships and fittings directly for cash. And every time I brought it up, I was told by players and by CCP that that line would never be crossed. I was told by CSM members that they have had multiple discussions with CCP about this to ensure that it would never happen. Now, we have CCP selling a mining barge, a non-newbie starter ship, as well as all the modules and the skill points and the skill books to use it and insurance to go along with it. So here we are. We're on the other side of the line, and every line that came before it. CCP has gone back on their word multiple times about not selling skill points, and now they've gone back on their word multiple times about not selling ships. So this not only undermines industrial players who put in the work to hone their play style with efficiency, but more importantly, it undermines one of the core selling points of EVE Online itself, which is the player-driven economy. This removes player agency from the sandbox by giving CCP carte blanche to set a definitive value for in-game items now and in the future. And they have the audacity to start the Prospector's Path dev blog with the words, quote, Industry is the backbone of EVE, end quote. Now, when CCP inevitably comes forward with a boilerplate corporate response to this, they'll likely say that they were just testing the waters to gauge reaction. They'll likely say that it's just a one-time thing. They'll likely say that it was only intended for new accounts younger than 30 days. They'll likely say that they had a lapse of judgment in anticipating the community's reaction. And they'll likely say that they've done some soul searching and that they'll never do it again. They'll say this because that's what they've said in the past, yet they continue to go back on all of it. So when they come out with this patronizing PR-approved apology in an effort to make everyone feel comfortable and happy, I won't be able to believe them. And what's even worse is the next time that I hear the CSM tell me that my worries are unfounded and that they've had discussions with CCP to ensure that my concerns will never come to light, I won't be able to believe them anymore either. Sorry, Mike. I can no longer trust CCP to do right by EVE Online as a player-driven sandbox, and I can no longer trust what the CSM says in regards to the conversations that they have with CCP. And I want to be clear that okay, hold on. Whoa. I'm not saying that this is a failure of the CSM to do their job. This is the failure of CCP to follow through on what they are communicating to the CSM. So my trust in the CSM is eroded as they are a democratically elected representation of the EVE Online community. Okay, so I'm calling it now, again, that CCP will do this with other hulls in the future. And maybe they'll start selling fully fit battleships with insurance, considering those just got some nice buffs, as we talked about earlier. Then they'll move on to capitals and super capitals and all the modules and drones and fighters and rigs and ammo that go along with them until every item in EVE is only worth what CCP decides it is worth. And the best way to get anything will be through the swipe of a credit card. So if that's the EVE Online you want, if that's the EVE Online that you signed up for, in which the best way to forge your own path is to buy your way to the top, then you can fucking have it, and I'll see you in EVE Vegas. And that's it, man. I dropped the fucking mic, but it's attached to my desk.
Why does
Peace.
it always come to Vegas?
You could just drop it lower on the stand. Look at that mic
Okay,
drop.
Manic,
Mic
I've got
drop.
one question for you
It just
right
doesn't
off
have
the top.
doesn't
It's
have
not
the
the
same
same.
effect. Okay,
Manic,
hold on.
do I have your permission to play that for CCP if I get
Please.
the opportunity to?
Please.
Just your whole rant from start to finish.
Let me look
Well,
at,
here's
so 805.
the
So
thing.
2 hour and 5 minute mark. Do you want me? I can cut that section, Mike, if you want, and send you a section of the VOD.
If you could, I would love that because
Here's the thing, though.
whether I have any influence or not, I love all the ammo I can fire at the damn station.
I'm gonna.
Okay, you absolutely have my permission. What I know is going to happen is CCP is going to start watching that VOD and they'll turn it off after 5 seconds because that's the kind of shit that they don't want. That's the kind of feedback they don't want. They don't want somebody coming to them with telling them what the problems are. They want solutions. The problem is that CCP is creating problems for the players to solve, which that's not how this is supposed to work.
I would find it crazy if they're unwilling to even listen or now whether they take it to heart and make any changes is one thing, but like I would find it crazy if they actually didn't look at and listen to criticism,
they may
especially
watch
criticism that's
and
like,
then they'll
hey,
say, okay, that was great.
I mean, like if that's like here's a 3 to 5 minute clip, for you CCP guys to like, you should listen to this. This is an actual. This is not like. Because that's an actual constructive criticism rant right there. Call it a rant, but I'm like, it's constructive criticism. You are saying these are my grievances and these are why, as opposed to this is stupid.
This is the pattern that I have seen. That's the key.
I give a shit because
so what you said was not noise. What you said was actual criticism that could be listened to and taken to heart.
I want to clarify everything. If anyone want to ask why I'm mad, because sometimes I ask that of myself. I give a shit because there's nothing like EVE. EVE is lightning in a bottle, and I think CCP, of all people, should be willing to fight for the game's integrity. And I don't get the sense that they are, especially with this pack. There's a lot of other things. People want to talk death by 1,000 paper cuts. This is one thing among many where it blows my mind that, because multiple people at CCP, I guarantee multiple people looked at this pack and thought it was a good idea. It wasn't one guy sitting at a desk stamping it and saying, yeah, this is good. Multiple people saw this and thought it was okay. And that worries me. That means that they either don't play the game, they don't understand how this game works and how the economy works. And if that's the case, they shouldn't be in the decision making position that they are. Now, the other option is they do understand how the game works and they pushed this thing through anyway, which I can only then, if that is the case, I can only surmise that there was some malicious intent, because they have to have known that this would piss people off.
Right. And that's what I was gonna say. Were you done? Because I don't want to cut you off if you're.
I'm as done as I can be.
Well,
Sorry,
so
I had to get that out. I've been waiting to get that out all fucking week.
Like a little interjection then, because there were people saying like, oh well, because I heard someone mention like there's radio silence, because there's been all these criticisms of it, and CCP hasn't really said much in response to the criticisms about this pack and the selling of a fully fit retriever.
I think they're crafting their response.
Well, but that's my thing right there is like, so if they're crafting the response, like, you think they would have already had a response crafted, because there's no way with all the things in the past of like selling skill points, selling the destroyer. So I'm like, they've been inching along the path, but it's like the fact that they're selling a fully fit retriever, which is not a cheap ship. I mean, that is something that, it's not like,
that's even more to my point. If they would have a response already prepped, then they would have to know that they were doing something that would piss people off.
Right. But the thing is like, so my thing is like, they have to have known. Like, there's no way that no one in CCP knew that. Like, they have to have known that this was going to make a select number of people mad. Now, and so you would think that they would have had something crafted in response, and that doesn't necessarily. I mean, the thing is like, when you make a change to a game, generally, it's almost impossible to make a change to a game that pisses nobody off. No, with the exception of a few.
Yeah, people are.
We're a very volatile
what.
community.
But this is one thing where
but this is controversial.
I think the majority of players, the people who do understand the game and the economy and what the game represents, I think those kind of people, all the smart ones, everybody here on the panel, we know that this was a bad idea, and I think a lot. I would go out on as far to say the majority of EVE players would look at this and know why it's a bad idea.
Right, and the things like CCP would have to know that this, like, now whether it pisses off the majority or a minority, that's who knows where that would stand, but they have to have known it would piss off a significant portion of players, including a lot of
piss off the noisy ones.
Especially including the vocal known names in the game, like people that are on the social medias, on the various things in the game that will speak out against this. They have to have known, and will have a following, or people that are that listen to them at least. So they have to have known that this would have a negative response by those people. And so the fact that they didn't have a this is the decision we're making, and we know it's going to make them mad, and so they're going to come back at it. So they should have, when they came out with this thing, they should have already had something prepared saying, this is why we're doing it, and we understand it's going to make people mad, but this is our reasons. The fact that they didn't have that prepared, and it almost seems like they were unprepared for the lashback, is like, I don't believe that, like, they had to have known. The fact that them claiming ignorance on like, whoa, we didn't know it'd make people upset. It's like, you can't. I don't believe you. Because you have to have known this will make people upset. And so if it's going to make people upset, you should have had a reason. Whether the people that are getting upset, whether they like that reason or not, you should have a reason presentable of like, this is the step we're making, and this is why we're making it. And yes, it's going to piss people off, but this is the direction we're going, and then we're sticking to it. Like that, they should have had something like that ready.
Honestly, and even if they had to tough talk it, and I hate to say it in such a way, like, because I think most of us would probably hope they never have to have this conversation. But even if they're like, look, guys, Eve's not what it once was. There's not a bajillion people. There was never a bajillion. You know what I'm saying? We're not seeing the peak players we ever, saw in years past. We need to do various things to keep things, the lights on, essentially. And like, just tough talk it. I think people would still. I'm just saying. I think people would still, be like, we can figure this out, but let's give you 12 different fucking ways that we all tolerate way quicker than anything like this. And that's one of the good things that I think. We've seen this sort of thing before, but on Reddit, and I'm sure not probably on the forums and other places, people started just kicking out all their ideas of like, you should be doing this, you should be doing this. Like, these are all the things that we would love to just give you microtransaction shit on. Please don't do something like this.
We were just talking about alliance skins. Like I said, that's
And I
money
mean,
on the table.
And maybe it's not
And that's
that,
cosmetic.
maybe there
Cosmetics
are
fine.
ones that are harder than easier, but there's a lot of ideas just in a single thread that they didn't have to focus group. You know what I'm saying? So like, maybe some good comes out of it. I doubt they walk it back. I really hope they do. I think it would be really silly not to.
I don't think they will because
I don't think they will.
The Pulse video, they advertised it in the Pulse video. And so the Pulse video came out 2 days after this pack was released. I'm sure they were working on the Pulse video days, maybe even weeks before, but still, they had 2 days to edit the video and cut that section out. If they were going to walk it back, they had plenty of time to cut that section of the video out, and they didn't, which means the pack is not going away.
I don't think they're going to walk back a sale pack that they're like promoting like as a this is a promotion pack. It's a promotion that they
and I guess it'll be gone at some point.
This is a promotion for the game that we're going with. And
like I said,
that being said, this feels
next it'll be battleships or
this feels very Hilmar and very prideful. Like I can't imagine them probably even saying anything at all, just being like, okay, we'll let it run for a few days, let them blow off their steam as they will, and then we'll move on to the next thing. And
I can see that happening as well. And people in chat are saying this is a Pearl Abyss influence. I don't think this is Pearl Abyss.
I don't know if
it
is. I think Pearl Abyss is just like I think they're a little bit more hands off than people assume.
No, what I think when I talk about Pearl Abyss influencing the development of Eve as the owners of CCP, what I mean by that is Pearl Abyss, they're obviously going to set revenue targets for CCP.
Right.
They want to make back the money on their investment. They want to turn a profit. So they will set revenue targets for CCP, and CCP probably has mostly free reign to do whatever they can to meet those revenue targets. That's what I mean when I say Pearl Abyss influences Eve's development. It's indirect. It's not like somebody at Pearl Abyss is standing over the dev's shoulder while they work and saying you
forcing
need to do
their
this
hand on
this
certain
and this.
decisions.
Yeah,
right?
no,
they're saying
none of
make
that.
more money, please.
It's indirect influence by saying, yeah, you got to hit these quarterly targets, otherwise we're gonna have to talk to you, Hilmar. And so yeah, this kind of bullshit gets pushed through to see how it affects the revenue.
And I toss something in from my side?
Yeah,
please.
No.
Manic, first, I want to tell you I agreed with every damn word you said from start to finish.
Thank you.
Even the stuff about CSM not having been successful.
I'm not often right about things, so I wanted to take the opportunity to shove it in people's faces a little bit tonight. And I'm sorry.
No, hell. It's do you recognize the reference of Cassandra syndrome?
Cassandra syndrome?
Cassandra was an ancient Greek seer, prognosticator, oracle. That's the word.
Oracle, yeah.
And the curse that she suffered under was she would always see the horrible things coming and nobody would ever believe her. And so she had to live with the fact that she could say, the city is about to be sacked, I am going to be raped and then killed. Can you guys up? No, this happened.
I have to say, this is literally a recurring nightmare of mine. I get recurring dreams and recurring nightmares. One of my primary recurring nightmares is where there is shit going down and I am trying to get everybody's attention and nobody will listen to me. It's a serious thing.
So go back to your
You're
Greek
like banging
mythos.
on like soundproof
I'm
glass.
I'm banging on
and,
windows.
Like, nobody will turn around.
I'm like trying to drag people and they're like, chill out, dude. Everything's fine. I'm like, no, the house is on fire.
This is fine. It's fine.
Somebody please listen to me.
They're like, we're dream people. Like, what's he fucking God?
No, Ferengi, they're never Eve related. Sorry, Mike. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Keep going, please.
Oh, you're
Wait,
muted.
you're muted, Mike.
Yeah, save that thought. Rewind. Play it back.
Nope, still can't hear you. Gremlins have struck.
Okay, how about now?
Yeah,
There
now,
you go.
okay, now we can hear you.
Okay. So Cassandra was the first thing I wanted to bring up, just for you to go look up an ancient Greek reference and realize you're
Okay.
not the first one to see it coming and unable to stop the damn thing. Second thing you said in the middle or towards the latter part was Eve is lightning in a bottle. And no other games manage to capture that. But I get the feeling sometimes the modern administration of Eve keeps trying to open the bottle to stuff something else in and they're letting the lightning out. And pretty soon the bottle's going to be a game like every other damn game out there. And that's what scares me the most is Eve is special and unique. And the more they mess with the basic tenets of it, the promises that they made, the industry, the economy of the game, if they screw with that, they're going to break the bottle open and try to keep the lightning, and it's not going to work at that point.
Yep. 100% agreed. Absolutely.
I know
Yeah, they
this.
keep trying to shove other shit in the bottle. And it's like if Eve dies, you guys will never see anything like it ever again.
Sure.
Ever. Lightning in a bottle. This is all we have. And I think CCP should be fighting to preserve it.
Yeah,
I know this has been. Sorry.
I was going to say build other bottles, but don't screw with this one. It works.
It works.
And when it works, you can put gild on the outside, maybe wrap it in wire or something like that, but stop risking the bottle itself.
Irrespective of the product itself, it put CCP in a very unique position in the gaming space. What were you saying, Redline?
What's so good about it?
It is
a bottle. How is it lightning in a bottle? I don't understand that.
There's no other game on the market today that has captured the essence of what a truly massively multiplayer sandbox game is. Like
the most international game I've ever played as well.
There's
because
no
of the single shard.
because of the single shard server. Everybody interacts with everybody. Eve is a unique beast.
The economy in Eve is unique.
There is not
there are
currently
very
a
few
video
games
game
even
that
come close
captures
to
that.
it, and no game I think that matches Eve's economy, the way that it works.
What economy?
So here's something I was just going to touch on. I know this is not a unique rant, and it's been brought up many times over the years because CCP has this thing that they've been making money off of for years. Maybe not just loading wheelbarrows to the bank, but a successful product, successful enough that sadly over time is dwindling. But they keep trying all these side projects because in their mind, I guess, obviously you can't just live off this one success, even though we're all of kind of the hope and belief that, this thing may just keep going for as long as it possibly can. And that's really cool. I really wish they would start to invest in this game again, in the sense that part of all these different grievances I think that we have is that they talk about it like it's this never-ending thing and like that it has their support, but like it hasn't felt like that for a long time. And they don't need to reinvent the wheel. The game already has plenty of good foundation, and that's the reason a lot of us are here and very passionate about it. They need to spend money again on it for a little bit. They need to do what it takes to get it back right. And I think that's probably a staffing issue. That's content, that's spending time focusing on things that aren't necessarily going to bring in the most money the quickest, but are going to retain or rebuild upon some of the like basic foundational aspects of this game to where it could actually start to see maybe an uptick again beyond just a new player experience, which, I think we were commending them earlier. They're making some steps, but there's a lot of systemic flaws in the game that can't be bandaged fast enough for the bleeding out. I wish we were just touching on the economy. I wish they would bring another economist back on board. I wish they would go to that guy who took the rector job at the university and say, recommend us somebody, help us find somebody that you respect with your vision.
I miss Dr. AO a lot.
That was the beginning of the game, and it was in a healthier place in a lot of ways, I would venture to say. And it's not just economy, but that's obviously everything stems from the economy in some way or another in this game. And when that person left, they never replaced them. And the game has been, the economy has been in the hands of people who that's not their background. We all have comments about gas prices and this, that, and the other. Economy is a very I don't know. It's a complex topic that I don't think a lot of people can fully wrap their head around, and you need to bring in somebody that has a background in that. And I think they should have done it long ago, but at this point, I still hope they do it at some point. Just spend a little bit of money, bring back some people, and get this game more development time, more manpower, and let's start, righting the ship if we can. It's not
I
it's not the most profitable thing today, but if you bring the friggin' the player graphs back up, you're investing in your future again. You're
They
keeping the
they
ship
need to
floating
invest in the
and
long
sailing.
term. They need to
I
invest in
actually
the long term.
I
I think
actually
we're getting lip
argued that
service
in
on this
addition,
game's going to last forever, but I don't think they're doing the actual upkeep to keep the ship floating.
Not at this rate.
I actually argued in addition to bringing back someone Dr. Ao recommended that they should also bring back an ecologist, believe it or not, because I think that Eve's PvP aspects and small gang, large gang faction warfare is more like an ecological system than it is
Sure.
an economic one. And so that somebody can say, look, if you keep feeding the wolves and making them stronger, they're going to eat all the deer. And seeing as the deer provide the ships, you're looking at a closed circle that's not going well. But the last thing I want to say in relation to your rant, Manic, before we go off on another tangent, I love tangents. My brain gets derailed all the
We're
time,
all
but
about tangents here.
you do understand I can't say too much about what's been said
And
in
yeah,
behind closed doors so
I would
far
never
because of
ask you to break your NDA.
NDA. Yeah. But you can tell from the reaction of the CSM that we were caught about as flat-footed as you guys were on this one.
And that's a shame. Like, yeah, like I said, I've talked to CSM members about this, and they they assured me that yeah, conversations about this thing happened regularly, and they got the call from CCP that this kind of thing, this was the line, and now we've crossed it. So yeah, it's going to be really hard for me to trust CCP anymore, and it's going to be hard for me to trust the CSM anymore, and that's a real damn shame.
Well, that's just because I'm leaving, isn't it?
It's because you're leaving. You were the linchpin, Mike. It all falls apart without you.
Yeah, but I just want to get those out. You're right. The slippery slope is what we're on. And the thing is that we got to figure out a way to pour some sand on this slope or, flatten the curve, so to speak, to do something to get off of it. Because I feel that, but I have one question for you, and I want your opinion. This is not something I have pitched to CCP, and it absolutely is not something CCP has pitched to me. This is me being sideways. The Gnosis, the Sunesis, and the Praxis were all ships given to players over the years for various events. If they had put one up for sale or the set of them up for sale, what would be the reaction? Similar to this one?
Possibly similar, at least. I don't know if this is directed at you, but I'll leave it for now.
No, I'm asking everyone. This is an open question.
I didn't want to cut him off.
No, it's fine. I mean, just off the top of my head, just thinking about it, like I don't know how much those ships actually get used. So
Quite a bit.
Lot.
do they?
Quite a bit.
Okay. Well,
I would say too much, and I think
so
they give them out too much. But
my line is the line for me personally. My opinion is anything that can be manufactured by players in game should not be sold on the market.
so
Should not be sold for real world dollars on the Eve store is what I'm saying.
See, now there's the thing, and Rochambeau phrased it that doesn't affect the industrial players
correct,
because
and
those
that's the
ships came
distinction.
out. There was no competition with the in-house production of Praxis because there
So
was no in-house production of Praxis.
So real quick, that's why I'm saying it would be similar. I think there would be a reaction and it would be similar, but it would definitely be different. The initial reaction is that, like in this retriever case, anybody who's bought a retriever BPO or just finished research and they think, hey, I've got this investment or this project, or maybe it's just part of their industry line and now they're going to have some effect on their market. The Praxis and the Sunesis and all those ships didn't necessarily take anything right out of someone's out of their breadbasket initially. That being said, they've given them away quite a bit over time, and that does on the tail end of it. Because people are using Praxises to do things, or Sunesis, or something else, we're using those people's products before that. So even though they're not robbing them of something that they would have competed with an actual in-game industrialist, they are indirectly anyway, because people are using freebie ships that take away a market share for people who would have used other ships.
Right.
They would have used the traditional in-game player-made ships.
That's what I'm saying. Like, does
That's
this
a really
actually
good point.
affect the retriever market at this point?
Well, in that
This-
specific
this
thing,
whole
but
thing, this
massively,
the,
probably not.
Praxises are very popular, and
retriever
you don't
is
pay
not-
anyone in the game for that.
The retriever itself is not the issue. It's the precedent that this pack sets.
Because
Sure.
before they
So-
sold a ship, and now they're selling a ship with full fittings.
No, Manic, I totally agree with you. And I'm, like I said, I'm not arguing that basis. I'm just
No,
thinking
I get it. Yeah.
I'm thinking sideways for a second. If they had introduced, instead of a retriever, there's no way the rum is hitting me yet. They had introduced a boxes, which was about 2/3 of a barge. You know, better than a venture, but not quite a barge, but could be fit to with strip miners and sent out to do things. And the boxes was sold, could never be accessed in game. The only way you get it. Part of me was saying that would be slightly better because it'd be like Praxis Gnosis, but the other half of me saying, no, now we're going down the golden ammo road.
Yeah,
That's the
hey,
next-
you understand what I
Manny
mean?
was saying,
Because
he's like, that's the
You
next
can't
step.
have any sort of exclusivity based on just the wallet. Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, if I have no problem with like ships being given out for like as holiday event rewards or whatever, because everybody has a fair chance to get it.
Right.
As long as you can log in and play, you have the same opportunity as everybody else to get this prize ship.
And that's why the
Um,
Sunesis, the Gnosis, and the Praxis are acceptable in the game. But
Correct.
If you were to do the boxes, like you were saying, it would have to be
I'll
something
do one
where
with
like
you, shooter.
the Prospectors. What's this fucking event called? The
Prospector's
Prospector's Path starts. Your first login reward is everybody gets a boxes. There.
Is
It's a
that the
mining
name of a ship?
No, it's a made up ship. It's a.
Oh, okay.
it's a
I was
fake
wondering.
ship.
You guys were all saying a word that I didn't know, and I was like, what am I missing here?
Yeah,
Gotcha.
so the
Salute.
boxes would be in the same line as the Praxis Gnosis Sunesis, right? It's got bonuses across the board, so you can fit it any way you want. Anybody can get into it, so it'll mine ice, it'll mine gas, it'll mine ore.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Get in the boxes. It's a free ship. Go out, fucking try mining if you like it. Once your boxes
Upgrade to
dies, you
better
can give it
equipment
to
or
a
something, right.
Retriever or a Hulk or whatever.
Because that is another balancing factor of those ships, right? None of those ships excels at necessarily one thing enough that it's better than whatever ship is good at that thing.
That's why I
But
asked if they were
they're
used very much,
free.
because I don't know how
They are.
I don't know how
There for a while,
powerful they are.
Sunesis are used, not necessarily insta warping, but a lot of like high sec transport I've saw people
Okay.
use them for. Praxis for sure. People use them for smart bomb routing, regular routing, all sorts of event, just battleship uses.
Okay.
They're in PvP fleets. I don't know. I'm
The
not
nice thing
completely
is
opposed,
they're so
but they've
easy
given them
to
out
fly.
a lot now. We're
But
right.
anytime
and
you
they're
go to
very
sell
low
them-
barrier to entry.
When you go to sell them, that's when we start getting into the gold ammo. argument.
Yeah,
Now
because
you're paying
you're
Correct,
cash
creating
for a
you
ship.
you start
Right.
to create a
Does something.
separation between the haves and the have-nots. As soon as and you're assigning real world value to it, which up until now the only thing in Eve that had a real world value was Plex. And we could determine an equivalent real world value for other items based on the price of Plex. But Plex was the only thing, and Plex was invented to curb RMT, right? That's the whole reason Plex exists was to curb stomp the RMT market. But now, fuck, you can
Well, I
just
think it was
buy a fitted
mostly
ship with insurance just straight from CCP. There's no interaction between players with this transaction. CCP is magically divining ships and fittings out of thin air at the swipe of a credit card.
There's one more ramification that I'm looking forward to in a very dark sort of way, and that is that already some of the representatives from safety are calling open season on retrievers, boys, and they're getting funded. And personally, it's the first time I'm cheering for them to be hunting miners, because the backlash that they're going to see when somebody spends $25 or whatever and then watches it blow up and they're saying, well, how do I get the ship back? No, you don't. What part of destroyed did you not understand, son?
And it's a one-time
This is why I
buy.
was bringing up.
This pack is a one-time
And
buy. You
there's
can't just buy
and
another
there's
one.
there's some at CCP who will say, doesn't matter, we got their $25. We don't care if they quit.
This is
That's
what I was
already
saying
we
on
got more
Talking
than a
Stations last
subscription out
night.
of them.
So is it worth it to CCP to get $25 now and then never have that customer ever again?
Right.
Or do
And
they
that's
want to
a
get?
Do they
huge. That's a-
care?
Do they want to
We don't
hope
know.
that somebody comes in and spends $20 a month instead buying over?
They
20.
they know the game has a
15?
retention
Well, if they play.
problem. It wouldn't surprise me if there's more than one person at CCP who has accepted the game's retention problem and is happy to just focus on monetizing the people who try the game as much as possible, knowing that they won't come back.
That's brutal.
I hope that's not the case, because I know there's always been the thing of, like, lots of people try the game, only like 7% stick around. That was like the whole thing they mentioned at
It's
Vegas,
probably
Vegas in like
I think
2019
that's
or
probably
2018 or
optimistic.
something like that. But and I really hope that that's
like
not
that's
the point.
not that's not Eve forever. That's
I
not
know,
Eve
I
forever.
know, but I
It's not
hope
gonna
that that's
last like
not
that.
the point. Is that
well, and
they're like, so many people try it, so if we get a bunch of cash inflow from the people that try it, that might.
it'll help
I hope-
keep
I
it
hope
afloat
that's-
for
I
the
hope
people who
that's
are
not
going
what
to
they're
just stick
doing.
around.
I don't know if that's what they're doing now. I have a doubt, but I hope
It's
that's. I
it's
really
what it
hope that's
feels
not
like.
what they're doing.
That's what it feels
Is
like.
that they're
That's what the
not trying to just
perception
cash out
is.
on the
This is
the
This is where the
trials.
danger comes in, because perception is reality. If people perceive that CCP is operating that way, where it's just short-term profits, we don't care how long you stick around in the game as long as you keep paying.
That's not how you build an effective customer base.
It's,
Well, and
that-
that's the thing is they very comfortably they have to know at this point. There is at least a sizable portion of people that will not easily quit this game. People have been around for a long time and
yeah.
will continue to support this game in some level, so they can get this other piece of the pie from people who are just dipping their toes in and out, because that's always been happening. But they have never really figured out how to get the talents back in anybody. But they know that they can rely on this. Like, I don't know.
Well, like, think of it like this: like, do you want a steady paycheck, or do you want a gig? A gig.
How
that you
much
get
does
paid-
the
right.
Well, this
Do you
is it, right?
well? Here's
So if the
do
Do
gig
you
I
want
get
pays
paid in
enough,
cash
I'll
right
take
now?
a gig, of course.
Do you
right?
want $1,200 for one night of work, or would you rather work 40 hours a week and make a steady $4,000 a month?
Yeah, it's a philosophy thing of how you want to monetize. And the more I read about monetization of games, the more you realize that subscription model is a very old model. But then Eve is a
Oh,
very old
absolutely.
game
It's
to a
basically
certain
dead
extent.
at this point.
But see, there's still
very
players
strict-
who argue for it, and I saw that just today on
There's
Reddit.
very few games that actually use
People are
that
like, why isn't it free by
Mo-
now? And it's like, no.
There's a
No.
lot of games that have most games are free to play and focus on microtransactions. Now, I think the better ones are ones that focus on like cosmetic microtransactions.
Absolutely.
As opposed.
You're
to
saying
like,
Michael transactions? Like it's a person?
micro.
Yeah, it's me. I get the money and then I
Mike-
pass it on to
Yeah,
Mike
CCP.
transactions.
All those
school bus
Michael
is funded.
Michael transactions.
How do you think he gets the ships for the school bus?
That's right.
Michael
from all the
transactions.
It's
Michael-
Not on a-
Michael transactions.
Not on a teacher.
No, I'm saying like the games that focus on microtransactions and the ones that do it cosmetically, that's great because you're not affecting your game, you're just affecting on how people look. Cool.
Absolutely.
The ones that give gold ammo and shit, not a fan of. But
World of Tanks.
World of Tanks.
That was a
that's
brilliant
garbage.
series.
Also,
I still play World of
did the same
Warplanes.
thing. Like there's ships on World of Warships where it's like this ship is a tier 6 ship that's equivalent to a tier 8 ship, but you can only get it if you spend money.
Those games are brilliant.
And so it's like
they
you're sitting there in a tier
stayed
6, in a tier 6, tier 5, tier 6, tier 7 game with a ship that outclasses everyone in there because you spent money on it. So I hate that shit. That's garbage. And now I've gone in the weeds and lost my point. Son of a bitch.
I was almost going to interrupt you too, but I was kind of catching myself.
The preface was great, and now
it'll come back to you at 3 a.m.
Yeah,
so
but
just
it
start
won't
the
matter
stream
now.
up at 3 o'clock in the morning when it comes back to you.
Real quick, I
And
hate
you're
to,
like, okay, I have to finish my.
I had a
thought."
real point to make, and god damn it, now I got lost.
I hate to reference this because the audience cannot see it, but have any of you guys been watching the Caldari Prime screen share?
Yeah, he's been
going through
cool
some
shit.
sick structure skins. So just use your imagination if you're listening in, because you can't see any of it. But there's some really cool stuff that he's doing on these structure skins.
I wonder. I can.
It's a
tell. Hold
Keepstar,
on.
so it's a real big palette. But come on. Even just
Oh.
patterns, just fucking houndstooth on a Keepstar probably looks amazing.
I kind of remember what I was
Why
going
not?
with. So
Plaid.
I was saying like really quick. Really quick. I was going
Make
with
my
the
Keepstar plaid.
right plaid.
Yes.
Well, I was saying, so you have the
If it's got the
microtransactions.
pattern, then it's
But-
perfect pendant.
Oh,
It's like more like a shirt. You go out for a rip.
Oh, fair enough.
Stuff or rip, are you?
This is
Bud?
a lumberjack plaid.
Oh fuck yeah, bud.
Oh fuck yeah. Anyway, so I was saying, so that's the current model with newer games. I think that is like the wave of the future, quote unquote. But the thing is, subscription models are still a thing. Older games, WoW, EVE, games that are just purely subscription based, and that's where the bulk of their income comes from. That's an older model, and I feel like they are trying to. They have to transition. That's why EVE started coming out with skins, that you could have skins up with. Oh, I like that, Manic, that you put that up on the.
Yeah, he's doing it.
That's
He's
cool.
Yeah, that's
fixing it for us.
looking good.
Take it. Look at Manic taking the work off my shoulders. But anyway,
God.
so I like the
What a
fact that
mensch.
that they're bringing in this new model of like selling cosmetics and stuff on microtransactions that gives CCP money, doesn't affect the actual gameplay itself, and gives people like tons of people do want skins. I like flying with
Sure.
skins. I've bought skins.
I
Lots
think
of other
they've
people
done
have as well.
They've done so much better in the last year or two with their embracing of skins than they did for the like 5 before that, where it was like a bunch of drab skins, not a lot of excitement. I still think the price points are a little wonky, but like whatever. There's a lot of people who buy skins, but
yeah, but
in my opinion, microtransactions should be so micro, and I'm not talking pennies, but like $1 here, $5 there.
I'm
that
fine
people
with bigger purchases.
Buy a bunch of shit because it's so small and they.
I feel
notice.
like I feel like the purchase should reflect on the thing. If you're buying, I think like if you're buying a frigate skin, it should not cost the same as like a battleship skin because you're not,
Right.
you're never gonna see it on a frigate unless you zoom way the fuck in. And you know who's gonna see that? You flying it. No one else is
There's
gonna
less
right click
paint.
on you and zoom in.
Right, exactly.
Less paint.
Cost
costs
of
less.
a paint job on a semi isn't the same as on a Corolla.
But
that's the thing I was
we're-
just gonna say. Like we're looking at structure skins. How the hell has CCP not capitalized on this? Like you have ship skins. Why have you not gone? Keep
So
stars.
like I
are
said,
I
blatant.
know in my
Invest a
I
little
have
bit
I have
more
a
in the
very
game.
limited understanding of this, but I do know that at least possibly partially the code and the tech for doing structure skins does exist in the game. It's just not turned on.
Right.
I get that. So
So they're
I
on like
assume that
skins
obviously
4.0
skins,
right
but-
now.
That one with all the races flag.
Well, right.
So
So
I like
I
that one.
I assume that everything can be skinned, including structures. Obviously, because the structures are skinned.
Everything has a texture. Of course, it can be
Their
skinned.
texture is their skin, and you can edit that. So what I'm wondering is
kid.
why have they not dipped into structure skins? Because you could sell those for a lot more than you could ship skins. Because the thing is,
That's the
it doesn't
reality.
matter how zoomed out you are, you're gonna see the Keepstar skin.
You're
Even
gonna
see
know
the
what
Fort-
your Keepstar looks
Even
like.
the Fortizar or the Astrahoots, you're gonna see those skins. You're gonna
Put a
see
fat B
the
on a
Satoyo skins.
Keepstar. Yeah.
Real
to
time.
see all of that. Even customs offices, you could have like your and put alliance logos. You could have your alliance logo on your
Customs
office.
offices, Keepstars, they all have those
That way,
big
even
flat
alliance,
surfaces.
even high sec stuff can be skinned. So like, there's money to be made there. The fact they haven't delved into that is crazy. But also, what I was getting at with the subscriptions is now you're starting to see a lot of games that will do. There's this free to play mode, which is generally not limited. Some games have a limited, like you get like an intro. EVE is a little bit more than that. You get a little bit more in EVE for free to play if you're an alpha, but you don't get the full game. And then
Sure.
there are other games where it's like you get the full game, but if you subscribe, you get
Expanded cargo. And
you
whatever.
get better options, or sometimes it is more content where it's like, you get the full game, you can level up to the max, you can do all this stuff, but you don't get these cool missions on the side unless you're subscribed. And so I'm just saying, like, I don't know, that's the thing where like you have this weird like intermix of subscription and microtransactions.
It is
But
weird.
The fact
But that's
that
why it should be
Eve
kept
is
to-
still very much focused on subscriptions. It's like there needs to like. I mean, there's an incentive for subscription because you get the actual full game instead of
Sure.
like, basic stuff. But I don't know.
I think philosophically that's why it has to stay as fluff things like skins and like you know,
Oh my
there's
God,
there's
what's he doing?
various other avenues
Strictly
they could go in.
cosmetic. Look at that. We get our
It should
logo
always
on
just be
a.
cosmetic. I dislike games that sell
Athanor?
Is that an
benefits.
Athanor?
I don't
Is
like
that
games that
Tom
sell
Athanor?
benefits.
Tatar.
I like games that sell
Whatever.
cosmetics.
Same thing.
I'm sorry, man.
Because lots of people
I play this game still.
make the cosmetics matter, and then you'll sell cosmetics. And don't make them matter like they actually have an influence in the gameplay itself. I'm
Plus
like,
10% DPS.
make
By,
no,
by the
yeah.
way,
just make some.
this conversation
don't-
has gone on with CCP. CSM has said, this is money, people. Why can't
Yeah.
we do
That's-
this?
Yeah,
Like I said, there was a Reddit thread with a ton of ideas, and I know they're not all feasible. Maybe this is not even a feasible idea. I know there's probably some reason why they haven't just balls deep right into structure skins or all the various, ship skins, or even like player submissions of skins, which I think a lot of people are kind of gunning for. And I think honestly that's just money on the table because fucking Caldari Prime is over here doing all your work. So like,
yeah.
just put them in the game and throw them some like token plex or something. Be like, this is your reward every time somebody buys a skin.
Yeah, well, and Fergie's saying like the idea is to get CCP to realize their money is to be made in actually growing the player base, not just making money on cosmetics. I get that. Yeah, I agree.
That's fair.
I agree, but I'm saying CCP.
Well,
the fact that they're
here's-
offering a
Well, let's
free-to-play
keep
model,
the lights on meanwhile by not fucking over
I'm
the
saying, like,
players and pissing them
fact
off
that
all the
there's a
time. So
free-to-play
you
model,
shrink the
there's
player
nothing
base.
wrong with a company trying to make more profit by selling cosmetics. But
We
I
all
agree
agree
that the cosmetics should not be their focus. I agree. That
Wouldn't it
should
be
a
easier-
side venture, focus on the game, but also sell cosmetics.
Wouldn't it be easier to grow the player base if the existing player base is actually happy with what's going on in the
100%.
game?
Yeah, focus on
Wouldn't
the
it
game.
be
That's what I'm saying.
easier if
Focus
when
on
a
the
new
game.
player went and checked out EVE Online, it wasn't everybody going like, holy fuck, slippery slope, economy's dead, fucking art team, ruh, ruh, ruh,
Every 2 weeks.
fucking time.
Every 2 weeks on Reddit for the past 6 months, I feel like we've been lighting like pitchforks and
Man,
or,
but like,
torches
they
and
do
pitchforks.
so
Like
good. They're like, here's a
That's-
battleship buff. We're rolling back surgical strike.
that's the
Here's
real problem here,
compression
right?
for everybody. And then they turn around and they go, fucking retrievers for sale. Ugh.
People
And it
were
fucks
literally
everything,
about
all
to.
the good shit they just did out the
People
fucking
were
window.
literally about
Good fucking
to
job, you
wipe
fucking
away
dummies.
the last year or two. Like they weren't quite over industry and all the various things that are still, in my opinion, not quite tweaked correctly. But people were giving them so much goodwill because they're starting to touch on it, some good things again. And at the same fucking patch as all the goodwill, they were like, let's also put out this like pretty, ethically questionable or, just on our honor, questionably very volatile pack. And I just don't get it. Like they didn't even wallow in like the glow of like people aren't yelling for a day. Like, look at this.
It was like literally 18 hours between
Dash all that
the
fucking
fucking
goodwill away in the
patch
same
and the
load.
fucking pack. Come on, man.
And the fact that they didn't tell the CSM about it, like Mike said, and I think Brisk said too, like the CSM found out at the same time the rest of us did, and that should not that just shouldn't happen.
That's the other thing that throws me for a loop is like, wasn't the whole creation of the CSM to run changes and movements in the game
Basically focus group off
through
of.
a set of a small,
Okay,
a
let
small
me-
section
let
of
me
players
answer
that
that
represent
one.
the larger players, so that
Let
they
me
can
answer
get a better
that one
idea.
from
Yeah.
the inside.
We happen to have a CSM.
Okay. Make sure that
Yeah, you gotta check your.
He's
you
browsing
gotta
the
check- you gotta
NDA
check
real
your
quick.
NDA group.
What can I say?
Let me,
Okay, well, no.
let me answer that one from the inside. The problem is that there are a lot of teams within CCP. This is not 5 guys in a basement putting together a code game. This is a operation with 300 employees. And quite often I'm of the impression that a lot of the employees don't talk to all the other employees. Like I said, you get past a certain point, you only know the people in your department, not the people in all of your business. Those of you who work for various levels of jobs know what I'm talking about. In the military, you only know the people in your unit, maybe not all of those, but you'll know the ones in your platoon. You understand what I mean? You get this division, and so the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. Some of the teams at CCP are very open with us, talk to us a lot, talk to individuals within the CCP when there's a specialty. Like I for the NPE. They did talk to me on the side so they didn't bore Gobbins, for example, because he didn't want to hear much about that, and I did. On the other
Wait,
hand, when
are you saying Gobbins doesn't take in more new players than anyone in this game?
no, I'm not saying
I'm
that.
kidding.
He does probably, but it's a difference. And so when we got to industry, Kenneth Feld probably spent more time chatting with the guys in charge of that than the rest of CSM put together. But I don't think that the industry people necessarily talk to the NPE people because it's two entirely separate teams. And so you have this division of you're not supposed to know everything in Eve, and not even the devs know everything in Eve or know everything that's coming down the line. So we have these trust issues where some teams trust us, talk to us a lot, listen to the feedback. There's devs I'd love to buy a beer if I get a chance to when I go to FanFest. There's other devs that I've never met. And you're talking to a guy who's been 5 years in the CSM. I should know a lot of the people, and some have come and gone, and I miss the hell. Like I said earlier, I miss Dr. Ao, I miss Fenny, CCP Guard, I miss Mimic, I miss a lot of people. But the replacements don't know me from Adam, and so they don't feel as obligated to talk to the CSM, talk to me, and ask our opinion. After all, they're the professionals. They got hired to this job to do X. They will do X. And why talk to a bunch of rank amateurs who didn't even apply for the job? They just got elected by a bunch of other people who know
Popularity
squat.
contest, sure.
High school popularity contest, yeah. And until they see us do things, it becomes a real issue in we have to keep establishing the CSM as somebody worth listening to, because we've said that's going to be a shit move if you do it. And then when they do it and it is a shit move, we actually gain a little strength there because they're going, maybe we should have listened to you for once, or maybe we should have asked you, because often it's we could have told you the Prospector pack was not the best move in the world.
Not going to be well received.
But you didn't ask.
So here's something that I've seen spoken about multiple times in the last 6 months to a year. It seems like within the last CSM or two, we've gotten to probably a low point for CCP actually consulting and or listening,
There's
so to
so many
speak.
times where like the CSM is like, we never heard about this,
or
or
we blatantly told them that this was not on the level, and they, brute forced right through.
Well, to be fair, when they came up with the selling skill points idea, I was in the CSM then, and I hated that idea, and I said so flat out. You can see how much effect I had. So again, it's not just are we right and Cassandra, it's whether we're right and we're listened to and any action is taken upon that. It's the CSMs lately. We've had a lot. We've been stronger in some fields with the good relationships we've had with certain teams, but I feel like there's still a couple of teams that just never talk to us. And unfortunately, one of them was responsible for this. We've been having meetings every freaking week at 8 o'clock in the morning for me because I'm West Coast. About noon for some of the others. We're spread across the globe, but this never came up. We talked tons about the industry. We talked tons about the battleship changes. We talked tons about some things that I can't say because they're still not out there. Some I think are great. Some don't actually impact me, so I don't have a strong opinion, yay or nay. But we need to form the trust and the bridges with CCP. And part of that is whenever I see somebody say the CSM should resign en masse, I'm going, that would be probably the worst thing we could do because we need to build the bridges, not burn them right into the ground.
True.
And there's a chance that they just say, oh, that was a fun experiment. We're just not going to bring it back.
Is that what the Brisk letter is saying?
No, I don't think so.
I haven't looked at it.
He was making a rallying call of, look, there's a lot of people who are not feeling good about this, and
There's
here's
another EVE Online talk show
that's against the Retriever pack then.
That recommended what?
It recommended that all the CCP or CSMs resign. It wasn't us.
Was there really?
Yeah.
No.
Was it last night?
Show. It made it. I don't know. Maybe. Whatever.
I need to go watch that VOD before it's gone.
If you take a look at the letter, you'll see that it's signed not just by most of the current CSM, although not all of them. One or two said nah, or just didn't get in touch in time. They said this letter doesn't do anything. And to a certain extent, they're right. But the more of us that step up and say, look, this was a dumb move, and the more you guys, like Open Comms, you're helping right now, and especially Manic with that rant, you're helping a lot by, saying this is bad and this is why it is bad. This is what we're scared, frightened of, that you are going to actually break a game that we've been playing for decades.
You're going to undermine some of the most foundational concepts in this game.
And what will be left may be here, but it won't be what we came for, and it won't be what we'll stay for.
Right.
And that's the message we're trying to get through to CCP is, if you bounce this off of CSM, we probably would have gone, right off the bat, because it was crossing a big line. It was something that, those of us who have been doing this a long time, we're right with you, Manic. That rant was letter perfect because it covered the points of we've been saying this is a slope. We're still on the slope. It's getting steeper now. Are we going faster? And I'm afraid that it's going to get really bad before they realize how bad it is.
I guess we'll see. I don't know what else can be said. Like, CCP either wants to take this feedback to heart and like they're if they maybe they'll come out with an apology, maybe they won't. I don't think they'll walk the pack back.
No, I don't think
but they'll come out with a statement. But like I said, I won't be able to take them at their word because they've gone back on it so many times now. So this pack has eroded my trust in CCP. It's eroded my trust in the CSM, and again, not through any fault of the CSM.
And that's fair.
Itself. The trust of the CSM as an organization, not the individuals. In the CSM.
No, I mean CCP has eroded my trust in the CSM because if I go to the CSM and I say, "Hey, this is a problem," and some people on the CSM tell me, "Don't worry about it. We've talked to CCP about it." And they say it's not going to happen. Then CCP goes and does it anyway. Well, now I can't trust what the CSM says because CCP isn't following through on what they tell the CSM. Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy!
I want to thank you guys for letting me come on today.
Thanks for joining us, Mike.
It's nice when I get the chance to come in and Azariah, not Azaria, you manic idiot.
I liked it though.
Yeah,
I was waiting for it.
Scrub. I'm kidding, man. I didn't mean that.
No, I get it. I get it, bro. It's all good. No. Don't worry about it.
He does it to poke my buttons, but if I don't react, then we're missing out on the fun. So it's totally good.
I just imagine the silence. You were actually crushed. I was like, oh
no.
I heard his feelings.
I don't care.
I know.
Manic has no feelings.
I actually
don't give a fuck what you say, bro.
I said I was, but I wasn't.
Neither does CCP.
It's true.
So I'm downloading the VOD. I had to Google how, but I'm going to make sure that I have this just because it sounds good.
Preserve it for austerity.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I gotta get one.
I have a couple questions.
Drayden,
yeah.
Don't forget to send me that clip if you can. I would really appreciate it.
I wrote down a note. Is it cool if I get it to you tomorrow morning?
Okay, yeah. There's no rush. As long Monday would be good by Monday, just because
before Monday, yeah.
If I get a chance, I won't talk to him.
I wrote down the minute mark in the show so I can find it easy, and I will capture that. Do you want just the audio, or do you want like a video clip?
Probably just straight audio would be.
No, send him the video. I want CCP to know how mad. Yeah, I want them to look me in the eye when they're watching this fucking video.
I want CCP to watch me eat fucking wasabi flavored almonds.
Those are so good. I love wasabi almonds, bro.
So Mike, I don't have Discord Nitro, believe it or not. So the file will be quote unquote too powerful. So what I'll do, I'll just put it on Google Docs, and then I will send you a link to that with edit permission, so you can download it yourself. Yeah, so
totally appreciate that.
Well,
sorry,
Drayden, send me the file, and I'll cut it down.
No, I can cut it down.
Oh,
My-
okay.
my-
Oh, even if you cut it down, it's still going to be too big, is what you're saying.
Because if you're not Discord
Put it in
Nitro,
a
you
zip.
can't say anything bigger than 8 megabytes.
Right. Okay. Never mind.
So,
then.
so I'm
You
just
got
saying,
it.
like, I will
trust
just
you.
I'll just upload it to. It's gonna, it'll be like a 3 or 4 minute section. I'll just upload it to Google Docs and just send him a link to
Okay.
that, and he can
Okay.
download. I'm just saying, like,
Manic, I'm just
I don't want to spend $10 a month on Discord Nitro just so I could have like animated emotes and send
Guys.
slightly bigger files once a month.
Dude, animated
last-
emojis are
One
are
last
the
shot, and then I got to log.
Yeah,
and go
yeah.
on
Hold on, let me
stuff.
pour
One
it.
last
So,
shot.
Thank you very much for, like I said, let me pull my way in and kill all the conversations that were active.
Oh, you're fine. It was
Dude,
great.
you elevated this show tonight. Thank you so much.
Certainly in stature. Real quick, Manic. Part of why I
what happened
want
to the cameras?
the video to go, and I don't know if you felt this, but this is how I interpreted it, and maybe I looked too deep into it. Towards the end of your quote unquote rant,
6 cams?
it kind of seemed like you were going through one of those moments where, like, I'm not going to say you were going to cry, but like when I get super emotional while I'm arguing about something, it's kind of on a teeter totter, and I felt like that was coming through there.
All right.
No,
You were.
I wasn't
you had
gonna
a
cry,
little bit
but
of,
I was.
I'm not gonna say cry, but like it was heated. It was very emotion.
What is going on with the
driven.
cameras going on here?
I don't know what you're doing with the cameras, dude.
No, the cameras in the cameras are getting all crazy in
I'm just
Discord.
saying I
But anyway,
felt the emotion.
shots,
Oh.
Mike. Shots, thanks.
Shots to Mike.
I think that's your camera, Manic. That's have. there
Sorry.
you go.
Yeah, I fixed it.
Okay. It was like there was a 6th person joined, and
Yeah.
then I swapped to 6 cams, and then they left, so I went back to 5.
I want
And
to.
then I went to
wanna
4,
get the,
and then Mike left, so I went to 4. But then you were. I was trying
So
to keep up.
I want to get to what Redline was saying, but I just want to clarify. I wasn't gonna cry, but I was
I didn't mean
getting
it that way.
I was getting very worked up, and
I mean,
yeah.
like, there's
Like-
an emotional level of when you're like arguing something or
Yeah.
you're like letting
'cause
something out,
I
and
give
it
a shit,
translates to a
man.
little bit of your speech, a little bit of your mannerisms, and
I know
don't
my
mean to suggest you were
voice.
gonna cry
No,
outright.
my voice was
It's just
getting a little
very-
shaky. I could feel it.
it's like
you're
your
totally
body
right.
kind of shaking. It's
Because
a different state.
man, I give a shit because God, I love this game, or at least I did at one point, and
Why?
because there's nothing else like it on the market.
Okay,
And I
okay.
no,
So here's what I wanna ask you.
you just asked me why. I'm answering your question.
I know, but let me get more specific with it. I just want to know what it is, like a specific thing, not a general. There's nothing
Okay.
like it. Like,
Well,
what is it?
There, it's hard to for me to point to something specific, but the best explanation I can give is that I am fascinated with the concept of virtual reality. Eve is not virtual reality in the way that we tend to think of it these days with like an Oculus headset or whatever, but it is a virtual reality. And I think if I were going to build an MMO where it's all taking place on a single server and everybody can interact with everybody and have a virtual society. We do have a virtual society in Eve. There's really nothing like it in gaming. And I think it's so cool that CCP has captured, like I said, lightning in a bottle. I mean, I've heard CCP devs say that like nobody at CCP expected the game to last as long as it has. They thought, we'll be lucky to get 5 years out of this thing. But it's grown despite itself. Eve has grown into this really weird and kind of cool behemoth where it's nobody at CCP expected that it would become the thing that it is. And so it's kind of outgrown CCP and it's become something else entirely because of the players, because of the player interactions that go on within the game, the empires that have been built, all the metagaming that we like to talk about, all the stuff that takes place outside of the actual game. Like I think most people can agree, Eve itself is not an exciting game to play.
Sure.
You don't play the game, you play the people, right? I'm talking in platitudes now because that's how I can best express myself at this point after 3 shots of fucking Johnny Walker Double Black.
Is that the best Johnny Walker?
It's not the best. No,
But
not at all.
Triple
Triple Black's the best.
Well, the highest I've had is platinum, and platinum
Wait,
is really
platinum?
good. I've had platinum.
Oh,
Platinum's
man.
like $350 a bottle though. But
That
platinum
seems
is
not worth
platinum
it.
is good, but I wouldn't
I'm
I
like,
wouldn't
the
pay that
end
much.
justifies the
It was given
means,
to
but
me. It was given to me as a
sometimes
gift.
the means doesn't
Um,
justify the ends.
but Eve is this unique thing. There's no other massively multiplayer online game that plays the way Eve does,
It
where
doesn't.
the people are what matter. If you took EverQuest or you took World of Warcraft or you took Black Desert Online or whatever, and you completely took all of the players out, those games to some extent would continue on in, as these static NPC worlds where anything that happens in Eve, anything that matters happens because of the players.
Right.
And
It's
that
not quest
that
driven.
shit is so
It's not code driven. It's driven by the actions of the people that play it.
yeah, it is
Very few games do that.
it's fascinating to me, and I wish there were more games like Eve because
Well,
God,
and
if Eve is gonna die, I would love to have somewhere else to go.
so
But
it's
we'll never see it
also-
again.
I
We'll
would
never
say
see it
it's-
again.
Monetization has changed the landscape.
it's
We'll never
more
see
than
something
that, too,
quite
because
so.
People in
true.
World of Warcraft don't matter. You're absolutely right, Valamir.
Damn, hammer drop.
World of Warcraft lives don't matter.
Hammer drop. I'm saying.
I think that's a yeah.
I
I'd
mean,
agree.
I've played a lot of MMOs. Not all of them, but I've played a lot of. I've at least dabbled in a lot of them, and there's been some games. I mean, like when I played PlanetSide 1, there was an outfit I was very involved with, and I was played that shit for like a year and a half, and I got very involved with the people that played there. I never went and met any of them. I was never like it's like we only talked while on the game. And then same with World of Warcraft. I got involved with a guild,
Guild. Yeah.
guild, yeah. So I got very involved with that, played that for about a year, and knew the people of the guild that were active all the time, talked with them all the time, but only in the game. And then I started playing Eve, and this is like it's weird. Like people have mentioned it a million times. Like Eve has this weird, different level of community, to where it's like the game is something that we all play, but the fact that the community is so internetworked, and the people that you play with, and even the people you don't play with, like, there's tons of people. I mean, like here, you're not my alliance, Manic. You're not my alliance, Agarroth.
And Eve attracts a very certain type of person.
And
so
there's people that we've
even
had.
even if you
Glut
don't
for
play
punishment.
even if you don't play with them regularly, you can probably rest assured that if you meet another Eve player out in the wild, you'll have something in common
Right.
outside of Eve. You'll be able to get along with them. Eve is just kind of like to get the foot in the door, maybe to start a conversation with them, but you'll
Right,
probably
but
be buying each other drinks by the
even
end of the night.
still, like I mean, there's people in the Eve community where it's like I'm part of this alliance and this coalition, and this is the enemy. But there's people on that side that even during the war, it's like I get to know them, and it's like and we'll
Look
talk,
how
and
human you are.
Yeah, it's like look how
It happened to me so many times.
That's such a good reference. Like look how human you are, and you get to like meet them, whether it be at
So it's the
meetups or
community.
just online, or like you have someone come on here, or this
The
show. I honestly has
Redline-
You get to see
has-
how real and human and normal and close to
I mean,
your
this
own
show
alignments.
is-
Where you're like, oh,
Redline, here it is. Here's my
I-
explanation.
you just fly a different
Oh,
flag.
you-
That's
you
the
gave
only.
your
Oh, sorry,
explanation
Well,
okay.
already.
I was just
Reagan,
saying.
go ahead.
I mean, this show is another
didn't
big
hear a
leaping
reason.
point where, like, I mean, I've got to meet tons of people through this show that I never would have met before, and then now I know them, get to talk to them all the time, and then I see them at meetups, and I'm just saying, like, the community level of this game it's not even close to every other game out there. Doesn't even compare, and I've played dozens of MMOs.
Single
though-
shard
though-
persistent world.
Those just
the single
those
shard
just don't
persistent world.
even come
It
close. Like,
allows
the community
allows
aspect
for-
of EVE Online is like 10 times more than any other online game has. I don't understand.
Redline-
Everybody can be somebody
Here
to
it is.
everybody else or anybody else
The-
because we all play in the same single shard persistent world.
The scale of sociological interactions in Eve is unparalleled in gaming. In any other gaming community, the sociological, or maybe sociological is the wrong word.
I understand what you mean. So
You
it's the
understand?
community then, right?
It's the
That's not
community.
necessarily
That's
the
just
game.
It's
The
not.
a
It's
facet.
not so
the
much the
play
game. Like, so here's the thing: if
And
Eve shut
the
down
fear is that
tomorrow, if
the
Eve
community
shut
would
down
break it.
tomorrow, we would still be hooking up in Eve Vegas.
That's true.
Would we?
If the game went offline tomorrow, there would still be Eve meets all over the globe.
I still plan when I'm like 65. I'll be like, hey, Manic.
We're gonna be in the retirement home.
Yeah, like
talking about the fucking Retriever pack that launched in 2022. You remember when they launched that goddamn pack?
Foolhardy.
They'll have like the retro technological contraption that still can play old YouTube videos that we can watch.
Yeah.
You know, even though YouTube is like, it's like, oh, 2D videos, gross. Like, you know,
we'll have our old crappy 27-inch monitors.
Yeah. Like,
turn it up.
We'll be emulating Windows 10.
Yeah.
Just to relive our youth.
It's like, oh, they have to like, physically push a button to make this shit happen. Disgusting. Look
Yeah,
at these
we'll
old
still be
fucks.
pushing physical buttons.
Yeah.
None of those fancy touch screens. Anyway.
That's it?
Man, could you do this Black Mirror Eve Online Edition video?
Yeah, with Herder.
It's fucking hilarious.
Thank you. I was proud of that one.
I'll play it again.
Play it again. Play it again,
Play it again,
Sam.
Sam. What is that from?
Okay.
Is that from like
Never actually said that in the movie.
Casablanca?
Yes, that's
Yeah, I was
what's
like, that's.
referencing.
I've
Yeah,
never
yeah.
watched the movie, but I know that's what it's from.
Fun movie.
Well,
sucked
it's
anyway.
he never actually said play it again.
Did you
Sam.
say that movie sucked?
Wait, then why is that a saying?
This is like the Mandela effect. Everybody thinks like everybody thinks Darth Vader said, "Luke, I am your father." He never said, "Luke, I
No, he
am your
says,
father."
I
He
am
said,
your father.
"No, I am your father."
Yeah.
But everybody remembers, "Luke, I am your father."
Wow, we perpetuated
It's
it way too
a
far.
similar thing. It's the
Can't turn
Mandela
back
effect.
now.
I can increase the Redline's volume for sure.
You don't
So,
have to increase my volume.
Redline,
I will increase
That's
your
on
volume.
his
Redline,
end.
I want to get
You're
your
a
take on this,
clock.
bro, because I know you're working on something.
Oh, you know what? I had
and-
you at 89% Redline. What do you think about that?
That's fine. That's great.
Now you're
I am working
now
on
you're
something.
Redline,
but
can you tell us
after-
what you're working on?
So after hearing you guys talk about it, I don't know if it's worth working on it at all. See,
would you
because
say?
I wanted to do I wanted to have this like big movement where like the most popular Eve stream on Twitch was just a black screen that said "fuck your monetization scheme." But that was my.
We're not doing that.
Well, this is
Oh,
not
no,
also
that's-
not the
No,
most popular
Redline wants to
stream.
do this on like the new
what
Eden
I
Post
want
channel.
to do.
Oh.
Like
No, not even that channel. That's not.
I want to create a vacuum of content. But then at the same time, I don't really care. Like I want to play Eve, but Eve's not fun. It's not a fun video
Eve is
game.
not fun right now.
And it
Eve is
hasn't
less
been fun for a long time. And the more and more that there are just these ways to make money off of me and people like me, instead of giving me an actual reason to play the video game, the less I care. Because everything that I've ever said has never mattered. Anything that you guys are saying doesn't matter. Like, no one cares.
Truth.
No one cares about anything except for money. That's all there is to it. Like, literally created a problem and then offer the solution for $24.99. Fuck
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. That's the answer. One of my favorite lines from one of my favorite movies is Vanilla Sky, and I know it gets shit on because Tom Cruise is in it, but it's actually it's a pretty good movie. One of my favorite lines is, "What's the answer to 99 out of 100 questions? Money."
Sure.
Once you realize that everything boils down to money, like the world your worldview becomes so much simpler, but also you get really fucking cynical. Everything comes down to money. It is that simple. It's the answer to 99 out of 100 questions. Money. And we're out.
really
Thanks,
sucks.
everybody. Okay, the dead air
see you
means
next week.
we're see you
No,
next
it's
week.
not.
I was typing.
Sorry, I was
oh.
messing with my cord.
I
But
just
look,
found out there's
it-
friends
it
on
sucks.
Twitch, and Shooter's
Oh
my
my
first
God.
one.
Congratulations, Shooter.
Friends?
There's friends, and Shooter's my first one. I have a friend now. Sorry, go on.
There's like no purpose.
I didn't know that. I didn't even know it existed, but he's giving me
wait,
shit
wait,
now.
You,
So
you accepted friendship with Shooter?
I did.
Oh,
Okay.
You just
Anyways.
shamed me
Oh,
into it.
you're-
You were like,
you're in
you
for a
knew. Don't
treat.
act like you didn't know.
do we
But
tell
this,
him? Do we tell
this
him?
stream
Do we tell
Don't
him?
tell
is
him. Don't tell him.
essentially
Let him
just
find
gonna
out.
be-
Let him find out.
It's fine, Akrath. You're good.
Oh shit.
It's fine. You're good.
God, you guys are just feeding me to the wolves or something?
No, nobody's feeding you to the wolves, man.
No, it's
What
fine.
wolves? Wolves are endangered.
Relax.
Shooter's a respectable person.
Oh god, I'm cursed apparently according to him.
Shooter's
Go on.
Shooter's a good dude. Akroth, you got to come to Vegas. LB, you got to come to Vegas, man. You
I
all
want
have
it.
to meet Shooter.
Yeah.
And once again, we circle back to
Shooter.
fucking Vegas.
Right?
It
Can we not
always-
escape
I'm
It
this?
telling you,
always
dude.
To be
comes
fair,
back
we're
to
like
Vegas.
an hour and a half almost over time, so
Look, man,
we hit it
here's the thing.
in the fucking show though. At
Hey
some
man,
point.
October is right around the corner. We got to
yeah,
start planning.
October is either behind us or ahead of us. You know, it is.
Broken clock is
We are
right
we are
twice.
either in the prepping plan. We're either in the
The
planning
prepping or
or the celebrating or the reminiscing stage of
yeah,
Vegas.
yeah, there's always.
I've noticed that.
There's
And that's a
three-
testament-
three
you break
modes.
that,
That's
the
also
sooner
a
you
testament
break
what you
that
were
and
saying
just hang
earlier.
out with your fucking friends, the sooner you realize that you don't need
You
Eve
came to
tie you
Vegas.
together.
Oh yeah,
Redline.
Redline. Let's
Yeah.
all just move on to the same block or something. Like our fucking real lives
I
don't
was
matter.
not
and that's
expecting.
No,
like we
let's
didn't meet
start
through
a
an
I was.
fucking
I was.
Add-
content house.
Add a fucking friend on Discord, you idiots. Play video games together. What do you mean?
These
Yeah.
people do that.
Okay, great. You don't need Eve to tie you together.
Nobody's
Stop trying to
suggesting that.
save
We-
No,
this
we
that's,
do.
dead
that's what I'm
game.
saying. Eve could go offline
Eve-
tomorrow,
Eve
and
is
That
like
was
the-
what he was
Eve
suggesting.
is the
Was that
jumping
was
board.
bigger.
Eve is what
And
is
we
the
should just
start
let
of
it.
Eve is the
Just let it
start,
then.
and then it just keeps going.
Just let it go offline.
Well, Reddit. I mean,
Let it
Redline. You
die.
can.
just
you
let it
can-
die.
Let
I
it
You can
can't
be
do
the
it.
captain of your
No
own
one
ship.
gives no one gives a shit who I am.
You can be the captain of your own ship, man.
I don't know the song, but should we?
Anyways,
play Let It
that's
Go?
Is that your solution though?
What the
Yeah.
solution to what? Fixing it is just to
to
let
the
it die.
issues we face,
I mean, it's
Not
it's the
fixing
only
it, to
solution
the-
that works.
to the problems we faced.
Like every other solution doesn't work for CCP.
What have we tried?
It's
Every
like-
other solution?
They've been suggested everywhere. Like, hey, give us.
I'm not
cat
saying
ears, give us
suggested.
fucking cosmetics that are.
If we haven't tried
Stupid
every
and
other
pointless.
solution, then what's the point of saying that?
Cat
Like I
ears.
get that you're
Yeah,
I get
what
that
are
you're,
cat
like,
ears?
cynical
What
for
about what
but-
about
If there's a
structure
solution
skins?
that isn't going to be tried, then it's an invalid
What
solution.
about jump gate skins?
Tiny dick homies, hit me up.
I thought Rain
Maybe
actually
you-
showed
What was
up.
that?
I was like,
That's
what
a-
is she doing here?
that's a young lady at the
sounds
bar
very
at Des
clear for a
Menace.
phone. Damn.
Yeah, I
And
was
she was talking
wondering
about
too. I was
tiny
like, did she
dicks.
drop in?
I was like, man, she just like called from a long ways away.
Anyways,
Dude,
moral of
It
the
would be so
story,
worth
I'm
it.
gonna
She
start.
called the
I'm
bar
gonna
just
do
to
this.
bomb
Stream.
us with-
She
I'm
calls
gonna-
from a payphone
She
asking
calls
for
from a
tiny
payphone, like, hey, what's up with your
payphone
tiny
asking
dicks?
for tiny dicks.
Yeah, like,
First time caller, long time listener.
Classic
yeah,
Rain.
fucking, that's how she do.
She calls from a payphone looking for
tiny
tiny
dick
dick.
homies, hit me up. Hang up. Cost her-
I can see it. I can totally see it.
Calling in from Des Menace.
She and Delana are stumbling out of a
Yeah,
bar.
like-
They find a payphone.
what even is the cost of
Tiny
payphones
dick
now?
homies, hit me up.
Delana,
What is
give
the
me
cost of
$2.
payphones these days? Like $2?
Right, yeah.
Oh,
Give
man,
me
they've
two
got-
freaking Sacagaweas.
You guys
I
ever
do
played
have a live
Universe
call
Sim?
from Chocolate Rain. Tiny dick
Chocolate.
homies hit me.
Tiny dick homies, hit me up.
Is that like the We Had a Baby It's a Boy? Like where you just say it as your
Yeah.
name? So we just said
Oh
what
yeah,
happens.
that would probably be her call sign. It'd be like, you have a call from Tiny Dick Homies, hit me up. Accept.
Oh shit,
Hey
Rain needs to
Rain,
be picked up at the bar.
You
what you do for your
you
mom?
cost me like 3,000 rubles a minute. So what can I help you with?
You could afford it.
I mean, that's affordable now.
No, that's like 10
They're
cents.
free
Yeah, the ruble is basically worthless
Yeah,
at
it's
this
been heavy.
point.
I fucking piss
Trade in-
rubles right now.
Yeah,
If
it-
you're-
it's like
if you're
what, like,
heavily
like
exposed
two
to rubles,
is almost like,
Spend heavy with them now.
No, I think 2 rubles is a little over a penny.
I don't know, but I did see that clip of the guy walking through like the he was on the next level of like a mall, and he was just like making it rain.
He's throwing all of his rubles over.
Sure.
Yeah. Like,
And I mean, don't get me
it's-
wrong. We saw Venezuela months ago where they're like weighing money instead of like counting it.
I
They're,
mean,
like,
it's
just,
kind of like at this
banding
point,
it
like
into stacks.
any kind of paper ruble
That'll be
money,
400
like,
grams of dollars.
The paper,
Right.
the paper is
What a
per-
concept.
Oh my god, that's
I don't need 2 conversion ratios for
what
fucking
have I
currency
done?
thinking.
No, the paper, the value of the
What
paper
have
it's
you
printed
done?
on is worth more than the actual money itself. I made a mistake on a pour, and I'm gonna try and pour it back into this bottle.
Oh wow,
Well,
bold
good
move.
luck.
No, once you pour it out, you can't pour it back in.
Yo, I was thinking this was the
This is
mixture,
great
not
in
the
your
vodka.
pocket.
That's all vodka.
That's
It's yourself a
Pandora's
funnel.
box.
Your rules do
Also-
not
Holy
apply
shit,
to
Drayden.
Drayden.
Also, I'm not
I can't do
cynical.
that.
I'm hopefully optimistic, and I always have been.
Doesn't
I
sound
disagree,
like it,
but that's
man.
okay.
I
just
don't.
don't
I was
care anymore.
Then
once.
that's not what that means.
I was
It's not
once.
hopefully optimistic at all.
Oh,
I
that
don't
worked out
care.
right.
It's
I was
Eeyore.
once.
I
Yeah.
didn't spill much.
Why don't we
I
all
was
just leave?
Redline. I was once like you, and
Why
I
are
just
you
I
even
don't
leaving the
have
light
the
on?
energy anymore.
Same.
Don't get me wrong. I get
Why
down
bother?
here and
We're
there.
all gonna die.
Don't
Oh,
mind me.
bother.
Nobody
We
else
are
does.
guys. It's gonna be so
Can
cool
we
when
get
we all
Eeyore
die.
clips?
It will be
No.
just because no
No,
more bills or
It'll
taxes.
be great. Yeah, we won't have to
Like, I'm
worry
looking
about
forward to a
any
lot
of
of
this
aspects.
anymore. Like,
If
I'm not gonna try to die, but
Sure.
it sounds sometimes it sounds pretty nice.
It's simple, and simple is good.
you
It'd be
guys
so
are
much
fucked.
easier
After a life of less than simple, simple is good. Maybe I'll just
just to not have to worry about anything anymore.
not
Oh,
off into simple. Like
Nothing.
Oh.
Nothing is.
and I
easy.
expect I'll be tired by then. I mean, I
Although
probably won't be old
nothing.
because I have terrible habits.
not
but
even nothing to worry about, but nothing. Period.
Yeah, just nothing.
that's
I'm
right.
undocking my paladin to watch the
There
billboards
is
with
no
the dots
worry.
inside.
It's not just there's nothing to worry about. There is no worry to be had about anything. To worry
You
about.
are incapable of worrying.
Imagine
Don't you-
trying to bring.
don't you
Eve
judge
back
my
into
afterlife.
life.
That
This,
may be
this might be
capable of all
this
sorts
might
of
be a
things.
dangerous slippery
Ima-
slope of what we're talking
Imagine,
about.
yeah, maybe. All right.
I don't want to promote thoughts.
No. You know, you're right. Let's get off of this.
It's like
No,
it's a
yeah.
joke and
Here's the thing.
all in good fun, but I don't want to.
Let's
I don't
not.
want to like be in that mindset of like people thinking we're promoting things.
No, you're right. We can get off this.
So Redline, you gonna
know
have a
what's
show Tuesday?
Super good.
No,
Why not?
I'm not gonna have a show.
Are
There's
you- if
nothing
you don't-
matters.
If you don't host it, will someone else host it and just be like, "Fuck Redline, he's crying like a
No,
little baby"?
no. If I have my way, nothing is gonna stream on that channel.
What
ever
if you
again.
don't have your way though? Because sometimes
Redline,
if you,
can I
if
buy
you
the
go
channel
to
from
other
you?
fast food establishments,
Oh.
you can't have it. Your
My
way.
offer of $6.90
trademarked.
still stands.
You didn't offer $6.90. You
He
offered me
did, actually.
$3.
No, he
No,
bumped up. I saw it.
upped it because Drayden offered $4.20. So I
And
bumped
also, I
mine
think
to
he added a little bit of-
$6.90.
Well, then yeah, you
Respect.
offered $6.90, and then what if I offer $42.90?
Jacking off is right.
What no,
Jacking off is right.
$42.69?
I do
No,
say
it had to be
every single week.
$426.99. That's too much.
I say
too much.
every single week
refuse
that I'm
offering
never gonna do
$4.26,
Trash Talk
but-
Tuesday again.
You're never gonna do Trash Talk Tuesday again?
He says
I
it
say that
single
every
he
week.
says. I don't hear that every single week, but I guess I'll believe you. But I don't
We
know.
have a shooter.
I've not heard you say that
Sup?
every single week.
I've said it
Shooter?
recently.
Maybe recently, but I have watched your show a few times, and I don't think you've said that every single.
I mean, it's more.
Here's
shows
my
than
thing,
it
it's-
isn't.
I forget a lot of times on
What
Tuesdays.
about
Tuesdays,
this?
I'm
What
just
about
tired
this,
from
Redline?
Monday.
What if I offered you an NFT of
Wait for it.
Can I offer you my ass to eat?
what if I
The fuck?
gave you my
You
ass?
can always do that. That's one of
My
your
ass
freedoms.
is an NFT. An
I
ass
don't want an
NFT, if you will.
NFT. Why would I want an NFT? An NFT of your ass?
Why would you not? That's the question.
Yeah, what are you
have
trying to
ask-
say about Drayden at this point?
That's the question you have to answer. Mine. Like, why not?
What's it worth? It's not worth anything.
It's worth.
It's worth
If
more
he's-
than you
It's
could
worth
ever
Trash Talk
imagine.
Tuesday.
If he's offering it to you, he didn't ask for a cost or anything. Like,
Redline, just give me your Twitch
why does it
channel.
have to have a worth?
No, I'm gonna change it to
Give it to me.
Eve Gone Wild, and I'm just gonna put like
Too hot for TV?
Dude, I can
hold
hold
on,
on.
man.
Whoa. I got you covered. Eve Gone Wild. Give me
Register a
sec.
domain real
You got
quick. and then
graphics
go ahead
for
and
me?
Knock it out.
I got graphics for you. Give me a sec.
Manic's gonna grab the
Yeah.
URL before you can fuck it up.
Fine, I gave up.
And here's the worst part: Here's the worst part.
You missed the whole show,
Before-
Fishbone.
Before I was working on this special project,
Whoa,
I
guy.
was working on another project that was going to help bring all types of Eve content together so that everybody could be viewed. And I had all these great plans, and now I don't fucking care.
I mean, that sounds like a you thing, though. You could still do that.
It is absolutely a me thing, and I could absolutely do that. But it's a me thing. I didn't put this thought in my.
I mean, you
It's
did
not
put
my
that thought in
fault
your
that I
head.
think this.
Your brain was complicit in this.
I'm feeding nuggets right now, dude.
What?
Holy
I love
shit!
nuggets.
I like nuggets.
I've been playing.
You got-
Wait, what?
you
I've been
got
playing
nugs?
Universe Sim for like 2 weeks.
Dude, so I guarantee that no one watched the video I posted because it's an hour long of the Now Red hot sauce he made hot sauce out of vinyl gloves and vanilla. Because apparently
really
there's
silly.
a component in the vinyl gloves, a certain carbon chain. I forget what it's called, that he was able to break off, and then there's a certain aspect of vanilla that he was able to break off from the vanilla molecule, and he combined them together, and it makes a form of capsaicin, which is spicy. So he basically took that and then put it into he ground up some like roasted red peppers and some garlic and some other stuff. So he made a hot sauce literally out of vinyl gloves and vanilla.
Vinyl gloves, like gloves,
Like lab gloves, like vinyl lab gloves.
and he wants people to consume it.
Yeah, well, he
Yeah,
extracted
cool
a certain portion,
seems
so
like
he basically watch it. It's an hour-long chemistry video of him breaking down shit with like acids and filtrations.
Why are you making me
and
drink gloves, bro?
And then what do you call them?
Dabble my
Distillations, and then more like adding like other hexanes and this to it, and then this, and then that. It's an hour-long video of
It
chemistry.
sounds like a Tide Pod with more steps.
He's basically doing like almost like basically alchemy. He's doing alchemy, like not fake alchemy, but like real world alchemy, and turning vinyl lab gloves and vanilla into spicy molecule, a form of capsaicin, and then putting it into a hot sauce that he made, and it sounded good. And
It sounds like
I
we're
want
gonna
to
find out it gives
petition-
you
I want
cancer
to
in
petition
40
him to
years.
send that hot sauce to me so that we can do a hot sauce wing challenge, and I will eat his hot sauce. I will eat that man's sauce. The hot sauce.
So Drakenhoff is talking, making a reference that I understand. We can make gold; it's just more expensive than mining gold. Yeah, we don't eat gold. I don't want to eat vinyl gloves, even if they're broken down into whatever the base materials. And I get it that you probably could break it down to something that's possibly very safe.
No, so it's different.
But why not just take it from a fucking pepper?
Actual like technical
Like,
alchemy?
are we reinventing the wheel to make spice? Because
No.
we know how to make spice in a natural way without me eating gloves.
Well, you
That's all I'm
basically
saying.
you extract spice from things that already make that chemical. So the things like it's not alchemy in the fact of like turning other atoms. Because like to make gold, you have to have the gold atom. And if you're taking something that is not a gold atom, if you're taking some other atom and turning it into gold, you either have to do fission or fusion, which requires massive amounts.
The cold
of energy.
type,
Well, no, because
not
gold
cold
is
fission
gold.
or fusion.
Gold has X amount of protons. Holy shit! Do I need to get the lab coat on now for this?
Please, and glasses.
Sorry.
Is it time for
LB.
Drayden Science Hour?
God.
Is LB falling asleep during this?
LB's
portion?
like done with it. LB quick. I'll be quick. LB, don't worry. We'll get back to Eve in a second. I'm just saying.
I mean, it's not like there's anything else to talk about.
So I can go full science mode.
Go ham.
Okay,
Okay,
red line.
wow.
Red line. I've got
Data
images up on my cam that you can post on
see them.
Ooh,
Eve Gone
look at
Wild.
that.
I'm not gonna do that.
He is a
Why not?
Ooh, spicy.
But yeah, so
I am gonna continue the special project though. I already bought the domain.
I don't.
I'm just-
I
You
don't-
should absolutely continue all your special projects.
I don't know if I'm gonna get the lab coat. I'll put the glasses
I don't know about the other one.
on. I'll put the glasses
Like honestly, I don't know.
on.
It's a
So
bad move.
gold is an atom. Atoms are
bad
determined by
romance.
how many protons they have. That's it. Like X number of protons means you are this specific atom. Neutrons can vary, electrons can vary, protons define what atom you are. So gold, I don't know it off the top of my head. So I don't. Whatever the atomic number of gold is, that's how many protons it
AU
has.
such and such.
It's AU, but I mean, like, but
Sure.
someone look
132.
up, someone look up in
I think it's
a
like
periodic
92, I don't
table,
know.
find AU
213.
on it. It's what?
213.
213. Okay, so
Sounds
that
like an
means
area code.
that sounds high. Okay, so
Area
213.
code of Long Beach.
So 200.
There you go.
West Side. We knocked him off track. Uh-oh.
No, I was like 213 sounds high. That's like uranium levels. It's 79. I was like, there's
79.
So
no
I was
way it's
close
a
with
good
my
year.
82
That was
guess.
a good year.
because uranium is 230 is 200 and something, or like one something. No, yeah, uranium is like 100 and something. So it's like gold. I knew gold. Anyway, so 79. So 79 protons. It's gold. Doesn't matter how many neutrons. Doesn't matter how many electrons. Those might change. It's isotopes, but 79 protons. It's gold. And so when you're transmuting things, transmutation is a bad word because that kind of intones
Requires
it.
magic. Sure.
Alchemical. So the whole thing with alchemy is like, I'm going to turn. That was the whole thing, like turning lead to gold or anything to gold. It's like
Water
the only way
into
you
wine.
can turn one atom to another atom is through
Yeah,
fission,
Jesus knows about that.
fission, or fusion, or through beta decay. But
I like to go
that-
fishing myself.
that requires a lot of energy input, and we don't have a way to fuse gold into existence from lower end atoms, and we don't have any. There are higher end atoms on the atomic table, but we don't have ways. We have ways to break them down and cause them to decay into other things lower down, but not into gold itself. Like gold,
Yet.
nothing really decays into gold. Now, uranium
Midas is gonna
eventually
figure it
decays
out.
into lead in the long run, but it takes hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years to do that. But
And ain't nobody got time for that.
ain't nobody
I
got
think
time
the
for
Earth
that.
has only been here for like 6,000 or 8,000 years.
But
though, right?
so the thing is, like, so this guy isn't doing actual alchemy. But the thing is, like, he's not changing atoms. He's changing molecules, which are combinations of various different atoms, and he's taking combinations of atoms and then breaking off certain atoms off of there, attaching different atoms on, and then so you have various like organic molecules, which is what they call them, which are generally like carbon-based molecules, carbon chains with like either hydrogen, hydroxides, nitrogen variations off of them, all that stuff. He's basically like, I'm going to take this thing that has like this carbon chain with hydrogens, and then it connects to this whole like carbon hexagonal chain, and then this off there. I'm going to break this part off. I'm going to take this one lengthy chain. I'm going to take this and attach it. So that's what he's doing with chemistry. Is he's like, this chemical will break that part off and connect with this thing because it has a better, it has an attraction that it wants to combine that way instead, and so the energy pulling it off to that way is more stronger, so it will rip this off of this molecule and attach to there, and then I'll have this thing by itself. But then now the solvent I use to do that is now in the thing, and I have to get rid of that, so I need to like do a sometimes he has to do a distillation where he has to boil the thing, and it'll cause this individual molecule to go over here, but then that comes over with other stuff, so now I have to get rid of this, so now I need to add this other chemical that will bond with this stuff, and then I'll filter, and that will turn into a solid because it's not soluble, so it will fall out of solution, and then now I have to filter this off, which will then get rid of that thing. But then now I need to do this to it, so there's like dozens and dozens and dozens of steps, but he does it through chemistry where it's like, I'm going to take this thing, and through all these different chemistry steps of like turning it into solids, breaking it down into solvents, and then like dissolving it into this, and then combining it with this, I end up with this thing, which I need. And then he turns that into, in the long run, a form of capsaicin, which is what you like. That's what causes spiciness, and therefore he's like, now I have this spiciness, and it's isolated. This is pure spiciness in a bottle, and I have like 2 fluid ounces of it or less. And then he's like, now I'm going to take like roasted red peppers, some garlic and shit, and he blends it up, and I'm going to squirt this in there and blend it up. He had to put a little bit of ethanol because it turned into a sticky goop, but ethanol would dissolve it, and ethanol is just, drinking alcohol, so it's fine. It's fine to like put in the food, and that dissolves it, and so he put it into the thing, and that caused it to like mix into the thing, and he made a spicy sauce of it, and it looked really good, and I want to eat it.
Question.
I mean,
I want that man's sauce.
In my mouth. At some point to experience it.
At some
Just to
point.
see what it's about. Just see what it
I
tastes like.
it's a fun. Now the thing is, like, he's been doing a lot of like YouTube shorts for a long time, but he hasn't done like a long YouTube video in a while. And this is the first one he's done, I think, in about 3 or 4 months. But it's like an hour and 10-minute video, and it's worth every minute of watching it. I watched it, the whole thing, and it was entranced. Or
Enthralling.
Enthralling. I was entranced.
You were watching him melt his gloves and salivating.
No,
I get it.
yeah. No, it's.
I mean, I'm just
Man.
breaking it down.
It was
I
so
can't wait.
Yeah, it was worth.
But
all the
he
time.
had to disappear for a few months to get to that point.
Well, it takes
so,
like now. This was actually a project before because it was mixed in with the project.
he was
before
getting
'cause-
high on his own supply. He was like,
no. So
eating
this is
all
a
those
dual
gloves.
project. This is a thing he started like a year and a half ago. He took vinyl gloves because it also has a component in there that he was
I
going
think this
to.
guy just has like a vinyl finish. If I'm being real.
Well, there's only 2 videos with vinyl, but these are the 2 he did. He did one with vinyl gloves.
Oh,
and
he's
it had a
leaning
certain
into it
compound
now.
in there that
Discovering a lot about
eventually
himself.
you could isolate and turn into the the chemical that is used for grape flavoring in sodas and drinks.
Great
Oh
deal.
shit! Did he make grape soda out of rubber gloves?
He sure fucking did.
Holy shit.
He sure fucking did. He made grape flavoring, and then he used a soda stream and put the grape flavor in there and made grape soda.
Right.
And it tasted like grape soda. But the thing is, like, that was his original thing. But he also so when he was synthesizing the final stuff, he's like, I need this thing out of it, and I take this away. But he's like, this other part I took away as a separate part is what I'm going to use for my spicy thing. And so he set that aside. But then he didn't touch it for a year. So it sat in a cupboard for a year sealed. But then he eventually got back to it. So he
This all sounds
originally did
super
the vinyl
questionable.
thing to make grape soda. But then he's like, this other side product that I didn't need for the grape soda, I can also turn into spicy sauce. So there you go. All in due time.
Did it at least make some sort of like record-breaking Scovilles? Oh goddamn.
No. He said it was so he didn't go on a Scoville chart, but he said the sauce had good flavor, so it tasted good, but he's like the spiciness, he's like it's on that level, like it's almost inedible too spicy, which to me means that's right where I like it.
Wait, he synthesized spice from unnatural ingredients, but he can't figure out how to weaponize it yet?
What?
Maybe
But-
like in due time.
So I'm assuming it's like when in one of those like, tens of thousands of Scoville, if not like, low hundreds thousand Scoville, which means it's like super aside from people that love beyond the top spiciness, probably would not be willing to eat it. And he's like, it's right on that level, like it's almost inedibly too spicy, but the flavor is good. Which means to me, I usually like really spicy stuff. So to me, that means it'd be really spicy, but good. So I want it. So
just some lab
he
gloves
saved it in a
up in your
bottle,
mouth.
and I want to see if I can petition him to like, it's for a good cause. Send me the spicy sauce.
You guys were talking about doing
Maybe
a charity
we do a
thing
stream
recently.
and all the donations
Yeah.
go to Ukraine. I don't know. Like maybe I can convince him that way.
I don't know. I feel like this is one of those things that, like, again, I should probably watch the video and just not naysay so ignorantly, but I'm gonna.
It's
because why
an
not? I've been
hour and
drinking.
8 minutes.
See, this
But-
is what happens when you work from home. You have all this free
Yeah.
time on your hands, and you're like, I'm
Well,
gonna
no,
make fucking
that's
grape
his-
soda
It's
out
not
of
that
rubber
you.
gloves.
It's,
His job as a YouTuber now, he basically just synthesizes shit on YouTube.
out of
Yeah.
rubber gloves.
Well, no. So there are so
should we
many-
really encourage everybody to just
So,
be
so
breaking
he has a
down
thing
rubber
called
gloves to
he has a
consume?
thing called edible chemistry.
Is the
where
common
he
man ready
will-
for
He
that?
will take things out of chemistry and turn them into edible things. That's not all he does. There's a lot of times where he's just like, I
Listen,
need,
my hot sauce was a little goopy still. It was still kind of
no, but
glovey, but
there's
I
a lot
went
of
with it
times there's
anyway.
like, I
'cause
need
think
this
I did it
specific
right.
chemical that's a very toxic shit that you have to store very specifically, but I need it to do certain reactions that I want to do in the future, and so I need to make it. And how I'm going to synthesize it is from drain cleaner and this random, because he could just get basic chemicals from is it Sigma or there's a company in Germany that they
Home
will
Depot?
only sell to licensed laboratories. I think it's called Sigma, but I forget. And he hates getting stuff from them because like he only do it in the last resort where it's like there's no other way to do it, because he likes to show how he can synthesize things from stuff you can just generally get on eBay or from the store. And so he'll be like, I got this drain cleaner, and then I got this other chemical, and then I have this, like sodium hypochlorite, which is like a bleach powder, stuff like that. And he's like, and then here we go. And then he's like,
and then
got
kids
the hot
are eating
plate,
Tide
he's like, I
Pods.
mix this with
is
like
not
this
safe drink.
chemical, and then he mixes this, and then he goes through it, and he makes this like super toxic shit that he has to store in like a glass vial that he has to like melt and break off the tip. He makes like chromo chloride and stuff like that, which is very toxic, and it will leak through plastic, so it has to like be put in a glass ampule and then like be melted closed and then broken and then stored also in a separate container and all this other shit so it doesn't leak and like corrode everything. But
It sounds like a lot of extra steps to get some Frank's Red Hot.
That's right, exactly.
Well, but that's not what he's saying.
That's the thing is Peppers have been doing this so
Get
well
them on Amazon, man.
and I don't even have to eat gloves.
Yeah, like the whole Frank's the hot sauce, like he did use, he's like, I got some concentrated like sulfuric acid, which is like 90 some odd % sulfuric acid. So, like that's shit that he had. I remember watching a video where it's like, I'm gonna need some concentrated sulfuric acid, and you could just buy that from Sigma, but instead he's like, I'm gonna use drain cleaner, which is like mid grade, but they have to isolate the sulfuric acid in it, so he has to like go through a bunch of different processes.
It sounds like the Anarchist Cookbook on YouTube.
Yeah, he kind of is. It's really fun to watch because he's like, I'm gonna take this like Drano and turn it into
it's called
like,
domestic
very
terrorism.
concentrated sulfuric pure acid, and then store it because I'll need that for other shit. So then when he has other videos where like, I'm taking concentrated sulfuric acid, you're like, oh, I saw how you made that. So yeah, and it's also very dangerous because like, this is how you make this, but you have to boil this, and it's super dangerous. So don't ever do this at home. He's like, I'm a licensed chemist, and it scares me, so don't do this. So,
as he shows you how.
Yeah, well, there's some things he has to synthesize. He's like, I'm doing this in a fume hood, and I'm still wearing a respirator, and all this other shit, and like all this. So yeah, it's not.
And
something
somebody
you just
out
do
there,
in your fucking backyard or in your.
Somebody
garage.
out there is gonna say, I bet he has bitch lungs, and they're gonna do it.
No,
without.
he rents. He used to do it out of his dad's garage when he was starting YouTube. And his dad was like, "Oh yeah, no,
and
I
blew up,
supported
like,
him."
2
Although a lot of
garages,
the
and he
neighbors
was
thought
like-
we were cooking meth in here, but now he's made enough money on YouTube that he actually like rents his own like full on lab space. Like it's like a a university lab, but his own thing that he rents, and he has like nice fume hoods, lab. It's fucking awesome. I love
Good
it.
old eye washes.
Yeah.
Well, look who it is. Look who just joined the chat.
Who? Rain, what's up?
Yo!
Yee.
Turn your fucking mic on.
She's got the push to talk on the phone.
I bet you won't.
You gotta push the button on the phone.
Tiny Dick homies, hit me up.
Oh, there she is.
There she
Hey,
is.
Rain.
Oh, God damn it. Oh,
That was me again.
I loved it so much, though.
I was like, she just called for that.
They both just jumped in, and I wasn't sure if it was legit or not. I was like, are they believing? Okay, let's go.
Suck my dick, you fucking perverts.
Oh, she's on cam with Delana. Oh, look at their shitty Wi-Fi.
Wait,
We're
where's
getting
the
like
cam?
2 frames per second.
Wait,
oh
where's
my
the cam?
god, how embarrassing.
I don't see,
I don't
can't
see
see
anything.
it?
No,
I see nothing.
Look in Discord, you dummy.
I have the Discord videos up.
You damn dummy.
I see it plain as day. She's got 2 frames per second on her phone
now
camera
it's showing
going.
it.
Oh,
Now
I
it's
had to refresh it. Yeah.
It took a while.
Oh, yeah. That is very low.
This is
2 frames a minute.
Oh my god, it's so shitty. Rain, we can't even hear you.
And this is why they are
you.
the flyover states. Like we
Fuck
understand that nobody lives
you.
there. There's no infrastructure. I get it.
Oh, this is great. Just all the weird faces we're catching in between.
If you
the
walked out of this
chapters.
bar, you would trip into a cornfield. And you would
Rain,
get
say the
lost.
line.
Oh, she got the pizza hat.
A pizza.
That's not
I'm
a
still
pizza
convinced
hat.
That's a condom. That is a condom themed hat.
What kind of condoms are you wearing?
Yeah.
That's a Jimmy hat. I'm sorry.
Condoms
That
don't
ain't
have.
that-
Condoms
I
don't
mean,
have a little
bleh.
extra thing at the end.
No condom I ever used was fuzzy.
Oh no, that's. I said it was a themed hat.
Trying
It's
to
still made of
remember-
fabrics.
Trying to remember a condom. I
Rain,
used.
push your push to talk button. Jesus Christ. Stop just yelling at your camera. We can't hear you, you moron. Oh my
Unmute your
god.
shit.
Oh, I thought you were smart.
Forehead.
Look at that forehead.
Rain, you have to like push a talk thing.
Rain, push your push to talk button. Oh my god.
Oh god.
Oh, wait, we
Ah.
heard something. Well, we heard something for a second.
Really loud. They're singing Shania Twain. Man, I feel like a woman.
Nope.
Yeah.
This is what
Yes.
the bar
Shania
sounds like.
Twain.
This is the Midwest internet.
Shania Twain, she's a treasure.
She is
Canadian.
a
5Gs
national
out?
Canadian.
treasure.
No, 5G.
She's a Canadian national treasure.
Oh yeah.
I'm taking these classes off. Wait.
She looked really good in that in the music video for I think it's Man, I Feel Like a Woman.
So you're Brad Pitt. That don't impress me much. Yeah. That's Shania Twain.
Yeah. Oh my god. Look at her outfit. I'm gonna post this link in chat.
Dude, Shania Twain was a winner all day.
Oh my god. That coat and oh Jesus. She does things to me, man.
Oh yeah. She rose well. God, almost 300 million views? Get it, Shania.
Jeez.
All these years later.
Look at that mascara. God damn. Okay, I gotta turn this off. This
Winner.
I can't
All
stand
day.
Oh,
up.
we lost the
I can't
cam.
stand it.
I think they realized it ain't working.
No, she's still trying.
Wait,
She just
it's
So-
closed for me. How are you still seeing this stream and I can't see it?
I see Rain's phone. She's like circling the bar.
I realized
it
that-
closed on my end, but
I realized that Shooter's probably just wearing a backwards ball cap, but it looks like
No,
some
it's-
sort of like
it's-
religious cap
it's-
because it's like solid black
it's
and
a
you can't see
soup-
the brim.
It's a soup bowl on his head.
Like I feel like it's like a Nation of Islam or some, I don't know,
Soup-
some sort of
soup-
like
soup
skull
game.
cap.
Oh, okay. It's
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just a regular old ball cap.
He just like flipped off his camera and it just died.
And it's
Oh,
gone.
there's Dom. We got Dom on
How are you
cam.
guys seeing
Is
this
that Dom?
camera?
How can you not? Oh my
You have to-
god.
Like, look at the
Refresh
stream.
your
There's
Discord
no
real quick.
camera.
Refresh your
I
Discord.
see
and it loaded
Akaroth,
for me.
How
Drayden,
do you refresh
LB,
the
me,
Discord?
Rain, and Shooter.
I went to another channel and came back.
But then
I
that would
like
ruin
refresh the
everything.
camera.
It would- Like how? Okay.
Dom's like,
fine,
I know this
I'll-
song.
You guys do your fucking show, okay? But I just want to say hello.
Okay, Rain,
Okay,
thanks
now
for
I see
calling.
it.
Yeah.
By the way, if you donate to
Yeah. All that.
I will give you 3 pigs for Quest for Good.
What? She says if we donate something, we get feet pics.
Yeah,
I think if we
these-
donate to Ukraine, we get feet pics.
Jokes
that's
on
what that
you.
was.
Jokes on
Drake-
you, Rain. We already donated. We already donated $100.
Rain, we donated $100. I'm gonna
Wait, and
I'm
now
gonna
her
ping,
camera.
I'm gonna ping her
Her
in
camera's
Discord
gone. Do
right
you guys
now.
still see her camera?
No, her camera's gone.
Okay. Jokes. Yeah, I'll put it.
She said, "Illy." No, what does that say?
LY, love you. I don't know.
Okay, I pinged her.
It's ya lady, yo. I don't know. I'm just going with acronyms.
There.
Send them.
Bro, we're gonna get feet pics by the end of the
Hell
night.
yeah.
Fuck
Dude,
yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Wally
Just
Mart's
all-
gonna be so super jealous.
Yeah, bro.
She did.
What
she
the
did
f-
post.
Oh God! damn.
You.
Oh,
That's-
I was not
No.
prepared.
Oh, I was not.
I was not prepared.
That's like monkey fists. Holy shit.
Is it real?
Those
I
are
can't-
like
no,
literally
surely not.
like prehensile feet.
Oh.
Ah,
Okay.
LB, delete it. Get it out of here.
Nope.
Someone censor this
I'm
post.
not even looking at that.
Have you seen it? I assume you have. Did you found it to link it? Yeah.
You fucker. How do I make it a spoiler? I can make it a
All I
spoiler,
did
can I?
was click GIF and then put feet, and that was the first thing.
Oh my god.
Ah.
There. That's
Nobody deserves this. I feel like I need to put it in the chat now. If we're gonna suffer, everyone
Oh
should.
my god. Yeah, you all have to suffer with us.
Yeah,
Put it in the
watch,
chat, dude.
You all watch this.
LB,
This is,
please let somebody find the link. Copy the link to this.
I don't like it. I don't like any of this. I don't.
It's not good.
That's not.
It's not good, but you guys need to make sure and suffer with us. Like that's clear.
It's your fucking feet pics, you fuck.
Rain did post feet pics to her fan house account, by the way.
I don't have fan house.
She was showing off her toenails, but we all know what was going on.
She was just looking to pay the light bill. Come
She
on.
was showing off her new painted nails, but really, I mean, come on.
Yeah. Them feet.
Oh, she sent me feet pics. It's everybody's shoes under the bar. That doesn't
Clap
count.
them cheeks. Send them feet.
You might as well be wearing like a fucking cloak. Just trying to think of a burqa.
I thought Lorraine's legs would be less hairy.
I told her we can't masturbate to these pictures and to
Yeah,
send.
She's
that's true.
European.
Ones.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yep. I'll be back.
Drayden's the first one to go masturbate. Let it be known.
All right. Enjoy yourself, Drayden. Have fun.
I watched that episode of Seinfeld the other day.
What, the Soup Nazi?
The Master of Your Domain.
Master of Your Domain. Yeah. The classic.
I'm king of the castle.
I like that it's, nobody knows me like me. I like that it's making a comeback with younger audiences.
Kramer's the first one to tap out.
I'm out.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago. Rewatching Seinfeld now after like 25 years. A lot of the comedy in that show is really a product of its time, and it wouldn't work today.
100%. Yeah, we were talking about this. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of
I had
like
an
gay
episode the other
panic
day.
and fat shaming.
It makes me
The
sad.
other day, and it was like, whoa, like that's Jerry. That's not.
You were like, that was a conscious thought.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is shocking. I haven't seen it in years. I remember I grew up with it, and so like it's very nostalgic and warm to me, but like I haven't watched it in years. So I probably should go through and be like,
it was kind of a shock. I didn't remember that so much of the humor was based around like fat shaming, misogyny, and gay panic. Like
the silly thing is the 90s.
For the first few seasons, that was what a lot of the comedy was based around. And I get it. Yeah, that was the 90s. Like
the 90s was not that long ago, but it was like still pretty long ago, you know, like as far as cultural changes, like
and looking back on it now, it's like I can't believe this was the most popular show on television, and this is what we were all laughing at.
We've
Seinfeld.
gone through a lot of changes.
Oh yeah, Seinfeld and Friends.
Yeah, we are a different people now than we were 20 years ago. I mean, thank God.
Crazy.
Really,
it's crazy,
like we're getting
in
better.
That's the thing is in your mind's eye though, you're like, oh, this should be just that familiar, right? Like this is what I thought it was, but it's not.
Yeah, it's a little like some of it is really mean spirited, and I didn't remember that aspect of the humor of the show.
The funny thing too is that Seinfeld is known for having like very safe comedy.
Yeah,
like him himself, his stand-up. You know, he's never leaned into anything that was real
that's the
controversial.
thing. Like, yeah, I've never liked him as a stand-up comedian, but I love Seinfeld the show.
Sure,
like,
show's good.
It's so funny.
Straight it, dude.
When did
I don't think I'm doing any Eve meets this year, but dude,
you're doing Vegas. Shut your mouth.
When did Seinfeld stop?
We got
99, I think.
I think we said 99. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
it coincided with that Green Day song. I hope you have the time of your life.
The recruits on the course that I'm teaching right now are 18 years old, which means they were born in 2004.
Yeah.
So they were born 5 years after Seinfeld ended.
Right.
So that's how old Seinfeld is. Think about
Yeah, that's weird.
That's madness.
weird, man. That's
I was
same
a
with same thing with the Matrix. Like, it's weird when I run into somebody who says they haven't seen the Matrix. Like, what do you mean you haven't seen the Matrix? And then I
It's
remember,
a
oh
documentary
yeah,
on our life.
It's like
it was
25 years old.
it's yeah, it's
Almost.
there's people now who are just, you know, they're
There's people that can drink alcohol that were not born when it was made.
right. These people literally weren't alive yet when the Matrix came out, so they just don't know. But it's still like I have to remind myself of that.
Yeah, I agree with Waftam Wombat.
Yeah.
Blazing Saddles could not be made today.
Yeah, no.
So
No.
Could not.
I
Robert
also
Downey-
agree with Flea Block that Independent George was a good episode.
I didn't see that. Oh no, sorry.
Independent George, a George divided
killed.
amongst himself cannot stand.
A George divided amongst us.
So there was I think it was a Rogan episode where it was Robert Downey Jr. and they were discussing whether Tropic Thunder, which is very satirical and literally poking fun at Hollywood and the silly things that they do and such, whether it could be done today even.
I think it could.
I think
Because
it could.
Yeah,
It was,
the
it was well enough
humor,
to
like
get done, but
Robert Downey Jr. The whole blackface thing, like he was not that was not meant to be blackface in the traditional sense as most
It was
people
meant to be
know
a
it.
joke.
It
That's-
was
that's
poking fun at
it was a satire on those types of actors who take themselves so seriously
Yeah,
that they become a
It wasn't-
parody of themselves.
It wasn't
I-
Robert Downey Jr. doing blackface. It was Robert Downey Jr. playing an Australian actor, who was
Playing
doing
a
blackface.
character
Right, like,
who
I know
thought,
who
yeah,
I
I'm a guy,
honestly,
play the guy,
honestly
beat another
think
guy.
it. And the thing is, like, you know, people can say what they want about Ben Stiller. That decision with Downey Jr. in that role and that was one of the most genius moments ever. Because
Ben Stiller is a very
that is
smart,
one of
savvy
that
guy.
is the only instance I can possibly think of where blackface
Speaking of
is
Seinfeld.
actually okay.
Stiller.
It was actually okay and not offensive. And
Well,
the way they did it and how it was
because
done was so
in-
well done and
well,
so
it was in
funny.
the right context.
Right.
It was in the
yeah,
right
It
context.
was not a white person trying to be a
wasn't-
black person in film.
It wasn't Robert Downey Jr. playing a racist character.
Right.
Right.
It was just one of those screenplay moments of genius, I think, that they got away with something that should not be okay because of the way they did it. It ended up being so funny and ridiculous. that
Because
it
they were
actually
shining
was
the light
actually
you
was
can
okay.
be
That's the thing.
you can be funny and offensive at the same time.
Right.
That's possible. That's
it was
totally
a level
possible.
of offensive and
but
funniness
at
that
least
it was
It,
not
still,
actually
but
takes
really
it
offensive.
takes some really smart writing to pull it off.
Yeah.
I agree.
So I don't think
I commend them
there's-
greatly for it.
With that being the one exception, I don't think there's any instance of blackface in history that is today seen as like acceptable. That's
Right.
probably the one instance where it's like it was really funny, and I don't think anyone's gonna be actually offended by it.
No.
I'm
There-
sure somebody
there
will be.
There
That's
were
inevitable.
people there were
There
I remember
probably
there were
is some
people who
people
were
that
He
are.
offended, but they
people
didn't
in
get the
his own-
joke.
He mentioned even his own friends because that was part of the interview. He was like, I had various black friends that came up to me and they were like, that was hilarious. And he was like, and I had a couple that were like, yeah, I don't know, you know.
It,
And
it
it was
was,
just like-
and I'm
none of it was-
betting
none
the
of it was
people who
malicious.
were uncomfortable about it were white people.
No, he was talking about his black friends. So it was
I
a
could
Rogan
s-
interview.
I could see
Oh, okay.
some people that
Few
just
years
don't
ago,
have
but-
any kind of leeway.
Well, and at the
I
end of the
get it.
day, everybody can interpret it their own way. That's the reality and the
But I mean,
freedom of it.
if you were
was not intended
offended by
malicious.
that, if you were
Sure.
offended by that, then you didn't get the joke.
Right.
Quite possible.
Because all
and
you
there's a
see is
lot
a
of-
white guy in blackface, and there's more to the joke than that.
Right.
Sure.
I
I think it was very well utilized.
I think the performance just does it well as well, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it was
Well,
it was
and
very
so-
smartly written. It was pulled off perfectly.
and they do it very well throughout the movie. That's the fun thing
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. I don't
The
know.
black
It's-
guy giving him shit for it, you know.
Yeah, because I mean, I actually no, I'm not gonna get into it. I'm just saying
That's fine.
it's one of those few exceptions where it's just like, you know what? Okay. I don't know.
I just thought it was funny that you know, somebody brought up like Blazing Saddles or something earlier. That was one of the things that they spoke about in that interview, and it was just a few years ago, but it was a few years already after the movie. And they were like, "Do you think you could do this today?"
But here's the thing,
hopefully yes.
I get the Downey Jr. with Tropic Thunder, but like I get
Blazing Saddles would be a tough sell today, for sure.
I get it. Blazing Saddles, the whole thing with the massive uses of M-bombs.
Sure.
But
yeah, you got Samuel L.
racism
Jackson.
in there. It's actually meant to be a satire on how it's meant to be a joke and a satire on how ridiculous and stupid racism is. So I get that. But it's still so prevalent that it's hard. Like, I tried to watch Blazing Saddles and I just couldn't really stomach it. I know that like most people are like, oh, it's a great movie, but it's like I couldn't do it. And I understand the rationalization behind it, and I get that. So I don't. But it's like I just couldn't. I don't know. For me, it's one thing in Tropic Thunder when they're doing the blackface and the stereotypical demeanor, but it's different when you're just hearing like just the super racist shit going on nonstop. Even though it's meant to be satire, I don't know. I just it was hard for me to. I couldn't take it. I didn't like it. It was
satire from a different era. So sure.
It was a thing where it's like I get the joke, but it's not. I just couldn't get behind it. So I didn't like Blazing Saddles at all. I couldn't even finish it. I got like a quarter of the way through. I'm like, I can't take it anymore. But that's just me.
I posted a link to a short bit from it, and I remember reading a bit back that was like an actual just they just didn't cut. You know, he wasn't supposed to break, I think, in the same way or whatever. But it's Gene Wilder talking to the sheriff character.
Yeah,
and he's just describing like it sounds like a tough talk of like you have to accept this is just the way it is. But then at the end of it, like he reaffirms it with he's like these people are the common man, the salt of the earth.
Yeah,
and he's like, so morons. and the guy cracks like, and that's the thing is they kept it or something. I feel like I read that somewhere.
It's a lot easier for me to when you take that level of racism, even though like I said, it's meant to be satire, meant to be a joke, and meant to show how ridiculous racism is, but to take that level of like blatant racism as depicted, it's easier for me to take it in the form of movies or shows that are meant to show how horrible it is, like Glory. It was like a Civil War movie, or
sure.
Movies like
Another
that,
Matthew Broderick,
or like Amistad, Amistad, things like that, where it's like it actually just shows like how horrible that is, because then you can really, it's like, oh, it is horrible, but like you're really like it's showing it in a horrible light. It's not showing it as a joke. But when it's showing it as a joke, but it's that prevalent and that like entrenched, it's hard for me to like. It's hard for me to get behind.
Fun thing with Mel Brooks and Jewish comedy, I venture to say, is that a lot of things that can be painful can also be made fun of and made into comedy, and that's something I think he wholeheartedly charges into.
Yeah,
right.
No,
as his MO.
Like a lot of comics will say that tragedy plus time equals comedy.
And I
Mel Brooks is a master of his craft. I've been
you can absolutely make something that is offensive or tragic. You can take something dark and make it funny. You have to look at it in a different way. But if you're going to make a statement, you have to know exactly what you're saying, and you have to present it in a very specific way. And that's what Tropic Thunder did, and that's what Blazing Saddles did.
Right.
Like,
and like I said, like
your message has to be clear.
Right, and like I said, I get the message of Blazing Saddles, and so I know I don't take it as this is just a racist funny movie. It's not that. I know exactly what they're doing, and I'm okay with that. It's the way it was done is hard for me to watch.
You're not wrong for feeling that way.
So it makes me uncomfortable, and so I didn't like it. I didn't feel like it was funny. I felt like it was like, this is meant to be funny, and I know why it's supposed to be funny, but I just still can't find it funny. So that's just, it's my own thing. Like, I mean, and I don't hold people that think Blazing Saddles is funny as racist. I'm not on that board. I'm just saying, I just couldn't. It was too much for me to find funny. So
I think a
Honestly,
big part of that too is that that's dated. That was funny
very
and
dated.
acceptable and
dated.
whatever, and that was
And
the
that goes
that
back
was a
to
good narrative and message in its moment.
it goes
And
back to
we've
my
moved.
it goes back to my reaction to Seinfeld. Like I get the
Exactly.
jokes, I get why these were funny at the time, but watching them now, it's like I can't laugh. I
Right.
can't laugh at some of
a
that
different
humor. It's
Yeah.
it's a
just
different scope.
it's a different. I have a different mindset now. I think
Sure.
I hope I've become a better person than I was 20 years ago. So yeah, the things that I used to find funny, I some of them I no longer do.
And I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, like
That's
the
very inspiring to hear.
I think it was
And the guy's a billionaire, so he'll be fine.
right. He's
Like,
fine.
we don't have
He's
to
a
laugh.
billionaire.
He's
Well,
still getting maybe not a billionaire, but he's still
he
getting residuals.
his net worth is through the roof.
I'm
He's,
sure.
he's historically he's like the most valuable comedian
mi-
that has ever
yeah,
lived now at
yeah.
this point because he worked himself a very good deal with the syndication of Seinfeld and whatnot.
Yeah, it's
So
I mean
he got
it's
paid
on
healthy.
Netflix, so he's probably getting a couple million from Netflix.
But I mean,
He's still getting
well before
residuals from network television that are still running reruns. Like he's set.
he's been very set since literally Seinfeld, like the day after it went
Yeah.
off the air. He had a very good contractual setup. Jerry Seinfeld is one of the
Have
highest
you guys
paid
looked
comedy people ever.
into the careers of like all the other Seinfeld cast? Like
Have-
they did small parts.
Sure.
They call it the Seinfeld curse. Like
Well, so Julie,
all of the main Seinfeld cast,
what's
like
her name?
they really
like,
haven't done
Courtney
anything.
Cox did
Well, but she wasn't
Scream?
a main character on
Well,
Seinfeld.
she wasn't a main. Wait, that was she was
Julia
Seinfeld's
Louis-Dreyfus.
sister.
You're thinking of Julia Louis-Dreyfus.
She's
No,
so
Courtney-
one. She's
Courtney
an
Cox
heiress.
is his
Courtney
sister.
Cox was on Friends.
You're thinking of Friends.
Oh,
Julia
Oh my
Louis-Dreyfus
God,
is
Drayden.
from a very wealthy family to begin with, but she's also
Yeah.
No, Drayden, you know what? It
She
was
married
they were both sitcoms about white people in the
Same
90s.
time.
in the same era. Yeah, that's
so
right.
Courtney
I
Cox was on
totally
Friends.
understand why you
It
would
was
confuse
Ross's,
the two.
Dark-haired
it was
female.
Ross's sister, not
Bunch of white
Seinfeld's
people
sister.
in the 90s.
Not Seinfeld's, former
It's
girlfriend that they're
all-
just
Sein-
friends.
okay,
for the
so
rest
who
of
was
the
all
year.
Seinfeld's
white-
former girlfriend?
Is
Yeah,
I
they
think,
dated.
I think Courtney Cox had a cameo on Seinfeld as
no,
one
I
of
mean, like,
Jerry's
Oh, I don't
girlfriends.
remember that.
Seinfeld's
No, I'm
former
just saying,
girlfriend,
no.
part of the main group. What was her name?
That was Julia Louis-Dreyfus.
Okay.
Elaine.
Elaine and Seinfeld
Elaine.
dated at some point, but I think that's mostly like before the show.
Elaine.
essentially.
That was it
like
was
they're friends
like
thereafter,
first
and with
first
the knowledge
season,
that they
yeah.
So there's a
it-
curse, like none of them landed major roles.
well, they've all done like small parts here and there.
I mean, Newman
But-
was on Jurassic Park.
So like they tried to do like a Kramer spin-off, and I think they tried to do an Elaine spin-off, but like
Yeah.
nothing
I don't know,
nothing
Jason
any of
Alexander
them
was the-
did afterwards really took off the way Seinfeld did. So like they're all known for being on Seinfeld and nothing else.
Jason Alexander was a really creepy sexual predator in that
What?
Disney classic.
Oh,
Pretty
in a
Woman.
movie.
Oh,
Pretty Woman.
I thought
He's the guy that tries to.
Which one's
have
Jason
he
his-
Alexander?
played a
I
character
think
who
that
was
was
a sexual
before
predator.
Seinfeld.
wait. Which one is Jason Alexander?
He was George.
Oh, George. Okay, Costanza.
He was in Pretty Woman, and he was like the scummy friend that like tries
Oh my
to
God.
have his
no.
way with Julia Roberts because he's like, "Oh, you're a whore. Like, I could just do whatever I want with you," and it's like, no.
He kind of played the
do that.
same character in Shallow Hell, actually. Just
Oh,
a
he did?
really
Yeah, he
kind of
was
like
in Shallow
scummy
Hell.
I
guy.
remember Shallow Hal. I mean, he sells it well, and I hate to say that because he's probably a very nice guy, but whatever, play to your strength. He's an actor.
Yeah, but it's just interesting. Look up the Seinfeld curse. Anyway, it's 11 o'clock where I am. I'm winding down.
Yeah,
It's only 11.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
10
gonna.
It's 10 where I am, Agra.
Time is relative or something. Wow.
God damn.
Why can't
That's
we
what
all
time-
just use
we
the
have
same
Time is a
time?
circle.
Has
Yeah.
Shooter
Why can't we
said
all just use the
anything
same
yet?
So
Time?
his mic's broken. Sorry,
Oh,
Shooter.
okay.
Yeah, why can't we just always use the same
I
time?
see,
Like,
okay, I see him.
AM in
No dice, coach.
Europe is just not the same as AM here.
Yeah, that's a shame, though, right?
Yeah, like imagine it's like 6 a.m. It's getting late.
It all run off of one time zone.
Here's the thing: I've considered that. Like, what would be the implications if we literally
we-
just lived off a 24, where it's like, look, the norm in X, Y, or Z of the Earth is like I work from
It's
4
probably a
p.m.
terrible
to
design.
12 p.m. and
What
that's
time
just
do you get
my
up?
day.
1400.
I'll talk to you guys later.
do you
Good
go to
night.
bed?
C-Manic. It's probably
night.
actually just C-Manic. It's probably just a better idea that we just make it to where like this sensible time of day based on your light is the same as like everyone else.
No, let's all run off
I mean,
of Eve
that's
time.
that's how we do right now. Is that the most sensible? We've not tried the other
It's
ones.
the
That's what
most-
I'm saying.
well,
Maybe
yeah,
we
what
just
if
try
we
it.
all just ran off UTC?
Yeah.
And
And that's what I'm saying is when you work, may not be 8
Did you
a.m.
know?
yeah,
Fun fact.
2000
5 p.m.,
UTC,
Did you know?
it's dark for me,
Good.
but it's light for you.
American military operations all run off of the same time zone, which is Zulu time zone.
What
Okay.
is that?
It's UTC.
Okay.
It's Eve time. So
Right.
if you're in Latvia and you're working with Canadians, we will use the local time zone. So like, what time are we getting up? 06. Cool, neat. If you talk to an American, they'll be like, what time are you getting up? Fucking 0900 Zulu. And then you'll have to be like, oh, what the fuck? Do my
Gotta do
the
some
only
conversion.
people who are on time are the Eve players because they are already used to running off of fucking Zulu. And that works for like something that's close to UTC, but then when you go to like the other side of the world and they're like, what time are we getting up? 1400 Zulu. Like, whoa, fuck, we're getting up at 2 in the afternoon? Sick. No. No, you have to do the time
I
zone
mean,
conversion and
that-
figure out what the
That's
fuck
true.
it is.
You better not.
And daylight savings always fucks up because I'm always like, I'm either -7 or -8 from
Yeah.
UTC, depending on. And I never remember. It's like, okay, it's winter. Does that mean -8 or is that -7? Fuck, I don't know. I
think
know
we
I'm
can
gonna
blame
be
the
with-
farmers for that,
I
but
know
I'm not
I'm
sure.
gonna be within an hour.
Yeah,
but
daylight savings time is a farmer's thing.
yeah,
I think so.
it's such a dumb fucking system. Get rid of it.
Just
It should
farm
just
till
be-
later, asshole.
it
It's
should-
just a number. It's in your mind.
It's an
Fucking get
archaic
up.
Social
It's an
construct.
archaic system.
Wake up with the sun like you always were gonna.
It's
It
an
doesn't matter what
archaic
the clock
system,
says.
and the fact that people can run their farm systems day or night doesn't matter. Has no implications on farming, and it also I think it's not just farm. I heard that there was a thing. It's not farming.
Energy
implication.
conservation was another
It's
thought
an energy
process during the
conservation where like
I wanna say
people
depression,
running
maybe?
their lights on
conservation
as
period.
opposed to not running the lights. At
Yeah,
certain
here's the
times.
thing. We already fucked that up. We're running our lights all right now, and it's dark outside. So let's get past that.
I know, but I mean, like, people leave their porch lights on, but I'm saying like when people are
No, I
awake,
mean, all
if
of
they're
our
awake,
inside
their
lights are
living
on.
room
Looking
lights
at
are on. Like, and the thing is,
Every
like,
one of you
when you
guys,
have
it's dark
millions
outside.
and millions and millions of people all having the living room lights on an extra hour because it's dark earlier.
But there's also the psychological portion of it too. Like when you wake up and go to work and it's dark out.
It's fucked up.
Oh my god! And then you
It's soul crushing.
drive home and it's fucking dark out. You're like, oh
but
my
it's still
god!
it doesn't matter because
And you feel like you can't do
But
anything.
you're
doesn't
out all
matter.
day. But as somebody who works in a cubicle farm, it's dark when they drive to work. They go inside, they're under fucking fluorescent lights all fucking day, and then they go outside to go home, and the fucking sun's already down. They never see the sun. Like, what
It's
the
really soul
it's
crushing.
fucking
Yeah, but-
depressing.
I'm just saying like
Yay, capitalism.
it's already it doesn't matter daylight savings or not. It's
Only
gonna be
doesn't matter if
dark
you
out in
give
the
up like
winter.
that.
And the thing is, like, it's if you center the time around noon. Because here's the thing.
Here's the thing. What if we were adaptive? What if we didn't give a shit about what the clock said as far as let's go to work every day, every day for all the year, 8 to 5 or 7 to 5 or whatever, whatever our hours are. What if it's fucking sun up to sundown? Sure, it gets shorter sometimes a year. You work less shorter times a year because it's fucking cold and you can't get as much work done anyway.
No, but
There's
if-
not
if-
much reason, but
But hold on. Here's the thing.
Work
Here's
with
where
the fucking
here's
sun.
Where here's where the daylight thing
You're the
falls
sun.
flat. Is it makes it when you do the daylight savings and falling back in the fall when it gets darker earlier, it actually makes it dark earlier. You are getting earlier sunlight in the morning, but earlier dusk in the evening.
I understand how it shifts. I don't think that was a confusion at all.
No, I'm just saying, like, so it's if you're worried
You're
about,
dark
like,
in the
oh,
evening.
it seems dark when you go home at night. It's like that's because
It is.
it is. But I'm saying, like, well,
What are you saying exactly right now, Drayden? I want to
have
make sure I can
have
wrap
to-
my head around
no,
it
I have
if
to
possible.
I might be wrong. I have to think about it now.
Because I think you're just talking about moving the chains. This is like American football, right?
Well,
You
it
got
does
your
move-
chains.
well,
they're
it
they're
does
the
just move
length that they
chains.
are,
Yeah, no,
and you're
no,
moving the
I'm
chains
wrong,
throughout
I'm
the year.
wrong.
That's all it does. It's always the same 10 yards. Now the Earth and
Yeah.
our orbits and our axis, that's what affects sunlight and the levels of sunlight. And that's why I'm saying I'm going kind of farmer about it. And I'm like, look, in the winter
Right.
you can get less work done because there's less sun. And that's fine because fuck the winter, and I don't respect it because I'm from the south and I don't like the cold and I don't like the snow. But that's a
Well,
whole
let me
other
tell
subject.
You.
That's a whole other subject. But that being said, why should we tweak our internal clocks and fuck with our circadian cycles and all this human construct bullshit? Work with the fucking sun. It's the bounty that all of us get. It's a universal freedom unless you're locked up inside or something, which sometimes for those cubicle farm people that LB talked about, that's a reality.
Oh,
It's
no,
super depressing.
No, I'm right.
And
Okay, so
I
so,
lived that.
So I'm right. Here's my thing. If you set around noon and midnight, that is where the sun is at its apex and minimum. And so your differentiation of time, the zenith and so the height and the zenith. The zenith is the height, and I forget
Right, and I don't know what the opposite of apex is. I'm sorry.
Well, apex
the
is
antipex.
Apex and zenith are the same.
It's not a word.
And then I don't know what you call it. Zenith.
I'm sad.
Zenith.
I'm ignorant.
No, I don't know. But anyway, so the thing is, like, if it's like, because the thing is, like, the Earth will always center around, like, noon and midnight. Like, those are still the minimum and maximum of the sun in the sky, right? And so the amount of daylight on the expenditures of each side of that will shrink and expand based on summer and winter. Unless you're
ebbs and flows. That's what they call that.
If you're on the equator, it stays the same. But aside from that, that's where it'll expand. But if you shift your time forward or backwards, now you're changing that center. And so one side will have an advantage and the other side will have a disadvantage, I guess you can call it. And so if you shift it earlier to where it's like now the sun rises earlier, that means it sets earlier. So now it's like, yes, you might have daylight at 7 instead of 8, but you're going to have sunset at 3 instead of 4, depending on how north you are.
Sure.
So it does shift. That I was right in saying that it makes the morning
It's trying to chase the sun.
The morning happens earlier, so you still get an early morning, but you are getting an early sunset because you're shifting your sunrise earlier clockwise. Like, the sun is going to rise at whatever time, but you're shifting your clock time at sunrise earlier, which means that your clock time at sunset is an hour earlier as well. So it makes the evening earlier in the day. So it's like, if you just didn't fuck with the time, yeah, your morning would be a little bit later, but also you'd have a little bit more daylight in the evening.
I think it's arbitrary, and I think it's bullshit, and I think with a
I
global
think just stop fucking
internet
with the times.
world, we can do away with it. Fuck time zones.
Stop fucking with the times.
and
Like,
fuck
set it to
time
it's like
savings.
noon is the midday and midnight is the midnight, and then adjust the times according to that. And therefore, as the winter comes in, your morning will start later, and your evening will start earlier, but it will be even. And then summer, it's going to spread out evenly.
It's just the way she
You're
goes.
not going to have, and then you'll just adjust to that.
Your
because
your
seasons are
lungs
seasons, and you have to
expand and
adjust to it.
contract, and that's the
Yeah, it's
seasons,
like you
man.
just have to adjust to
We're
it
all just a
seasons to
living
seasons, but-
process. And the fucking winter, you're gonna get less sun. Everybody deserves that. That's what winter's about. It sucks, but that's what you do. You get less sun.
I just
You got
it's
shorter
like,
days.
I
And we
think
do
it's
it every
because
year.
they're like,
but
oh,
don't
people-
fuck with my actual clocks.
I think it's because
because
like, oh, the sun
we
is
program
rising
ourselves
later.
on those.
I think it's because the winter, it's like the sun is rising later. It's like, oh, but we want people to wake up at an earlier time to start their day at the right time. So that's why they shift the time back. And it's like, well, yeah, night will come earlier, but you know what? It's nighttime. So when you get off work, it doesn't matter if it's dark or not. It's like, as long as your day starts with more light. That's I feel like, I could be wrong, but I feel like that's kind of like where it more started with. But nowadays, that doesn't matter.
saying
That doesn't
I
matter.
wholesale disagree with it.
I don't know.
And I'm taking a stand. I'm making it loud and known right
Get rid
now.
of daylight savings. Get rid of
Fuck
it.
daylight saving.
It's stupid. It's a stupid system.
So here's the
Everyone
fun
says it's a
thing.
stupid system. It should have been gotten rid of a
I
century
think it's
ago.
funny that we do it twice a year, every year, all of our lives, and every time it feels like a fucking blindside, right? You have to readjust. You have to rewire your brain at least,
Right.
a little bit. You got to tweak the dial. And that's not crazy because humans are one of the most adaptive things, to my knowledge, that exists in nature.
Yeah,
Apparently, or
there
something.
are states, and that's the other thing.
But
There are states
it's
that don't
fucking
do it.
stupid. It's arbitrarily tweaking our dials when it's like, why not just let us live?
And the thing is, that
Maybe
there
we
are-
don't fuck with the dials. Maybe our bodies just do what
there
they're
are
going to do,
states-
and we either have less or more sun throughout the year, and we adapt. That's
Well,
how you do farming. You're not trying to farm all throughout the winter because you understand what the sun is doing. You're like, I
But
don't have
also,
this
there's,
sun.
like,
I can't make as much corn. Or
Your
whatever.
body's, whether you change the time on your clock or not, your body's still going to adjust to the changes in sunlight, because your body uses circadian rhythm, and your body
Right.
reacts to sunlight and darkness with melatonin and cortisol. So that's what your body uses to like counteract those and do your circadian rhythm. So that doesn't matter. And the fact that the days get shorter and then the days get longer in the summer, like, you just have to deal with
Maybe
that.
we're supposed to hibernate more in the
And I
winter.
think it's better if
like
you
the
just do
bears
it on even setting both sides as opposed to artificially shifting shit.
I think we're trying to
also,
rewire the
fact that
programming,
there
and
are
I think that's
certain-
the most egotistical human thing that we can do on nature.
It makes
Like,
it
fuck
also
that
harder
noise.
than like the fact that there are places that don't do, like Indiana. Apparently, I didn't know it, but apparently
Parts
Indiana
of
doesn't do
Arizona
daylight
don't
savings.
recognize certain parts of daylight
So
saving.
Indiana doesn't do daylight savings. Arizona doesn't either. And so there are like certain times of the year Arizona's on Mountain Time, and then certain times of the year Arizona's on Pacific Time.
I mean,
And so I assume that Indiana, at certain times of the year, Indiana is on Central Time, and then certain parts of the year, Indiana is on Eastern Time.
Ethiopia
That
doesn't
fucks
even
up
recognize the
everything.
Gregorian calendar, so they're like 8 years behind. Like, let's be real here. You could just do whatever you want. It's all a social construct. Calendars, time, lunchtime. Time is an illusion, and lunchtime doubly so.
Yeah, but Sea Shuffle, I kind of agree with that, but at the same time, when it gets into like, it also depends on how north you are, because the farther north you are, the greater the difference in summer and winter differences in light you get are. Because if you're on the equator, there is no summer and winter. It's
Paradise all day.
Like, if you were literally on the equator, it's the same amount of sunlight and daylight all year round. 12
Ecuador
hours
is
and
awesome.
12 hours. It's like so, but the farther north you go, so it's like, I mean, I'm fairly far north, so my extremes of daylight between summer and winter are much more extravagant than someone in Florida. So, I mean, like, someone out there, they might have, even in the winter, they're getting morning sunshine, and it's like, I'm not getting that for another hour, past their own even local time.
It's silliness, and I'll die on this hill.
Yeah, I mean, you're in Texas, right?
No, but I'm from Texas.
Oh, I always think you're from Texas.
I'm in North Carolina, so now I'm in the middle of the country.
And then there was a time where I thought you were from North Carolina and then living in Texas.
So, funnily enough, I was born in North Carolina, but that was while my dad was in the Marines. I moved back to Texas 2 months later, and all my family was from Texas. So, I'm a Texan.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've lived all my life in Texas.
But
I was born while my dad was getting out of the Marines.
Because I remember when I used to live in Anchorage for like 4 or 5 years, and that's far enough north that it's like
real deal.
I remember in the winter, it was like, it would be like, you'd get sunrise at like 10 a.m. and then sunset at like 2 p.m. And then in the summer, it's like, oh, the sun's up at 4 or 5 a.m. And then it's like sunset is like midnight, 1 in the morning. So it's like you'd have like, it's pretty extreme up there. So I don't know. I don't know. Get rid of data savings. It should all just be centralized based on sun maximum, noon. Sun opposite, midnight. Set your clocks that way in your time zone and don't change it. When it comes to summer and winter, you just have to understand that daylight's going to shorten and lengthen and just run with it. Like, fuck. Stop changing the clocks all over the place. It's stupid. I hate it.
It's stupid.
It's stupid. It's a
And
stupid
here's the thing.
it's a stupid outdated system.
I get that we're getting to a point where we won't have to interact with our clock so much, and I admit that as like a lazy person in smart devices and computers and whatnot, like it's brilliant that something will take over for me and I won't actually have to change clocks. That's perfectly fine. But your actual internal fucking chemistry of like how your system operates, we do it every year, all of our lives, and every daylight savings time, people are like, fuck, for at least a few days, and it sucks. You shouldn't have to rewire your chemistry. It's bullshit.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is like the days lengthening or shortening are gradual over time. Yeah, and so like that, it's almost like, you know, a shock adjust. Like if you switch it over like even an hour, that fucks with people's systems. Whereas like the gradual lengthening and shortening are such gradual things that it's just, you will just gradually get used to it better, and your circadian rhythm will actually have an easier time adjusting to that than just forcefully shifting things that hard. And also your circadian rhythm is based on sunlight and nighttime. And so if you shift the clocks and now all of a sudden it might make it easier to wake up, but it's going to be harder to fall asleep. Or harder to... It could fuck with shit. I don't know. It's like...
You shouldn't fuck with nature in such a way. Look, I don't agree with people living in the far north because I don't respect the winter. And, I'll just say that outright. But
you hear that?
People are going to do whatever they're going to do.
I guess, hold on. We're all different people here.
Sure, and it's fine. People can live where they live, and most of it's based around where their family was and where they respond and whatever. I mean, the vast majority, I think, statistically, of people do not move more than, like, 50 or 100 miles from where they were born or something. That being said, winter's bullshit, and if you choose to live through it, more power to you. Some people are built for the cold. I'm not. And they can go do that thing. But, I think nature should just be respected in the sense that some places you get more sun throughout the year and some places you get less, and you just got to deal. But don't fuck with clocks. That's bullshit. If we're going to call noon the highest point in the sun, what's that?
I hate it here, and I wish...
LB, would you like the Caribbean?
I wish Florida would secede from the States, and then we could just take it.
There you go.
And then I could just
and
move
snow buddy back and forth.
Do you really want to live in Florida
without
though?
a passport?
Well, bass fishing is.
If Canada took over Florida, I think it would improve. I'm gonna go out there and say that. If Canada took over Florida, it would improve.
We can't get any worse.
That's right. Exactly. I mean, I think that's actually the foundation of my thought process. And I won't apologize to anyone from Florida.
Ooh,
they're not even watching.
It's fine. They're all in homes. It was Jello Day.
Canada wouldn't take Florida. I don't think U.S. would give up Florida.
Of course they wouldn't. But Canada would take Florida. No nation on this earth would deny Canadian sovereign territory.
The whole thing is fictional. So
Florida is too important to NASA.
This is not about logic. This is about a silly, fun thing to do with.
There's more to the state than just NASA, but I'm saying like the bases in NASA are way too important.
Which one's it?
Cape Canaveral, yeah. Now, that being said, Canada is a close enough ally. If we did give them Florida, I guarantee it would not be a worry about NASA because I'm sure.
What if it was a humanitarian thing?
Canada
like,
would let us launch out of Cape Canaveral.
We know that winter sucks. We will. There's a state that could probably, if we emptied it of Americans, which is preposterous, but we're going with preposterous just for the moment. We empty the state and we say every winter Canadians have a state to come down to in the south where they can avoid the winter.
They can only go there for the winter.
And we would do that because we're bros. They're our top
there would
hat.
be like just max.
We enjoy Canada. They guard one of the largest borders on the earth for us. We're tight like that.
There would be mass exodus fleets coming out of.
So we're like,
Canada,
well, yeah, but what if we just gave it to y'all and
shipping everyone to Florida? Although here's the
That's
thing,
what
like
happens now.
So
I
instead of
kinda-
just visiting Florida, it would be sovereign Canada. So you
I-
had like a right to Florida.
but I'm sure that
And it was like you're not going to be like struggling for real estate because all the fucking Americans are going to get pushed out.
But
Now Florida is Canada winter bunny mode, and whatever you just come down and
But
get
what
some
is-
sun. Make sure you keep your vitamin D up, and then you go back and you keep that border safe. That's an American investment.
But here's the thing. So I don't remember the exact number. It's something like 60 or 70% of the Canadian population lives in like
Right on the bottom.
pretty much in
5 to
the
10%
very
of
bottom of
latitude.
Canada.
Within 50
So-
miles of the border.
Yeah. It's like, so I mean, you have some outliers, like outlier bigger cities like Edmonton.
Sure.
That's way
Oil.
the fuck up there and pretty big. Even Winnipeg, I think, is a bit north.
Winnipeg's not very far north. No.
It's not. Oh,
No,
okay. I thought
It's
it
pretty
was.
close.
Yeah. I
Um,
would say roughly 2-3 hours from the border. Maybe I think it's like 2.
but yeah, so I mean, like, it's like the people that would actually need to evacuate down to Florida would not be as much because I mean, like
When you say evacuate, are you not talking about like holiday break? Because that sounds like
the number of people that would
Scary.
actually need to vacation to Florida would not be as much.
winters in Canada suck. It sounds like
I know, but like I mean, like
the entire
I
nation.
hate it.
The entire nation could come down to Florida.
but winters
every
in like
winter.
Toronto and winters in
Those are bullshit.
Yeah, okay.
like
So, like,
Vancouver and they're not that
Vancouver,
bad. But winters up in
like
Edmonton
Windsor,
are awful. Winters
London,
up in
Toronto, good to go.
Look, so
Edmonton
like Fort-
sucks. Winnipeg sucks.
Fort McMurray.
So here's the thing, though.
Ottawa
They're still free there. They
sucks.
can stay.
Fort-
They don't
Fort-
have to go to Florida every winter.
I had
They
a
can
friend
stay.
I had a friend that lived in Fort McMurray. That's
one
way
of their
the fuck
freedom.
up there. That sucks up there.
Yep.
And also it sucked where it's like the winters up here suck so bad, and then all of a sudden the next complaint I heard from him was like, the whole city's burning down. And I have to evacuate. and
Yep.
and then like he left, and apparently his house didn't burn down. His neighbors burnt down, and then his neighbors, one house over on the other side burnt down, but his house didn't burn down. But then when he got back to town, he's like, the town's been abandoned for so long. There's just like grizzlies and black bears just roaming through the city, and it's dangerous to like be outside.
Nature has reclaimed it.
Yeah. He's like, they estimate there's like 1,200 grizzly bears in the city limits at all times. And he's like, so it's like they recommend like no one be outside unless you have to, until they can like the Parks and Recs or whatever, or the Fish and Wildlife or whatever it is, it can actually like relocate the bears out of town, because they're like, generally you might be okay, but like, they're grizzly bears, they're black bears. And if your kids are walking out and about, because these are like, wild animals, it's potentially dangerous. So don't let your kids outside. Don't be outside. And he was like, it's fucked up. There's just bears fucking all over the place. I was like, dude, you okay, man? Like, he moved though. He was tired of the fucking cold up there. He's like, he hates it. So now he lives in Nanaimo, like by Victoria.
BC, yeah.
Yep. And I asked him, I was like, so what about the murder hornets though? Because every article I read about murder hornets, they're from like Nanaimo. He's like, I haven't seen one, but I'll let you know if I get stung by one. So
Grossly over exaggerated.
I think it is. Yeah. There's a few nests that settled in.
They don't want
there.
none of this smoke.
There are some
You're-
nests around there, and they're like trying to eradicate them, but they are localized still. They're not spreading like wildfire.
Drayden, you're huge. You have a lot of body mass. You could fight through those murder hornets.
So at one point,
I don't like wasps.
at several points here, actually, the temperature has dropped to like minus 35.
Yeah,
Without
like coldest
without
areas in the
wind chill.
world.
Without
Which is
the wind
unfair.
chill. And then the wind blows and the temperature drops to like minus 45, minus 47. And they tell you,
That's
extreme
like
cold
death
zone,
in minutes.
don't go outside.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, like I fucking have to get
That's like
groceries
death in minutes.
and
I don't
then
even know what that
go to
feels
work.
like. I mean, I think the coldest I've ever really been around is like negative 10, negative 15, which is cold as fuck. Now that's Fahrenheit, which is it's probably like negative mid 20s, I think. Maybe negative mid 20s, I think, negative Celsius, which is
Here's
cold.
my
It's
question.
cold as fuck. But like negative 40 is where the two systems meet, right?
Does anyone deserve that though?
No.
No, I didn't ask for
No.
that. I didn't
So like
know
negative
deserve
40
that.
Because-
Fahrenheit, negative
because
40
here's my
Celsius are the
assessment.
same temperature. and
There's a
that's
meme
cold as
throughout our
fuck.
lives of sending people off to like the gulags in like Siberia. Nobody deserves that. Nobody deserves extreme cold.
Extreme
I,
cold
I
is
I get that a lot of people there's two schools of thought generally in life. Is some people would rather be colder than hotter. They're like, you can always put more clothes on. That's true. You almost always could. And there's some people who prefer the hot to the cold, and they're like, look, you could get almost literally naked if not, and fuck it, if I'm sweating, you're sweating, we're all sweating. What does it matter at that point? It's just hot.
I would rather have it be cold than hot.
And that's fair, and you
but
deserve
I
the
don't want
fucking depths of
extremes.
Siberia.
I don't want extremes, but I mean, like most people like their house temps around 70 or 20, 21 Celsius.
Because that's what
I-
the Caribbean is like on a nice day with a light
I
breeze.
like it at
That's what we're
the like
engineered
upper
for.
50s,
This
lower
is
60s, like low 60s is good for me, which would be like 16, 17 Celsius. That's kind of where I like internal temperatures
Sure.
in a house, because it's like I overheat the fuck if it. I mean, like when I go into places that's like heated up to like 69, 70, I'm like it's fucking hot in here. Jesus Christ, can't stand
Like
it.
at-
I
like at
sweat.
70?
I sweat. Even
You
like when
sweat
I-
at 70?
Yeah, like if it's like
If you took a Caribbean trip, you'd be like, oof. Like even on like a mild
the
day.
thing is like it's weird. Like outside, not as much. Indoors,
Well,
it's
that's-
weird.
yeah,
like,
artificial environments.
Indoors, 69, 70, 71. Like that's too fucking hot for me. Indoors, I like it more like 60 to 62, which is probably about, like I said, like it's probably around like 16 to 18 Celsius, around there. Like that's my indoor temperature preference. I like it. That's nice and cool. But 87 fucking strike. How do you do it, man?
What are you talking about? 87?
87.
That's a very comfortable temperature.
Outside, I would sweat at 87. Like
What
I
if
said,
there's a breeze?
Outside is
So
like
here's-
I could tolerate.
here's a
higher
fun
temperatures
thing, too.
outside.
This
Like,
is a
outside
caveat.
75 is nice, but
So I'm from
inside
Texas, where
60s are nice.
I'm from South
Yes.
Texas, where traditionally we see 100 plus somewhere throughout the summer, maybe a few times, et cetera, et cetera. I've also done work throughout my high school years. I went to California every summer and did work over there, where they also can see into the hundreds, but it's like where I was working, it was dry heat. And it's such a different topic. It blows me away. Like humidity is such a game changer and a modifier. Texas heat, like I remember flying back to Texas, at the end of the summer, let's say August, late July, August, whatever. And when you get into like the little tunnel coming out of the plane, it felt like you like hit an atmosphere, like you walked into a fucking rainforest. That was the difference from pressurized California plane coming back or something, like it's so substantial. But I could be in excuse me. I could be in California and I could be working through 110. And don't get me wrong, it's hot. It's 110. But there's a lot of California has like a constant breeze. It's a delightful state. It's just that people are
No breeze
But,
at 110 is delightful.
It's not terrible because it's not crazy hot, because dry heat is so much different than wet heat.
I've had dry heat. We have dry heat up. We don't have that much moisture up here. Like
You don't know shit about dry heat.
No. This last
Cold
summer,
is the same way. A dry cold.
this
versus
last
the wet
summer we
cold
had
is different.
3
Is it?
weeks-
Okay.
This last summer we
So
had
I don't have a
some
lot of experience
weird
with
fucking
cold,
heat wave. This
but I have a
last
lot of
summer we had
experience
like
with hot.
2 to 3 weeks of like 105 to 110 degree weather, and it was like 10
In Idaho?
Yeah,
No shit.
the Pacific Northwest had a huge like record breaking heat wave. Like we've never seen heat like that in the last 100 years.
Okay.
Portland got to like 118.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Doesn't compute, but I'll take it.
But yeah, so up here it was about 105 to 112 for about 2 to 3 weeks straight, and our moisture was, or our humidity was around like 15 to 20%, so not very high. So it was a dry heat, and it was fucking miserable. I couldn't stand. It's like I can't be outside. So like I used to live in Arizona too. I lived in Tucson, dry heat, very hot, hated it. I like Alaska. I was cool with. Arizona, too fucking hot, way too hot. I don't know. I just like it cold. I like what I consider nice and cool, like a comfortable cool. I think most people would be like, it's fucking freezing. Oh, and I'm like, it's nice though. Like when I would, example, last November, early November, we went out to the casino. My roommates, some neighbors, me, we all went out there. It was like 54, slight breeze blowing. And I didn't bring a jacket. They're like, oh, why can't you bring a jacket? Like, they're like, oh, you're going to be fucking cold. I'm like, I'm not going to be cold. Trust me. I'm good. And we all got there. They're all wearing like sweatshirts and coats. And they're like, oh, it's so cold. And they're looking like, how are you? Like, you got to be freezing. I'm just like walking out there in a short sleeve shirt. Like, I'm good. I'm fine. This is nice. This is I could be out here for hours and be happy. And they didn't believe me, but I'm like, don't make me prove it to you. But I'm like, I'm not doing this just to like be macho. I'm just like, I like it cool. I like colder temps. I don't know. It's like I'm comfortable. Like, it's not that I don't feel the cold. It's just like when I feel a chill, that's comfortable to me. Whereas most people feel a chill, they're like, oh, it's cold. Ooh, chill. I'm like, I like that feeling. I like being chill.
I believe that exists, and I think that that's fair. Like, I think there are people who are engineered or more prone to be able to be comfortable in the north versus the south.
Yeah, so I'm like, if it gets cold enough to where it's like, I'm going to freeze to death, yeah, I'm going to be fucking cold, and I'm not going to like it. But I'm like, when it's like I could survive in this temperature without, blankets or like coverings, and most people will find it very cold and chilly and uncomfortable. Like, I like that environment. Like, I actually find that comfortable. Because
here's the thing, when you're in those hot environments,
I don't like being hot. I hate being overheated.
Worst case scenario, you toss around the idea of being like a naturist, essentially, being like clothes oppressive at the moment. Like, I can't even fathom. And best case scenario, you get in the fucking water, because anywhere that are near the hot places, and hopefully anyway, I'm not talking about across the whole globe, but in the hot places of America, you get in the fucking water because it's hot.
Yeah.
Welcome to the South, get in the water.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just,
or the islands, or lots of tropical or very paradise places where it's, I would say considered hot. I think actually in the most delightful places I've ever been that were close to quote unquote paradise, there's a breeze. There's almost always a breeze. And usually clear water. It's beautiful. It's paradise, as you'd expect. I don't know. Like I said, there's something for everyone, and I can appreciate that you like and have a threshold for the cold. Obviously, the entirety of the U.S. couldn't live on this. Well, we could, because the U.S. is fucking huge, but we couldn't like do the Canada thing where it's like, well, everybody lives in the bottom, like 10% of the nation or something in America. That would be silly.
I think like 70% of America lives on a coast somewhere.
Well, yeah, we have a lot of coastline. And landlocked states are for bitches. I'm sorry.
What are you talking about?
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's in books, I think.
From a landlocked person? Okay.
I mean, you guys are gonna merge or like annex some part of Oregon or Washington at some point, so you're gonna gain some coastline eventually.
We're not going to. They wanted to. But...
Just do it, Nike, man.
Well, Idaho is like, no. And I think it's because Idaho, well, one, they just knew that federally it wasn't going to happen. And also they probably looked at those counties and they're like, not worth the money.
For y'all or for them?
They're the poorer.
You're going to have to prop them up.
They're the poorer areas of Washington, Oregon.
You're like, look, it just doesn't seem feasible right now.
I think it's mostly like, that whole thing was, I think it's more Iowa's just like, it's not gonna happen. No, they didn't even want to bother with it. But also, I think it was just more like those counties wanted to join Idaho because Washington, Oregon are blue states. Well, Washington is always blue state, but Oregon is often a blue state, and those are counties that are red, Republican-oriented counties, and they don't like the fact that, quote unquote, their vote doesn't count. And so they want to join Idaho where their vote would count. But if they did join Idaho would get a population boost where it would no longer be like 3 electoral votes. Idaho would probably jump up to like 5 and therefore would be a little bit slightly more of an impactful state. And that was the whole point of it, but wasn't going to happen.
It was a nice thought.
Yeah. I mean, like, because Idaho is fucking deep red state. I mean,
Yeah.
the last election with Biden was the most Democratic it's ever voted, and it was still like 78% Republican votes coming in. It's like if it came down, there would be like 3 states left in the entire United States that were Republican. Idaho would be one of those 3.
You think so?
I think so.
Goodness.
It's so fucking like if you are voting democratically in Idaho, don't. Everyone's like, oh well, your vote always counts. You should always vote in Idaho.
And then they talk about wasting your vote.
If you're in Idaho and you're a Democrat, your vote actually really doesn't count. Like you will.
I disagree, but I'm not going to dive into it.
You will never change the vote in Idaho's electoral college. Period. It will be red to the day it dies.
Stragek, I think you're thinking of Wyoming for Kanye West.
Hey, I'm going to bed.
Yeah, it's probably
Yeah,
a good time to go to bed. It's late in the show. We're talking
4
about
hours,
politics
45
and-
minutes in.
We're talking about politics, so we should probably just peace out.
Just lightly.
All right.
Yeah.
Take it easy, guys. Again, Stragek. Dude, we gotta have some lunch sometime. Oh, Seema, thanks for the resub. Right at the end of the show. Yeah, Stragek, you got my number. We should hang out, have some lunch sometime again. It's been a long time, but get a hold of me. Other than that, peace out. Have a good night, everybody, and we'll catch you next week.
I guess.
Good night.
Bye.